Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had demonic quirk and had Multiverse Harem movie. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, and there's a new hype feature in YT, so please hype this video. This story is Los Secretos de Deku by Thunder_1201. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. At UA, in one of the best hero schools in the world, a meeting was taking place in the High Alliance of Class A. Most of the class could be seen in front of the door, and at the door was a green-haired man carrying some suitcases who looked like he was going on a trip. Bakugo. Okay, nerd, take care on the trip, he said, not as angry as always. Izuku. Huh? That's strange coming from you, Kachan, he said in a mocking tone. Bakugo. Tisk, shut up, damn Deku Shineee. Screams with many veins and then is gagged and tied with the zero tapes. Zero. Sorry about that, he said, touching the back of his neck. Izuku. No problem. Shoto. Izuku, where are you going? You haven't told us yet. Zuku asked his friend sheeply. Izuku. Well, I'm going on a trip for personal reasons, he said, a little nervous. Mina. Midori. Why are you leaving? She pouted. Why is her friend leaving? Toru. Yes, it's true. Izuku. I already told you about personal issues. Momo. Well, on behalf of Class A, we wish you a good trip, she said with a blush. Izuku. Hee, thanks guys, he said, touching the back of his neck. Kirishima. And Uraraka and Lita. Sato. Is it true where they are? Izuku. I don't know, I'm already leaving to get to my flight, he said in a sad tone that no one noticed. Like that, he said to take an envelope out of his pocket. Take this, he said, to give the envelope to Momo. Inside there is a pen drive. There are the tasks that Professor Aizawa would leave, but he gave them to me in advance so I could travel, he said calmly. Well, I'm going, he said, to open the door and leave. Shoto. Now who will cook my soba, he said with a depressive aura. Denki. Calm down bro, that's what Kirishima is for, he said, pointing at the aforementioned. Kirishima. Huh? Said, pointing at himself. Me cook? Yeah, that's okay, that's for men, said to do JoJo's poses. Shoto. You know something, said to see Denki. Don't worry, said to leave quickly, leaving a depressed Kirishima. Momo. Okay, that's fine, now we have to deliver. I didn't finish because something fell out. Everyone turned around to see what it was and saw that the envelope had a hole where a flash drive came out. The flash drive had writing on the back. Do not see, something that intrigued everyone because it was supposed to be homework, and the fact that it said, do not see, was strange. Momo. You guys are thinking the same thing as me. Mineta. Suddenly Izuku is hiding a lot because he didn't finish because he received a lick from Suyu and then got some jacks buried in him. Juru. You're disgusting, said to the grape with legs in a cold tone. Denki. Izuku got the wrong flash drive. Why did he rush for his trip? Everyone stares at him. Wait, cof while hitting his chest a little. We'll have to see if he has it. But some jacks buried themselves in his neck before he could finish his sentence. Juru. What an idiot, she said, irritated. Bakugo. Damn Pikachu, you scared me, he said upon hearing the first thing Denki said. Sato. X20. X3 Shoji. X4 Kirishima. X5 Denki. I feel offended. Mina. What if we check the contents of the USB? Asked the alien with a raccoon complex. Momo. I don't think so. I didn't finish because Bakugo took the USB asterisk. Bakugo. Look what the nerd has to make me laugh a little, he said, to go with the pendrive to the common room. Momo. Kai. Didn't finish because she saw that no one was there. Uff, this is going to be difficult, she said, to also go to the common room. The entire Class A was in the common room, watching as a Bakugo was putting the pendrive into the television. Then on the TV they could see that there were 4 folders: exits, music, games and random. Juru. Does Midoriya know how to sing? She said, a little excited. Mina. I think so, just like the gothic Suyu. I don't think it's a good idea to see what Kiro has, she said, tilting her head. Kirishima. I think I'm with them, he said, but Bakugo didn't pay attention to his complaints. Bakugo grabbed the controller to put the random folder and put first day of school. Inside the screen, an Izuku could be seen in an old-looking car with someone wearing sportswear and a Hawk's head logo on his left chest. We're glad you were able to accept the scholarship, he said while driving. Izuku. It's no problem, I needed a change of air, he said while looking out the window. Time skip now. You could see Izuku and the guy in front of a very big school, not like the normal ones but it was big. Izuku. Wow, said impressed. If that happens the first few times, he said seeing his reaction. Are you ready? Izuku. Like never before continuously enters the school. The two would be walking through the school while the guy showed him all the facilities, until they arrived at what looked like a basketball court, to walk and be in the center. Okay. Take this, he said to give him some papers and a cell phone. There will be the schedule, and on the cell phone, there will be your training measurements, notes and information that aide sends, he said looking at an Izuku with the cell phone. How did you get it? It can also be removed, so behave, he said to then send him a message. Okay. I'll be back now. Stay here, he said to leave. You could see an Izuku looking around and then seeing 3 boys approaching him. Will you be the new one? Izuku. Yes, it's me, he said smiling. Well, the first thing you should know is that I'm in charge here, he said to tell him the papers. Off-screen Mina. What's wrong with Midori, she said angrily. Momo. That's not the question. Everyone stares at her. The question is. Bakugo, didn't Izuku always study with Tigo? Bakugo. No, Izuku was sent a scholarship to go abroad in his 4th year, and he chose to go, he said simply. Shoto. That solves a lot of things, he said as he closed a notebook that said Shoto theories. Toru. Quickly, we have to continue, he said and then paused the video. Inside the screen? Ha ha ha, laughs like the others before leaving. Next, Izuku bent down to pick up the papers. What are you doing on the floor? The guy asked. Izuku. I dropped them, he said lying. Well, come, I'll show you the locker room, he said to leave with Izuku. Izuku and the guy would arrive at the locker room. The guy would stay at the door and Izuku would enter to admire where he was. Everyone does the same, he said to leave. Izuku would continue exploring until he reached the volleyball court again to meet up with the group from before. Well, who do we have here again as a substitute? Izuku. I'm not a substitute. Are you afraid of me? Fear. Of course not. Izuku. Parachi Dijo para carreras. Do you know who he is? He holds the penalty shootout record here. Izuku. You can see that on the court, because we don't do a penalty challenge. And the loser is going to dress up in the girls' volleyball team clothes. That said, pointing at the one who said it, who had a stupid face. Izuku. Seems fine to me, he said, but all those who heard were Aver and some who heard the rumor. Everyone was on the pitch, they were at the penalty spot. Valentine, the mentioned one, sees him go cover it. Valentine. I'm not going to join in your things, Lorenzo, he said as he left with his arms crossed. Lorenzo. Coward, he said and then looked at someone else. Rafa, you go. Rafa. Okay, said nervously. Rafa walked to the goal and clumsily took his goalkeeping position. Lorenzo. Well, do you know how many penalties I've made so far without missing? Izuku. No, and I don't care, he said as if it were nothing. Lorenzo. 97 said to kick the ball and score a goal. 98 said to be congratulated by his friends. This is a matter of substitute physics, scoring 98 penalties in one go, said making movements with both of his. Izuku. I don't need physics, I have magic. Izuku was heading to take the penalty but grabbed the ball and started writing something everyone wanted to see but couldn't. Izuku was about to shoot but hit the crossbar and fell into Lorenzo's hands. Lorenzo. PFF, very good substitute. You also have a record, he said to see everyone. First penalty kicked, first missed out, she said mockingly in front of him. Izuku. Calm down, hitter, you have to learn to look, he said, seeing Lorenzo turn the ball over to read what was written. Everyone came closer to see what he said. What does it say? I don't know. Wait, he said to grab the ball. Crossbar plus Lorenzo saves equals magic, he said and then turned to look at everyone. Crossbar plus Lorenzo saves equals magic. He shouted so that the majority would laugh. Turn off the screen. Kirishima. Wow, I didn't know Mido bro had such good aim, he said respectfully. Bakugo. Damn nerd thinks he's better than me, said irritably. Aizawa. He's already better than you, he said coming out of the shadows. Everyone. No dude, I don't want your fucking mother, they all said in unison and then saw Denki, who had said something strange. Aizawa. Ignoring Denki's thing, Bakugo was punished for lisping said with his quirk. Bakugo. Shit whispered. Mina. Sensei, since when is she there? Aizawa. From the beginning and I never knew that about my best offspring he said so everyone's heart breaks but well give me the pendrive he said with his hand extended. Momo. Okay sensei said to give him the pendrive. Aizawa. And go to sleep he said with his quirk active to see how everyone ran away they don't pay me enough he then left. Somewhere. Izuku could be seen in Italy, and he was accompanied by some friends and Lorenzo. They were talking, playing, laughing and having a good time, but Izuku didn't know that his life could change because of a mistake of his. Class A and B, along with the teachers, some heroes, the children from all over BNHA except Suyu's brothers and some other people, could be seen in the UA auditorium, seeming to be waiting for someone to tell them something. Mirko. What are we doing here? Now I should be kicking villains' asses he said while kicking in the air. Mineta. Look at those legs. I didn't finish because he received a kick in the face. Mirko. How fucking disgusting he said seeing a guy embedded in the wall unconscious. Denki thought. I'm scared he said trembling. Suddenly a door opened and out came Mickey Mouse's cousin, that's right, everyone's favorite rat, Principal Nezu. Nezu. Hello he said stretching his paw today I brought you here to see the most mysterious student of all he said so everyone would be curious. Endeavor. Who is it? Asked doubtfully. Nezu. Izuku Midoriya said everyone was impressed. Everyone. Class A, B and some people, Jajajana. Endeavor. I don't think it's of great importance. Mirko. Now I could be kicking ass. Kamui. Now he could be gaining fame everyone looks at him now he could be locking up villains he said nervously. Monoma. Why would we see a useless guy from Class A? He said but was knocked out by Kendo. Kendo. I'm sorry, but director, why would we need to see what he's hiding? Nezu. Why did I ask my eggs and they told me Simon? Take 2. Nezu. Izuku Midoriya is the most mysterious student since we know almost nothing about him, that's why we need to see this he said so everyone would understand. Nezu. Miss May, could you put this on the PC? He said to give her a pendrive. May. Yes sir said to put it in C4 folders. Nezu. Who wants to come in? Najire. Oh yo said like a little girl. Nezu. Pace. Najire was about to put on a video, but she saw that one had just been released yesterday that said, visiting a brother. Najire put on the video and went to sit down. Mirio. What did you put? Najire. I was saying that I was visiting a brother she said confused. Those who heard it didn't know what was happening and thought it was just affection since Izuku never told them he had a brother. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen walking with some suitcases and in front of him you could see the Juventus Stadium, something that impressed everyone, but what impressed them most was that their best player was apparently waiting for him. Izuku approached him with a smile. Izuku. Hello brother said to extend his arms but received a punch in the stomach I deserved it said while holding his stomach. Lorenzo. Really, you're disappearing, leaving your gaming career behind. And the worst part is, you're changing your name. He said, a little irritated. Izuku. Hey, wait don't change anything, I only use my grandmother's last name and I use my middle name he said still holding his stomach. Lorenzo. I wouldn't know anything about you if it weren't for your friends said to hug him I missed you. Izuku. Same bro said hugging him. Off screen. Kirishima. No. Tetsu. Maybe. 0. To be. All. Izuku is the brother of one of the best players. Uraraka thought. Maybe I should go back with him said the bitch in her thoughts. Lita. And who cares? Bakugo. He is one of the world-renowned exponents of soccer, apart from that he is much faster than you and he doesn't need his quirk he said mockingly silencing him. Mina. Since when do you protect Midoriya? Bakugo. Shut up raccoon shineee. He said angrily but was held by bandages. Aizawa. Shut up and look he said to get Bakugo to calm down. Mike. That's how it always is looking at AM. A.M. Unfortunately yes said touching his 100. Back to the screen. Izuku. And how are you? Lorenzo. Better but I still don't believe that Ezekiel will betray us he said angrily. Izuku. That's right, My girlfriend cheated on me with him, said sadly. After so much she cheated on me, said now sadder. Lorenzo. Calm down, he also sold information about Juve. He was a rat, we never had to trust him, he said, so that Nezu would get offended. Besides, he tried to flirt with my girlfriend but she got kicked in the balls, ha 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 ha, he said laughing. Izuku. You're right, he said smiling at the last thing since he was with his brother. Lorenzo. Are we going to the bar? The guys are waiting for us. Izuku. Are the boys here? Lorenzo. Of course, I called them to come, he said to get in his car. What are you doing? Are you going to stay parked or are you going to get in? Izuku. Haha, calm down, we're going, he said getting in. Now you could see Izuku with Lorenzo entering a bar, where at a table were Izuku's friends. Those who saw my first FIC will be some of that one. Tanjiro. Izuku said to hug him. Izuku. Big Head said to receive a headbutt in the stomach. I deserved it, said holding him and kneeling on the floor. Tanjiro. Why didn't you visit us before? You know Nezuko was worried about you. He said annoyed. Izuku. Yeah, school was very demanding, he said, already recovering. Naruto. Izuku. Time lapse, he said trying to hug him but Izuku put a hand on his face stopping his steps. Izuku. Did he take a bath? Alex. Yes, it's just that we had to force him, he said remembering how they bathed him. Naruto. And I didn't like it, he said to sit still looking to the side. Izuku. Well, how did it go? Tanjiro. Not us, how did it go for you? He said while sitting down. Izuku. Well, what do you want me to tell you? My first girlfriend cheated on me, and the second one cheated on me with the one I thought was my best friend, he said disappointed and a little sad. Alex. Hey, he said to hit Lorenzo and he pointed to some instruments and Lorenzo nodded. Lorenzo. What if we play something? Izuku. I'm not in the mood, said sadly. Tanjiro. Let's go, he said so everyone could carry Izuku and take him to the bar. He ordered a beer, which impressed everyone outside, but his friends went to the instruments. Naruto. My friend is sad, and he wrote a cumbia for his exes. And it goes like this. And if I have a beer. Izuku. It's been a while since our relationship ended. I had to tell you. Summer has arrived and I remember very well. That tan looked great on you. Ours was magical, how can I forget it? And if I have a beer. You come back to my head. And I begin to remember you. I just like the way you kiss. With your delicacy. It may be that. You and I, we are made for each other. I can't stop thinking about you. I wanted to forget you and I took a little. And I happen to miss you, yeah. We are made for each other. I can't stop thinking about you. I wanted to forget you and I took little. And I happen to miss you. It was supposed to be better to lose you. What to find you. And I'm looking for you, how stupid I am. Oh, my heart is screwed up. Because erasing you, baby, is not easy for me. I've already tried it and it was almost a success. It's that the heat of summer. It makes me remember what we were before. Because erasing you, baby, is not easy. I've already tried it and it was almost a success. It's that the heat of summer. It makes me remember what we were before. And if I have a beer. You come back to my head. And I begin to remember you. I like the way you kiss. With your delicacy. It may be that. You and I, we are made for each other. I can't stop thinking about you. I wanted to forget you and I took a little. And I happen to miss you. We are made for each other. And I can't stop thinking about you. I wanted to forget you and I took little. And I happen to miss you. Summer has arrived and I remember very well. That tan looks great on you. Ours was magical, how could I forget it? And if I have a beer. You come back to my head. And I begin to remember you. I like the way you kiss. With your delicacy. It may be that. You and I, we are made for each other. Whoa. Izuku finished singing and everyone applauded him. Izuku's friends came down from the stage and saw that Izuku had finished his beer. Lorenzo. And how do you feel? Izuku. There are many women and they are not the only ones, he said to get up more animated. Naruto. If you have Gwen, Nezuko, he didn't finish because Izuku interrupted him. Izuku. You're right, he said but felt an aura of death. Tanjiro. Izuku, what did you say about my sister? He said, looking at the ground. Izuku. WWW. What? Izuku couldn't say a word, so he did the most prudent thing. Run. Tanjiro. Izuku said, and then continued chasing him with killing intent. Lorenzo. This is going to end badly, don't you think, Alex? He said, looking at him, who shrugged his shoulders. The screen turns off. Mike. That's art, he said while wiping away a tear. Juro. Yes, said while wiping away her tears. Yui. Wait, he said his girlfriend cheated on him. Everyone saw Uraraka, who got nervous. Uraraka. I don't know what you're talking about, she said to hide. Shoto. I suspect, he said, but received a slap from his sister. Sister, what are you doing here? He asked, touching his head. Fuyumi. Well, they invited me, just like your brother and mother, she said, a little blushing when she heard her secret love sing. Nezu. Well, who's next? Yukio. Me said to stand up and see something that said the worst mistake. Yukio returned to his seat. Midnight. What did you put? Yukio. Well, he said the worst mistake, he said, so everyone would pay attention. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen in front of Shoto and Bakugo with a bouquet of flowers and mochis. Bakugo. What are you going to do? He said, turning around Izuku. Izuku. Going with my girlfriend to celebrate our 1-month anniversary, said in a military pose. Shoto. Why? He said the same as Bakugo. Izuku. To celebrate that we have completed 1 month, sir, he said now in a military pose. Sato. Don't you think they're going too far with this? Denki. Nah, it's fine with me. Time skip. After preparing Izuku, he went to Uraraka's room to be able to take her the gifts. But he would see the door a little open and hear noises. He would approach to see, but something told him to see it, but his curiosity won over. But he saw and was able to see his best friend Lita with his girlfriend eating like rabbits. Izuku, seeing that tears came to his eyes, he would leave with his gaze lowered. He passed through the living room. Everyone saw him with their gaze lowered and with some tears. Before they asked, Izuku spoke. Izuku. Not now, he said, to go to the elevator and go to the roof. On the roof he would take out a box of cigarettes and start smoking while watching the sunset. Behind him he would see a door opened by Bakugo and Shoto, and they would see him and quickly take the cigarettes from him. Shoto. What's wrong with you? This is making you feel bad, he said worriedly. Izuku. You can't hurt something that's damaged, he said without looking at them. Bakugo. This can kill you, he said, the same as Shoto. Izuku. I'm not afraid of dying again. That terrified everyone because of what they heard since I had died. Bakugo. Kokomo. Izuku. Okay, I'll tell you, Kachan, do you remember all the exploitations you gave me since we were children until 3rd grade of high school? He nodded. Well, you produce nitrogal, because from so many explosions my lungs were damaged until the last day we saw each other. That explosion you gave me made my lungs collapse and I went into cardiorespiratory arrest, he said, so that everyone would be terrified and sad. I mean, I was dead for 5 minutes, I don't know how or why, but they started working again, he said, but was hugged by a crying Bakugo. Bakugo. Why? Izuku looks at him confused. Why don't you hate me? He said, seeing Izuku, who touched his head. Izuku. My grandfather once told me, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift. That's why it is called present, he said, to see the sunset and the wind blew, giving an air of wisdom. Shoto doesn't feel worthy to say anything since his first and best friend was having a really bad time and he hadn't noticed. The screen turns off. In the movie theater, women were crying, the men were clenched in helplessness. Bakugo looked downcast as he remembered that Uraraka was shedding some tears, but they were like a bitch, and Lita, well, he didn't give a damn. Nezu. Well, tomorrow we continue, he said to leave, and then everyone went to rest apparently. Aizawa. Uraraka and Lita, let's talk about this seriously later, he said to leave, sad for his offspring. Somewhere. Izuku. I feel sad, he said to look around and see his friends and some girls next to him. Calm down, she said, hugging him. Don't hog it, she said, the same as the other one. Hey, share, she said to hug him from behind. Leave it, it's mine, he said while hugging him like a koala. Izuku. Girls, calm down, he said nervously and blushed. Daijinlo. If I die, And a war broke out where the boys were hiding in a makeshift bunker made from furniture that was on hand. Izuku. It's going to be a long day, he said with a sigh, and then turned his head and saw his brother and his girlfriend kissing very long. And Lorenzo does his dirty deeds somewhere else, he said, and then received a ball in the face. The same people from yesterday could be seen in the movie theater, but they were still sad except for Lita. Nezu. Well, someone wants to come in to lighten the mood, he said, so that a Pikachu would raise his hand. Come in, young Kaminari. The aforementioned stepped forward and put something that interested him, put them on, and then returned to his seat. Mineta. And what did you put? Pikachu. He said the alphabet, he said it, and everyone looked at him like WTF, I still don't know it, and everyone said but how stupid. Children. We have to write things down, they said with notebooks. Aizawa. Where did you get those notebooks? Eri. Dad gave it to us, he said, so everyone could see it. Shino. And who is your dad? Kota. He's Deku's dad, he said, and everyone was impressed. Shino. Dad. Kota. If we love him like a father and he loves us like his children, he said with shame. Many found it endearing. Women had unholy thoughts that involved a broccoli with legs and a bed. Nezu. Well, be quiet, it's about to start, and so everyone remained silent. The screen turns on. Izuku. What's up guys, I'm Izuku, or Gabo for friends. I make videos sometimes, so you can see that I care a lot about youth. While an image of children appeared behind him. Today I come to make a video where I'm going to teach you the alphabet, in case you don't know it. While an image of Denki appeared, pay close attention. Kids, I'm going to put a test at the end of the video, so let's get started. A is for B, B for drink, C of crown, D for stop fucking around. And this video is a bullshit. Off-screen people were laughing at the video, while others were surprised by what the cinnamon roll said. F in the chat said while touching his chest. G for kitten. H is for hacker, he said, so that some dark glasses appeared out of nowhere. I for iguana, it's like a lizard but bigger. J for cage. K from KFC, the chick behind him appeared an image of a hawks eating a dish of chicken and a Tokiyami vomiting upon seeing that. Off screen. Hawks. How did he get that? He asked nervously. Mirko. Ja, he laughed when he saw the image like some others. Tokiyami estaba vomitanda. Back to the screen. L from Lorenzo. Shut up, I'm recording. Laughing was heard. M for mom, there is no hot water. N for don't fuck with me. OBO. What is oboe? P de peen. At that point some covered the children's ears so they wouldn't hear and made a face since they couldn't hear. Q for get out of the way, dude, he said while pushing a Naruto who was next to him, and he crashed into the wall. R for Ross Rasputin. The song, Come Chingona, was heard while Izuku was dancing. S is for zombie. Wait, zombie is with a Z. Lemon tea. It's been a month since Izuku made a video. V for verb. Before finishing I move on to the next letter. W in Yandel. X. DXD. And now dude. And Z for Uraraka. I know it's spelled with AU, but this is a bitch. Uraraka got offended and started shouting that she wasn't and other things, but was silenced by Aizawa. But well guys, I hope you have learned something from this video. I hope with all my heart that you have been nourished, that you will be more cultured people from now on. Remember guys, stay in school so you don't end up like me. Everyone laughed so handsome and everyone shut up at this and were thinking of leaving school. XD*. That's all for now. So I'm leaving. Remember to eat your vegetables and brush your teeth. Bye guys. After saying that, he got into a cannon and flew away. The screen turns off. The children and Denki had written everything down. Some were laughing, others were embarrassed. Uraraka was offended and Lita took Uraraka away. Mirio. And what did you learn, Eri? Eri. Mrs. Uraraka is a bitch, a bitch, a bitch, a bitch, she said while having bronchitis. The same thing happened with the children. Mirio. The poor no longer bring innocence, he said sadly, like Shino and Aizawa. Katsuma. So a question said, stopping repeating bitch, where is dad? Deku. 2M. Was going to speak but was interrupted by a mouse. Nezu. He went out to do some things, but I didn't know he was going to Italy or that he had a brother. He said and thought something I should investigate. Gabo, right. He thought the last thing. Endeavor. Rat, already put it that I'm bored, he said, a little irritated. Fuyumi. I can said with a red tint. Nezu. Of course after saying that, Fuyumi stood up and started searching. Fuyumi searched until she found one called, "A Secret I Had to Reveal," then she put it on and went to sit down to receive questions from her brothers, which she ignored. Inside the screen, you could see Izuku, along with his friends, and the girls gathered in what looked like a room. Izuku. "Well, I have to reveal something to you," he said nervously. Tanjiro. "What is it?" Naruto. "I hope it's something interesting." Lorenzo. "Is that it?" he said seriously. Izuku. "Yes." Alex. "What is that?" Izuku. "Well, this is it," he said, and then took out a black mass with purple touches that began to form like a scythe on his arm. Everyone was stunned by that. Alex. "Do you have a quirk?" Izuku. "Yes." Tanjiro. "Why didn't you tell us?" Naruto. "Don't you trust?" he said, a little annoyed. Izuku. "It's not that. Side the state told me not to reveal my quirk since it was very powerful," said to everyone's surprise. "And what is your quirk?" Izuku. "It's a demonic mark," he said to everyone's shock, "just like those outside, but a nun started praying. This quirk allows me to take out a dark mass that I can mold however I want. It makes me have a monstrous regeneration. I can take out black fire that burns everything and gives me 4 transformations," he said, and everyone was in shock by what he said. Izuku. "I know what they don't want is," he didn't finish because the girls pounced on him. "They're not afraid of me?" he asked, confused. "Why should we be afraid of you?" Izuku. "Those who knew about my quirk were afraid of me and wouldn't hang out with me," he said with his gaze down. "We are not them." Tanjiro. "That's right, Nezuko is right. We are your friends and we are here for you," said, giving him a thumbs up. Naruto. "That's right, bro." Alex. "It's almost the same as mine," he said with a smile. Lorenzo. "You see, I told you that you could trust him," he said, smiling, hugging his girlfriend. Izuku. "If you're right," he said, smiling on the floor. "Girls, can you get up? Everything hurts." The screen turns off. Everyone was impressed by that, since it wasn't every day you heard about a quirk that complex or that powerful, but Lita and Uraraka came in. She was all messed up and Lita was combing her hair. M thought, "Wow, what a quirk, but how ugly that he lied to me," said sadly why his successor didn't tell him about that. Nezu. "Interesting," he said, analyzing the information. "It is powerful. I'm going to tell him that when he comes back he can show it to us." Kamui. "He must be arrested, it's a villain's quirk." Everyone sees this and Endeavor throws fire at him, making him a bonfire. Asterisk. Everyone stares at Endeavor. Endeavor. "What? He deserved it, and no one will miss him." He said it as if it were nothing, and almost everyone agrees with him. Asterisk. Lita. "That's not a hero," she said, making her arm movement, but she was knocked out by a punch from AM. "Shut up," Shonen said, annoyed by what he did to his successor. Nezu. "Well, changing the subject, who wants to come in?" Mike. "You." Screams to get slapped by Aizawa. Aizawa. "Shut up," he said irritably. Mike. "How delicate," he said while touching his head and was going to play a song. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen in front of the girls with a guitar. Izuku. "Well, this is to prove that I can make a woman blush," he said, and the girls laughed. Nezuko. Izuku. "No offense, but you blush just talking to a woman." Izuku. "It's not true." "Yes, it's true. When you met us you couldn't even look at us without blushing." Izuku. "Gwen, don't be mean," he said, pouting, which was more than annoying. It seemed cute to the women. Gwen. "But am I right or not, Thoru?" Thoru. "If it's true, Izuku couldn't see me without blushing," he said with a small laugh. Izuku. "And what do you say, Alulu and Juvia?" Juvia. Juvia thinks Izuku-sama can't talk to a woman without blushing," she said with a small laugh. Alulu. "It's true. Well, you can't even see me without blushing," she said, smiling flirtatiously, something that made Izuku blush. Izuku. "Well, Naruto, you'll see what I can do," determined shout, and it was heard in the distance. "We'll see broccoli, damn bleached blonde," he said, irritated, but started playing the guitar. "I caught it bad yesterday. You hit me with a call to your place. Ain't been out in a while anyway. Was hoping I could catch you throwing smiles in my face. Romantic talking. You don't even have to try. You're cute enough to fuck with me tonight. Looking at the table and I see the reason why. Baby, you living the life, But nigga, you ain't living right. Cocaine and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not fazed, only here to sin. If Eve ain't in your garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need, call me out by your name, I'll be on the way like. I wanna sell what you're buying. I wanna feel on yo, ass in Hawaii, I want that jet lag from fucking and flying. Shoot a child in your mouth while I'm riding why me? A sign of the times every time that I speak a dime and a nine, it was mine every week. What a time, an incline, God was shining on me, now I can't leave. And now I'm acting hella elite, never want the niggas that's in my league. I wanna fuck the ones I envy cocaine and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend I'm not fazed, only here to sin. If Eve ain't in your garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need, call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need, call me out by your name, I'll be on the way like. Oh, call me by your name, tell me you love me in private. Call me by your name, I do not care if you lying. Well, I'm just feeling, I wanna get, I'm in my, into my, I'm still, Ooh, when they finished singing, the women had unholy thoughts about Izuku. Izuku looked up to see if he had fulfilled his mission, and he did. Izuku. Did I do it? He said, and out of nowhere Alex peeked out from behind a wall. Alex. I did it, Sir Izuku. I did it, Alex. I did it. Izuku. I did it, but then he was attacked by a pissed-off Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Don't touch my little sister, Izuku, almost. The screen turns off. The women were blushing when they heard the song, some were in shock, they didn't think that the shyest person could sing something like that. Nezu. Wow, GT. Yes, wow, he said, appearing out of nowhere. Maestro, GT. If not, who else, he said to hit his student with a stick and then sit down. It seems you see things about the brat. That's right, and I'm proud of it. GT. After all, he is the best hero of all of us here. Somewhere in Italy, an Izuku could be seen in front of a grave, where it said Inko Moretti. Izuku. Happy birthday, Mom. Hee, I never met you, but from what Grandma told me I know you love me, hee. Well, I love you, he said to stand up since he was squatting. Some tears started to come out, but he felt such a warm hug that he stopped crying. He turned around to see who it was, but there was no one there, but he knew it was his mother. Bye, Mom, we'll see each other later, he said to leave, smiling. Nezu. Okay, now who's coming? Nobody? Okay, he said to come in and put something. Nezu began to see what they could see, but something caught his attention that said training. The screen turns on. You could see Izuku in a forest, and behind him were his friends, girlfriends and brother, but they were watching him to see what he would do. Alex. And? Are you going to do something? He said, looking at Izuku. Izuku. Well, wait, I'm afraid of hurting someone, he said to jump. Well, here we go, he said to raise his arm, and dark matter, along with black fire, surrounded him and made it like an axe, and when he lowered his arm he made a burst that cut the ground, air, and burned everything it touched, all that within a radius of 5 kilometers. Izuku's friends and brother were jaws on the floor. Off-screen. Now that's power, he said, impressed. Endeavor thought. Why are you trembling, Endeavor, he said, seeing his hand that was trembling. Mineta. He's a monster, he said with fear, but received a kick that left him KO. Nezu. You have to admit the government had a good reason to hide it, he said analytically, so almost everyone nodded. Bakugo. Damn, Deku always underestimated me, was going to say his phrase but was gagged by Zero. Zero. Okay, calm down, said to a Bakugo who was trying to take off the tapes. Back to the screen. Lorenzo. No wonder you're worried, he said nervously. Alex. Guys, nobody paid attention to him. Tanjiro. Sorry for hitting you, he said, kneeling in fear. Alex. Guys, he said, a little irritated, but nobody paid attention to him. Izuku. Hey Tanjiro, calm down, we're friends. He said mockingly. About that, wait, picture. He said, taking a picture of him. Alex. Guys. Screams angrily everyone. What? They only saw Alex pointing at the forest that was burning with black fire. Naruto. It's just a fire. A fire said to see the forest that was burning. Tanjiro quickly do something, demanded his friend. Tanjiro. Yes, but I do it because I want to *. Some people sweat a drop at that. Tanjiro. 10th stance. Cycle of change. He said to do a stance and run, then a water dragon appeared behind him and Tanjiro with a sword would slash towards the sky so that the dragon would then go to the sky and explode, creating rain that put out the fire. What a face I have, he said with glasses that I don't even know where he got them from. Naruto. And those glasses? Tanjiro. I don't know, the face? He said confused. Alex. Changing the subject, Izuku, you used your maximum power, right? Izuku became nervous at this, something that alerted everyone. Izuku. Only 50% of my base state, he said nervously, so everyone turns pale. Tanjiro. You are really broken. Naruto. If I weren't stupid I would say that we are in a FIC and that the author made you really broken, he said using his head a little. Alex. What nonsense are you talking, Naruto, he said depressing Naruto. Lorenzo. It's true, that's really stupid, he said so that Naruto would get more depressed while being comforted by Tanjiro. Thoru. Wow, said with sparkles Ilulu. Yes, it was great, said to hug Izuku, who blushed when he felt her breasts. Gwen. Well, too much hug, said separating Ilulu from Izuku. Alex. Well, Naruto, it's your turn. Naruto recovered a little and suddenly a red aura enveloped him so that his fox-like features became more visible, followed by Izuku, a black ball from his mouth that he shot and became a little bigger, and when it hit the ground it made an explosion that pulverized everything that was in its range. Tanjiro. It's okay, he said while clapping for a rookie, ha 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 ha. Naruto. Damn big head, said approaching Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Damn blonde, he also said approaching Naruto but with a vein on his forehead. The two threw themselves at each other and began to fight, forming a layer of dust that no one could see anything, only sounds. Izuku. Enough, said cold. At that moment the two stopped and Naruto could be seen on top of Tanjiro while biting his hand and with his left arm about to hit Tanjiro, and with Tanjiro was about to hit Naruto in the sacred. The two quickly stood up. Both. Sir, yes sir, they said in a military pose. Izuku. I like it that way. Tanjiro. I still don't know why we're so afraid of him, whispered to Naruto. Naruto. Don't you remember what he did? Tanjiro. That's not why I asked. Naruto. He was struck by lightning, and the lightning electrocuted him. He was able to duplicate the bread. He makes water turn into wine, and apart from that I don't know how Buddha divided the sea in two by raising his hands, and he can't control the water. He said that with fear so that Tanjiro would open his eyes and those outside would be in shock, but a nun said that he was Jesus Christ 2XD. Tanjiro. Impossible, he said in shock. Izuku. What are you two whispering about? He said with authority. Both. Nothing sir, they said in a military pose. Izuku. Well, let's go to the car, he said with the keys in his hands, but his brother took them from him. Hey. Lorenzo. Don't you remember the last time you drove? Izuku. No, Lorenzo. You crashed your car into a restaurant and then got out, said parked, and got locked up for a day, he said, touching his head. Izuku. I don't remember that, said with a chibi face. Lorenzo. I'm the only one driving, he said so everyone could go to the car that was somewhere. The screen turns off. They still hadn't gotten over the shock of hearing what Izuku did. Ibara. Oh my god, everyone looks at her. It's Jesus Christ, she said stunned, but everyone was shocked by what she said even though it was true. Nezu. Well, changing the subject, that I now believe more in God, to which everyone nodded. Who comes next? Eri. Could I come in, Mr. Rat? She said tenderly. Name. Claro. The children went to the front and made a tower so Eri could reach it and put on a video. Eri. I'm going to put this one, she said to get off the tower and then lower the one that was above, since Mahoro being the strongest carried everyone. Eri went to Mirio's side and the other children were next to her. Mirio. And what did you put, Eri? Eri. Well, Cana said, she said a little confused. Mirio. Cana? Said to see the screen like everyone else. The screen turns on. You could see Izuku walking down the street and behind him he was making a tremendous appearance, but suddenly a girl stood in front of him. Girl. Hey, you're the one who lives with Thoru, right? she said with a face that didn't reflect anything. Izuku. Yes, he said, opening and closing his eyes. Girl. I want you to stay away from her, she said, demanding. Izuku. Huh? Why would I do that? And second, who are you? Girl. Why'd I want him back and I'm his sister? Izuku. Sister? Girl. Yes, Izuku. And where do you want me to go back? Girl. Home, she said with a few tears, but she would feel a hug and see Izuku. What are you doing? She said, trying to get away. Izuku. Calm down, he said, to pat her on the head and carry her. Well, let's go with her, but what's your name? He said while walking. Girl. My name is Cana, said. To fall asleep, Izuku would head to his house, which was on the edge of the city. He would arrive at his house with a Cana, who would be a little impressed to see his house since she had woken up a few moments ago. Cana. Oh, this is where you live? She said with excitement, but her expression still didn't reflect anything. Izuku. Yes, let's go see your sister. Then Izuku entered with Cana. He would take off his shoes at the entrance and Cana followed the example. Those outside would be moved by the scene that seemed like father and daughter, and well, the children were jealous. Izuku. Thoru, I'm here, he said, and an orange blur would hug him. Thoru. Hello, Izuku-san, she said while putting him between her breasts, and he blushed. Cana. Pervert, you seduced her with your body, she said while hitting Izuku, but it tickled him. Stay away from her, I want you to leave her, and we can go back home, she said, shedding some tears. But Izuku hugged her to calm her down a bit. Izuku. Yeah, he said, to see what she fell asleep. I'm going to take her to my room, he said, to pick her up and take her to his room to tuck her in and let her sleep, but before leaving he saw her and smiled. Outside his room, Izuku would see Thoru, who stood in front of him. Izuku. And are you going to tell me what happened? Thoru. Our father banished Cana because she made jokes. He told her that she was forbidden to return. It will make her mature, he said, touching his arm and looking to the side. Izuku. It's okay. It seems we will have one more member in this house, he said, so Thoru can see it. I can leave a girl on the street. Thoru will smile and hug him. Thoru. To celebrate, I'm going to make a barbecue with my tail, he said, imagining things. Izuku. From paces the screen turns off. Everyone was moved by the scene and ultimately disgusted. Children. How I wish I was in their place, they said sadly. Nezu. Well, now who wants it? Tamaki, with all the courage he could muster, raised his hand. Nezu. Okay, young Tamaki, come in. So Tamaki stepped forward and put on a video and quickly returned to his seat. Najire. What did you put? Tamaki-kun. Tamaki. I put Cana's first day of school, or that's what the video was called. The screen turns on Izuku. Well, Cana, since you insisted so much, I enrolled you in a school, he said, smiling. Cana. Yeah, she said. She was excited because she was jumping around, but her face was the same as always. Izuku. Here, put this on and then come so you can eat, he said, to give her a uniform. Cana. And this? Izuku. Well, you should go with this, he said with a small laugh. So Cana left, so that later Thoru comes from behind Izuku and hugs him. Thoru. Izuku-san, it's good that you retired from soccer so you can spend more time with us, she said, hugging him. Izuku. But how sad that I couldn't tell my brother anything, and besides I'll be busy because I'll have to go to UA, he said calmly. Thoru. Okay. He said to leave, and then Cana comes out of the room in her uniform. Cana. Tara said, stretching her arms up. Izuku. You look pretty, Cana said happily. Good to eat. Followed by that everyone sat down and ate their breakfast. After a few minutes everyone finished. Cana. We have to go now, she said, pulling Izuku by the sleeve towards the door. Izuku. Wait, this is missing, he said, to leave and bring a backpack. Here are your materials, he said happily, so Cana could put it on and do a Power Rangers pose. I should let her keep watching Power Rangers, he said, to see her and see what she was doing, poses from the series, if that's okay. Cana. Now can we go? She said excitedly. Izuku. Yes, he said, to grab her hand and take her to school. Already at school. Izuku. Okay, Cana, behave, okay. Cana. Yes, said in a military pose Izuku. That's the attitude, he said, rubbing her head that she calmed down. Well, I'll come to pick you up at the departure time. See you, he said, to say goodbye to her, and she will enter. In his living room, Cana. She said, to see what her classroom was and to go see many children. Cana just headed to her seat incognito as Izuku taught her. Well, After a few minutes of Cana remaining incognito so as not to attract attention, the teacher came in and stood at the front of the class. Teacher. Children, attention, she said so the children could see her. We have someone new. Cana, please can you introduce yourself to the front of the class, she said kindly. Cana. Yes, she said to go to her seat before everyone's eyes. Well, my name is Cana. Hello, she said in a tender way. Off-screen the living room floor was covered in foam. Why? Well, everyone except the children had a diabetic attack. Back to the screen. Well, Cana had a good time. She met some kids, but something she didn't know was that they gave her homework to draw her family, but she didn't know, so she was going to ask Izuku when he got back, but before leaving, a girl interrupted her. Cana-san, I want us to test our strength, like in a karate tournament, she said pointing at him. Cana would start crying and then put her hands on her face. Cana. I just want to be your friend, she said still with tears. Wait, take these sweets, he said, extending his hand with some sweets. Now the scene changes where Izuku and Cana were eating the sweets calmly. Izuku. You're still pretending to cry, aren't you? Cana would get a little nervous at this but quickly remembered something about the task. Cana. Izuku, she said pulling his pants so he could see her. Can you tell me what a family is? She said confused. Izuku would feel nostalgic at this since he didn't have one for most of his life. Izuku. Well, a family is made up of the father, mother, and sons or daughters. Well, I wouldn't know how to say it. I didn't have one for almost my entire life. I discovered that my father was a manipulator. I never met my mother. My grandfather died when I was 7 and he was the only one I had. He said with a few tears to dry them, but well, we owed each other the subject. Well, a family is when a couple loves each other very much and has a daughter who they love a lot. They protect her and take care of her, or rather, it's like a pack. They all protect each other, that's what I would say, he said smiling. Cana. So you're my dad and Thoru my mom? She said a little confused. Izuku would be stunned by this since he never had an example or something else that caught him off guard, but after a few seconds tears began to flow. Cana. Izuku. Are you okay? She said worriedly. Izuku. Nothing. Daughter, why don't we go home? He said smiling at her so that Cana's eyes would shine. Cana. Hi said to be at Izuku's side and walk with him. Dad, can you carry me? Said looking at him. Izuku. Of course, he said to carry her on his shoulders and he raised his arms up. Cana. Yay said happily Izuku. And are you hungry? Same. To the screen turns off you could see the room filled with tears as the scene they showed was very tender. It seemed like a father and daughter scene. The children were talking about their new sister whom they didn't know. Nezu. Well, let's rest, he said with his arms crossed while seas of tears came out of his eyes. Lita took Uraraka to rape her XD but she loves it. Somewhere Izuku could be seen with his friends heading home. Along with them were the girls who kept touching Izuku's hair. Thoru. Leave him alone. He and I have a daughter, she said while hugging him. The others. What? They said with a death aura, and Lorenzo quickly stopped the car and all the men got out. Izuku. She's adopted, said sweating cold the others. Okay, they said a little more calmly so that all the men could get on and continue their course. Izuku. Well Thoru, how is Cana-chan? Thoru. She misses you since you don't spend much time with her, said a little sad. Izuku. If you're right, it's because of school, but when I finish and get my license, I'll spend it with you, he said, but that would make the girls jealous. Lorenzo. I wonder how we are here in Japan if we were in Italy, he said thoughtfully. Denfina, Lorenzo's girlfriend, magic of the script, she said calmly. Lorenzo. Yes. Wait, what? Now you could see everyone in Izuku's house where you could see the lights on and the laughter of children, boys and girls. Izuku. Now who did they bring into my house? He said opening the door and seeing many people. EHHH. Everyone. Except those who were with him. Izuku, Dad said to jump to hug him. Izuku. What a nice welcome, he said without a bit of breath. Cana. Dad, I missed you so much, she said clinging to him. Izuku. Okay, calm down, here I am, she said, caressing her daughter, but good. Go play with your Saikawa and Shota, she said so the three of them could go play. Inosuke. Broccoli, he said jumping to try to attack him, but with one blow Izuku knocked him out. Izuku. Some things don't change. Natsu. Izuku. Izuku. Natsu. Natsu. Izuku said, running towards him with his arms outstretched. Izuku. Natsu said the same as Natsu. Natsu. Izuku said to make a fist and hit him in the face. Damn broccoli, you had me worried, said while kicking an Izuku lying on the ground but was sent flying by Luku. Luku. Izuku said, hugging him and putting him on her breasts. Long time no see, said while caressing his head. Lorenzo. That's really lucky, but he felt an aura of death. I mean bad luck, my love, he said with fear, so that he was then pulled into a room. Love, let's talk about this, he said with fear. Delphina. Nothing, I'm going to leave you drier than the Sahara Desert, she said, so they could enter a soundproof room while they led a war for Izuku. You could see in the UA auditorium all the guests, students and teachers waiting for the director, but they still hadn't gotten over what they saw yesterday and they were in tears. Aizawa took the opportunity to talk to Uraraka and Lita about Izuku. The three of them went out and met with the director. Nezu. Where is he going with the Aizawa youth? Aizawa. I'm going to talk to them about what we saw, he said seriously. Nezu. I'll go with you, he said, so the four of them could go to the director's room. Now where the director is, the director sat in his seat. Aizawa sat next to him and Lita and Uraraka sat on two chairs that were there. Nezu. Why do they do that at school? He said seriously. Aizawa. And more importantly, why do they do that to Izuku? He said with his quirk active. Uraraka couldn't say anything, she had no excuse, but Lita. Lita. Why is he useless? She said angrily. I'm better than him, and besides, I do what I want, she said in a superior tone. Nezu. Like this? Lita. Yes. Nezu heard the answer and pressed a button on his desk, and Lita flew out, breaking a window, followed by Nezu sticking his head out the window. Nezu. Young Lita is expelled from UA, screams to stick his head back through the window. Aizawa. And you shave? Uraraka. It's just that. I didn't know what to say. Nezu. Well, for improper acts, since we do not allow it in this school, due to the power I have over you, you are expelled from this school. Uraraka. Huro. Aizawa. But nothing now long, he said with his quirk active. Uraraka left crying. Nezu. Well, are you hungry? He said looking at Aizawa. Aizawa. Yes, so the two went to eat. After eating, they went to the auditorium and saw everyone was bored, and when they noticed them, they started complaining about being so late. Nezu. Okay, shut up, he said, and everyone shut up. Okay, does anyone want to come in? Aizawa. Me some were surprised by that. Well, let's see what my masochistic offspring has, he said, searching. This is from yesterday, he said that and put it and returned to his seat. Mike. What did you put? Aizawa. I don't know, but it was published yesterday, he said, and everyone looked at the screen. The screen turns on, you could see all of Izuku's friends along with people that outsiders didn't know and two children next to Cana. Izuku. Well, Cana, I want you to meet your uncle, he said, so Cana could see Lorenzo, who was literally insane. Lorenzo. Hello, he said with difficulty. Cana. Dad, why does uncle look dead? She asked doubtfully. Izuku. Nolu's shrugging. Inosuke. Damn broccoli fight, said, trying to hit him but would be dodged and buried in the ground. Izuku. Don't you see there are boar-headed children? He said angrily. Inosuke. MMHSMMMD was heard since he was buried in the ground. Luku. Shota, go play with Cana and Seikawa, I'll be here with Izuku-kun, he said, hugging Izuku's arm. Shota. Yes, and so the three children went to play Natsu. And well, Izuku, how are you doing at UA? Izuku. The truth is that it's lazy to study. Apart from that, you all give me a lot of homework and I don't have time to be with you, he said, annoyed. Naruto. Ha 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 ha, he was laughing at his friend but got slapped. Tanjiro. Shut up already, stun, he said irritably. Naruto. Do you want to fight? He said, making fists. Tanjiro. Come on, asterisk, he said, the same as Naruto, but before fighting Izuku buried him in the ground. Natsu. I still don't know how Izuku has so much strength, he said with fear. Thoru. I don't know, but I like it like this, said to hug him. Ilulu. Don't hog it, she said, hugging his back. Juvia. Juvia thinks it's better for Izuku-sama, she said, hugging him by the other arm. Gwen. Get out, it's only mine, she said, hugging Izuku's leg. Rias. Take it out, he's already committed, she said with superiority. Nezuko. He's mine, she said while taking out her claws. Thoru. He's mine, he said as his hands turned into claws with green scales. Ilulu. As if I was going to leave you, said the same as Thoru, but her scales were pink. Luku. They'll never beat me, he said with his fists raised. Juvia. Juvia will never leave Izuku-sama, she said while behind her water began to swirl with great intensity. Rias. Don't make me laugh, she said while two wings came out. Gwen. Not my sisters, consign theirs, she said while preparing to throw spider web. Izuku. Can I talk? All. No, they even said Izuku, who was scared. Izuku thought. Plan B said to start shedding tears. Izuku. I don't want them to fight, he said while tears came out. All. No, Izuku, calm down, we won't do anything, they said, approaching Izuku, who would dry his tears. Izuku. Thanks for not fighting, he said smiling at them, something that made them blush. Natsu. I still don't know how he does that, he said seeing Alex, who would shrug. Lorenzo. I'm going to have something, he said, and a few steps later he would fall to the ground. I can't move. Love, can you help me? Delphina. You have to be delicate, she said taking her girlfriend to the kitchen so she could have something. The screen turns off. The men were jealous and scared. Why jealous? Because of Izuku's luck. And scared by the aura emitted by the women in the room. All. Who do they think they are? They said something in unison that gave everyone chills. Nezu quickly put something on to lighten the mood. The screen turns on. You could see an Izuku sitting on the roof of a building that was 50 stories high, if that big XD. Behind Izuku you could see a door that was opened by Izuku's friends. Izuku. Hello, he said looking at the city. Lorenzo. Izuku. Brother, don't do something stupid, he said approaching. Natsu. Yes, Izuku, come with us, he said, approaching carefully. Thoru. Izuku-kun, please, said with tears Ilulu. Izuku-kun, come, said the same with tears. Izuku. Why are you like this? He asked confused Naruto. Are you stupid or do you want to commit suicide? He said angrily but worried. Izuku. What? No, where did they get that from? He said looking at him, and everyone was confused. Lorenzo. Your message in the group said to come to the tallest building because I want to tell you something, he said while reading the message, and since you are on the cliff of the building, we think you are going to commit suicide, he said sadly. Izuku. Not like you think, he said smiling. Juvia. Juvia thinks it would be better if Izuku comes with us, she said worried. Izuku would stand at the edge of the building watching his friends. Izuku. Do you have faith? Rias. What do you mean? She asked, getting a little closer. Izuku. Sometimes the best thing is to take a leap of faith, he said, and then jumped back and threw himself off the building. Everyone. Izuku. They quickly looked where he fell but couldn't do anything. His quirk was deactivated by an experiment. Off screen. All. Izu *. The men shouted worriedly, clenching their fists, and the women next to the children crying. Inside the screen, you could see Izuku falling, but in the air he turned around and from his wrist he threw something like a spider web towards the building, and before hitting the ground he swung up and then let go and spin around. Then he threw another spider web that grabbed onto a water tank, with which he propelled himself to continue swinging throughout the city, in front of his friends who came down from the building. Izuku continued doing acrobatics, dodging birds until he got tired. Izuku swung him and did a complete spin to make a superhero landing in front of his friends who were blank. Izuku. Superhero landing, but very bad for the knees, said to stand up and rub his knees, and then look ahead. What happened? It seems like they saw a ghost, said with a little mockery. Upon hearing this, his friends beat Izuku up for the stupidity he had done. Lorenzo. Damn, you had me worried, he said, stopping hitting him. Thoru. Izuku said with tears to hug a sore Izuku. Izuku. Everything hurts, he said, so that the women have an aura of death and Izuku's friends tense up. Alex. Okay, I'm going, he said turning around, but Luku hit him so hard that he sent him far away. Lorenzo. Mercy. Delphina. Not me, them, she said pointing to the girls. Boys. No, please, they said, but the girls didn't listen and gave them the beating of their lives. Izuku. Hey, this is soft, he said, lying on Luku's legs, who took advantage of the fact that the others weren't there. Luku. Calm down, Izuku-kun is sleeping, he said, stroking his hair. Izuku. Thanks, he said to close his eyes. Luku. Hee, she said, laughing, blushing. The screen turns off. Kirishima. That's it, Tetsu. The most. Kirishima Tetsu. Manly that I have seen, they said with manly tears. V. Denki. Now that's gangster stuff. Mineta. Gangsters said, remembering the girls lasciviously, but received a kick from Mirko. Mirko. You're so fucking disgusting, he said with disgust. That's good, I thought about it, but he said, relieved. Katsuma Kota. When Dad comes I'm going to tell him to teach us that, they said with stars in their eyes. Nezu. Changing the subject, what young Midoriya did was epic, he said, so the men would nod. Who's next? Me said to pass and cover his eyes and put on anyone. Endeavor. Seriously said, looking at what a disappointment, said with clear disappointment. That's it, he said to return to his seat. Aizawa. What did you put? Don't cover your eyes, he said nervously. Everyone broke into a sweat at that. The screen turns on. Cana could be seen playing with Shota and Saikawa. Saikawa. Cana-chan, what are you going to dress up as for Halloween? Same. Halloween. Shota. Don't you know what Halloween is? Cana. No, said, tilting her head. Saikawa. It's a day where you dress up and go trick-or-treating, knocking on doors and saying trick or treat, he said, explaining to Cana. Cana. Costumes. Shota. If it's when you put on or dress like a favorite character, he said, explaining. Cana. Oh, said, impressed. Izuku. Cana-chan. Shota-kun and Saikawa-san, come, the food is ready, said Izuku, and the children quickly went since they liked Izuku's food. After a pleasant meal between the four of them, the boys went to buy decorations for the Halloween party they were going to have. Cana. Dad, can I dress up for Halloween? Izuku. Of course. What? Cana. Can you buy me your uniform from when you played for Atletico Madrid? She said excitedly. At that the children were impressed by this since they did not know that about him. Off screen. Everyone. Play at Atletico de Madrid. Everyone shouted. Inside the screen, Izuku choked a little on his food. Izuku. Cough, he said, hitting his chest. Daughter, what have I told you about saying that? He said, a little embarrassed. Shota. Did he really play for Atletico Madrid? Excitedly asked Izuku. Yes, but it was only for a year, since after that I retired so I could be a hero, he said, wiping his mouth. Saikawa. But I like that team and I've never seen you or your name, she asked, confused. Izuku. Well, now I use my second name along with my second last name. Actually my name is Gabriel Izuku Moriti, Midoriya said, embarrassed. Saikawa. Shota. You are Gabo, who considered himself the best player in the world despite only playing soccer for 1 year. They said in shock. Izuku. Yes, he said, a little nervous. Shota. But you have green hair and green eyes too, he asked with doubt. Izuku. Well, suddenly a layer of darkness covers his face and his eyes and hair change to brown. I can change the color of my eyes and hair. Shota. Sign this for me, he asked, taking out a book that said Magic Chapter 1. Izuku. Sure, but it's not that bad, he said sadly. Saikawa. Isn't it that big of a deal? You were the best player in history. You were part of the Golden Eagles. In your 4th year of high school, you won the National and International Cup. In your 5th year of high school, you reached the final of the World Cup. She said excitedly and impressed everyone off screen. Besides, you won a scholarship to Atletico Madrid and soon after, you were selected to play as a starter in their games, winning a Champions League. But mysteriously, you disappeared, and now I have you in front of me. She said with great happiness to meet one of her greatest favorite players. Asterisk. Izuku. It's not that bad, anyone could have won that, he said calmly. Cana. Dad, where are your trophies? She asked her father. Izuku. Well, he said to go to the kitchen that was there. Since the kitchen was that type that you could see, Izuku pressed a button that was under the sink and a wall opened. There you could see trophies and 3 shirts, one light blue with a 10, the other one was from the Golden Falcons that Gabo had, and below 10 and there was also the Atletico one. The kids, Wow, they said to see everything that was there. Shota. And these cleats. Izuku. Well, I won them when I received the golden ball for being the best player in the National Cup playing for the Hawks, he said, smiling, remembering everything he went through. Cana. And that, Dad, she said, pointing at the light blue shirt. Shota. Yes, Izuku, where is he from? Saikawa. I don't remember him playing for another team, she said thoughtfully. Izuku. Well, it wasn't like that. That shirt is from when I played here in Japan. My grandmother made it for me. She was the only one who was with me, she said, smiling. That was my beginning, she said, ruffling the children's hair. Well, go get your costumes and Cana. Now I'm going to get the Atletico uniform. I had it saved over there since I was going to give it to you before, but I didn't have time, she said, so that later the wall goes back to normal and the children leave. Thanks, Grandma. The screen turns off. Everyone didn't believe that. Always in their faces, in their stupid faces, XD without offense, there was one of the best players in the world. Bakugo. Damn nerd left school just to be better than me, screams angrily since his friend never told him anything. TCH. Nezu. Well, go, it's too late, he said with a lost look since he never knew that. So everyone left thinking about what they saw. Somewhere. You could see everyone in a room sitting in a circle with a bottle in the center. Natsu. Why are we doing this? Naruto. Why, it's fun. Tanjiro. Besides, we have to take advantage of the fact that the children are asleep, he said while eating some Cheetos. Izuku. Well, who starts? Thoru. Me said to spin the bottle and point at Alulu. Asterisk, truth or dare? Alulu. True said so Thoru would think what to ask. Thoru. It's true that you brush your teeth with Izuku's toothbrush. Everyone looks at me like WTF, but the women were looking at Alulu, waiting for an answer. Asterisk. Alulu. No. Well, yes, she said, and the women wanted to attack her but they couldn't because Izuku was present, and he was blushing. Thoru. Well, he said, a little jealous. It's your turn. Alulu. Okay, said to spin the bottle and point it at Naruto. Truth or dare? Naruto. A man always says, challenge, he said, so that everyone would get a drop, but some metapods said another brother. Alulu. Well, I challenge you to. She thought for a minute and then heard the news talking about a feminist march. Go to a feminist march and say, shut up and go make dinner, she said, smiling maliciously. Naruto. Why did I say challenge? He said to leave, and seconds later everyone watched the news. In the news, Mamalona's reporter. Well, here we continue with this march. It seems they don't want to rest since they've been doing their thing for more than 5 hours. Before finishing I would see how someone gets in front. Apparently someone wants to stop this, she said, so the camera would focus on a Naruto who was doubting a lot. Naruto. Shut up and go make dinner, he said, followed by being chased by all the feminists who caught up with him and used him as a flag. Feminist. This is a warning, she said while they threw Naruto to the floor. All bloody women rule, and then they continued with their step. The reporter would approach Naruto's body. Reporter. Here we have the stupidest man in life, she said, so the camera would focus on Naruto who was barely breathing. Hey, you're still alive, she said while kicking him to see if he had any vital signs. Outside of TV. Izuku. I'm going for the truck, he said to leave, followed by the boys since the girls stayed talking except for Delphina. She went with them. The BNHA characters could be seen entering the auditorium to see what they could find out about Izuku. Nezu. Well, since everyone is here, he said, seeing that no one was missing. Who wants to choose? Tetsu. My time has come, he said to stand up but was pushed by Mina. Mina. I'm going, she said to go put on a video and return to her seat without paying attention to Tetsu. Kirishima. Are you okay, bro? Said, helping Tetsu. Tetsu. Yes, bro, said while standing up. Toru. What did you put? Mine. Said the invisible girl excitedly. Mina. It said, Halloween Day asterisk. The screen turns on. You could see Izuku with the children on the streets with their costumes. Shota was like a magician. Saikawa with Cana's typical clothes. Cana was wearing Izuku's soccer uniform from his Atletico days and Izuku was dressed like AM. The four of them went from house to house asking for candy. Time skip. The four of them could be seen returning home with bags full of sweets. Izuku. This year there was a good harvest, he said while looking at the sacks. Saikawa. Wow, I never imagined getting so many sweets, he said with difficulty lifting his bags of sweets. Shota. Why are they so heavy, he said while dragging his bags. Cana. It's not that heavy, she said, carrying her bags as if it were nothing. Izuku. Okay kids, come on, I'll help you, he said to lift Saikawa and Shota's bags. Okay, let's go home so you can rest. And Saikawa, did you tell your mother that you were staying? Saikawa. Yes, he said happily since he was going to sleep with Cana. Izuku. Okay, so the four walked to Izuku's house, but when they entered the children went straight to sleep since they got tired. Izuku would go to the living room to see that they had decorated everything for Halloween. Izuku. Wow, I didn't imagine they would do this in such a short time. He said, impressed. Naruto. You talked to Flash and his Flash, he said, dressed as Flash. Tanjiro. Ha 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 ha, it was so bad it was funny, he said, dressed in red Power Rangers. Naruto. Shut up, Big Head said angrily. Tanjiro. Like that, he said to try to attack him, but he would crash into a wall since he couldn't see well. Naruto. JS Jaja JJJJ laughed as he threw himself on the ground, holding his stomach. Lorenzo. Stop fighting or you'll destroy everything, said sitting. Alex. Why are they like that? He said, touching his head. Natsu. Hey, Izuku. Inosuke. I don't know, but I'll wait for him here, he said, taking out 2 swords. Alex. Calm down, you're going to break something, he said to calm Inosuke. Izuku. Here comes the dick, he said as he entered the room with what looked like Godzilla pajamas. Alex. Is it pajamas? Izuku. What? It's not my costume, he said while making a dinosaur pose. Natsu. You look cuter now instead of terrifying, he said mockingly. Izuku. Like that, but suddenly the back of his costume turned light blue and through Izuku's mouth you could see that it was shining the same color. Natsu. What are you doing? He said nervously. Izuku said nothing and opened his mouth and a light blue laser beam came out of it and hit a window, disintegrating it. Izuku. Whoa, said nervously. Alex. Seriously, you have him 5 meters away and you don't hit him. Izuku. Don't judge, he said with his arms crossed. Naruto. Cover it up, he said so Natsu could put a piece of cardboard. Izuku. And the girls. Tanjiro. They'll be back in a bit, they're dressing up, he said as he stood up. Suddenly, the girls who were dressed as Mothra, except Delphina, appeared from different doors. She was wearing normal clothes. Dolphin girls. Here we are, they said in unison. Izuku. They dressed the same, he said, opening and closing his eyes. The girls looked at each other and then got into attack stance. Luku. I was going to dress up as Mothra, she said angrily. Thoru. I was going to be the one who dressed up as Mothra to match my Izuku-kun's costume, she said while fantasizing. Alulu. And if we change our costumes, she said, but they looked at her ugly. I didn't say anything, she said, a little nervous. Izuku. If this is up to me, I can change my costume, he said, about to go to his room. Girls. No, Izuku-kun, they said, so he wouldn't leave. You look very pretty like that, they said with a red tint on their cheeks. Izuku. Okay, he said, blushing. Before anyone says or does anything, the lights go on and off. Izuku. Wow, Alex, you really showed off with the lights, he said, impressed. Alex. What are you talking about? Izuku. Didn't you make the lights turn on and off at unexpected times? Alex. No, I haven't done it yet, he said nervously. Izuku. Then who was it? They said to look at the switch and there was no one. Naruto. It's probably a technical failure, he said without taking it seriously. But suddenly the lights turn on and off, but Naruto wasn't there, just a skeleton that looked like his. Tanjiro. Naruto, I feel your arm thinner and cold, he said to turn around and see the skeleton *AHHHHHHHHHB, he screamed and everyone saw him and was in shock to see that. Izuku. But W had happened, he asked fearfully. Lorenzo. Maybe he's joking, but again the lights turn on and off and Lorenzo wasn't just a skeleton in the position he was in. Izuku. No, brother said to grab the skeleton. Delphina. Why him? She said with a few tears, but again the lights turn off and on and all you could see was a skeleton where she was. Rias. This is already scary, she said trembling. Gwen. The truth isn't that scary, she said without flinching. Alulu. Izuku-kun, protect me, said to jump on Izuku and hug him. Thoru. It's not a good time, Alulu, she said jealously to get Alulu away from Izuku. Luku. How are the children? The children screamed and everyone went to the children's room, and when they entered they only saw 3 skeletons and one with horns. Izuku. No, because he said on the floor crying. Thoru. No, my little sister, she said through tears. Tanjiro. Calm down, we have to investigate, and suddenly the scene changes. Now you could see everyone who was left in the room, and in front of you a Tanjiro in a detective suit. Well, I don't want to say this, but there is a murderer among us, he said, and everyone looked at each other. Izuku. But how? Tanjiro. I don't know, but he's very smart to do all this, he said thoughtfully, and then looked at Izuku. The only one with the intelligence to do this is you, Izuku, he said, and everyone looked at him. Juvia. Juvia believes that Izuku-sama is impossible to be, she said, believing what Tanjiro said. Gwen. If Izuku is not capable of doing this, when he broke a plate he rebuilt it and asked for forgiveness many times, she said mockingly, and everyone laughed. Izuku. It's no laughing matter, he said, a little embarrassed. Inosuke. My little scream can't be because when I accidentally hit a fly I take it to the infirmary, he said, and then laughed like the others. Izuku. Don't make fun of him, he said, so the lights would turn on and off and only Inosuke's skeleton would be there. Ah, he screamed since he was at his side. Alulu. I'm scared, said, hugging Izuku. Tanjiro. And my sister. He said so everyone could look for Nezuko and see a Nezuko curling up in a ball looking at the corner. Tanjiro would approach to see what was wrong. Tanjiro. Little sister, are you okay? He said to touch his shoulder. When Tanjiro touched her shoulder she turned around little by little, but when they could see her face she immediately began to melt. Nezuko. He, Bruce said, so that her body melts and only a skeleton remains. Tanjiro. No screams at the top of his lungs upon seeing his sister like that, why, he said, crying on the floor. But suddenly the lights turned on and off and there was no one there. A few minutes passed with the camera still focusing on the room until a door and some voices were heard heading towards the room. Izuku. I can't believe how much candy they gave out this Halloween, said, looking at his bag. Naruto. Yes, said, eating candy. Tanjiro. You know you have to throw away the wrapper, right, Inosuke? Inosuke. Shut up, Gonpachiro, I'll eat as I please, he said, putting a sweet in his mouth with the wrapper. Alex. I don't know how I can stand them, said, eating a lollipop. Alulu. This chocolate is delicious, she said with a chocolate in her mouth. Thoru. That chocolate shop was very kind to give us these chocolates, he said, remembering how they threatened the seller to give them free chocolate. Very kind, he said, to put a chocolate in his mouth. Lorenzo. Guys, did you leave those skeletons there? Naruto. No, but this one looks like me, he said, seeing a skeleton that looked like him. Nezuko. Brother, look at that skeleton in the corner, she said, so everyone could see that there was a skeleton with her characteristics. Cana. Dad, a scream was heard in the children's room and everyone quickly went. In the room the children were scared, pointing. On the beds there were 3 skeletons that looked like them. Izuku. Okay, this is strange, he said, to get the skeletons out of the room, and then come back. Kids, come, let's watch the recordings, he said, and everyone went to the living room. Everyone sat down, the women next to Izuku, the children on the floor on some cushions, Lorenzo with his girlfriend and the boys on a piece of furniture. Izuku prepared to put the recordings of his house on the TV. Everyone, when they finished watching what happened, remained static since nobody was there at that moment. Cana. I'm scared, she said, hugging Izuku's leg. Izuku. Well, let's all go outside. Today we're going to sleep in my house in the forest, he said, and so everyone left the house, but the camera kept recording the living room. After they left, a strange shadow came out of nowhere and looked at the camera, then put a finger to its mouth. Shish, it was heard from his mouth, so that he suddenly disappears. The screen turns off. No one could articulate a word. They were deeply afraid. They wanted to say something but couldn't. It took a few minutes for them to calm down. Nezu could speak. Nezu. Well, does anyone want to come in? He said, a little calm since he was an animal and they can see things that people can't, and that figure made his hair stand on end. Midnight. Me said to stand up and put on a song. Mount. Lady. What did you put, old? Midnight. Shut up, brat, she said irritably. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen in a studio and next to him was Luku. Izuku. Okay, Luku, are you ready? Luku. Yes, he said, putting on headphones. Izuku. Tanjiro put the rhythm, he said, so that Tanjiro, who was behind a window, made a thumbs up and pressed a button and began to hear a rhythm. Izuku. My love, I love you. It's 6 in the morning and I don't care. I'm going to go out on the street, I'm going to start shouting. I'm going to shout that I love you, that I really love you. With that smile on, it really doesn't cost me anything. Thinking of you when I go to bed. But, Luku, don't imagine the rest. Otherwise, this won't look pretty. Luku, I'm going straight to you. I'm going to look you in the eyes, I'm not going to lie to you, no. And like two little kids, no, I'll ask you out. Waiting for a yes, waiting for a kiss. Both. And I love you so much. If you look at me while I sing. My face looks silly, silly. Girl, boy, you have me crazy, crazy. Izuku. And I like you, I don't know how much. Gogoko zaidat, as the Basques would say. If you want, I'll tell you in Portuguese. I like you. Luku. My body freezes when you're going to kiss me. I remember you when I go to put on makeup. Singing at concerts, I imagine you in front. Being the most elegant, being the most important. Izuku. Recording with Luku, she's thinking about looking for you. And I'm crossing the pond, hey, so I can go see you, come on. No matter the language, I just want to sing to you. My love, I just want to eat you. Luku. When I see you, Mom, I'm like a Formula 1. I went from 0 to 100, with you I imploded. I was poisoned by you, I don't know what to do anymore. You hugged me and I flew, I swear I flew. The two, and I love you so much. If you look at me while I sing. My face looks silly, silly. Girl, boy, you have me crazy, crazy. And I like you, I don't know how much. More than the smell of coffee when I wake up. With you, there's no need for money in the bank. With you I see Paris from above. From the Eiffel Tower, which is very nice. My love, I love you, seems like a cliché, but it isn't. With you I learned what it means to live. But you see, we are amazing. We are amazing. Izuku. Izuku y Luku and Luku. We are amazing. Yay It's 6 in the morning and I don't care. I'm going to go out on the street, I'm going to start shouting. I'm going to shout that I love you, that I really love you. With that smile on. Izuku. I'm coming straight to you, I'm coming straight to you. I'm going to look you in the eyes, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm not going to lie to you. And like two little kids, I'll ask you out, I'll ask you out. Waiting for a yes, waiting for a kiss. Both. And I love you so much. If you look at me while I sing. My face looks silly, silly. Girl, boy, you have me crazy, crazy. And I like you, I don't know how much. More than the smell of coffee when I wake up. With you, there's no need for money in the bank. With you I see Paris from above, yeah. Luku. When I leave recording, I just want to go find you. I don't care if it's Madrid or Paris, I can only escape with you. My love, please, let's go here. As the song ended, Luku and Izuku would be getting closer and closer. Luku. Izuku. Izuku. Luku, the two were about to kiss. But out of nowhere Naruto appears. Naruto. Long live the brides, he said, to receive a punch from Luku that sent him flying and breaking the ceiling. Luku. You ruined the damn moment, she said, looking at the floor, and behind her was Izuku, all blushed. The screen turns off. In the room the women were blushing, thinking about singing with Izuku or having Izuku sing them a song. Kids. Is she my mommy, mommy? They asked in unison. Women. No, I am not, they said, to look at each other. No, I am not, they said, and then they all started fighting. The boys quickly left the room and Bakugo and Shoto quickly took the children from the auditorium. Somewhere, you could see Izuku starting to wake up. He wanted to stand up but he felt heavier than usual. Izuku. Said to see what lumps were under his sheets. Izuku lifted his sheets and could see all the girls sleeping naked. Izuku. Why, Amy, he said, touching his face since he was blushing. Well, I don't want to wake them up, he said, to get up carefully. Izuku got up and left his room, but realized he wasn't home. Izuku. Where am I? He said to look out a window and see what was in a hotel. Wow, what did we do yesterday? He said to stick his head back in and go to the kitchen. Already in the kitchen. Izuku. I don't know why but I'm very thirsty. He said to go open the refrigerator but he met Natsu. Natsu. Thanks friend said to get out of the refrigerator and fall to the ground shaking. I can't activate my quirk said so that Izuku would put a blanket on him that I don't know where he got it from. Thanks said to fall asleep. Izuku. Wow, that is really strange. He said to take out a bottle of water and drink it. But suddenly someone opens a door. Izuku would look at the address and see his brother who looked like a skeleton. Izuku. Brother, what happened to you? He said to get closer, but when he got closer, Lorenzo took his water and drank it. Hey. Lorenzo. Sorry, I was thirsty he said continuing to drink water so his body would return to its previous state. Izuku. It shows he said with a drop because he was still drinking water. Lorenzo. Ah he said finishing a gallon of water. Good to sleep he said to fall unconscious. Izuku. What happened? He said to go to the room where Lorenzo came from and see a Delphina soaked in something white. I'm not going to ask he said to leave somewhat uncomfortable. And where will the others be? He said to then go look in each room. Izuku would be searching for a few minutes until he found the last one. He prepared to enter but when he entered he saw Tanjiro, Inosuke and Naruto, but they were lying on a bed, Naruto and Tanjiro on the sides being half naked, and Inosuke was wearing a red dress in the center of the two. Izuku. Ha 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 ha, this deserves a photo he said taking a photo of them. This is going to Instagram. Hashtag no homo, hashtag yaoi, hashtag what the fuck up. Naruto. What happened? He said getting up without noticing Izuku. Tanjiro. They didn't say anything to each other but then they saw each other. Why are we like this? Inosuke. Let them sleep he said so that the two would notice Inosuke. Tanjiro. Inosuke. He said in terror thinking the worst. Naruto. Wait, why does it feel cool down there? He said to see under the blanket like Tanjiro. Both. Both screamed when they saw they were naked. Inosuke. Shut up he said and then realized he had something white in his mouth. What is this? He said to touch his mouth with his finger and see that he had something white. No he said to see under the sheet and was wearing a red dress asterisk. He said and then look at Tanjiro and Naruto asterisk. The three. Asterisk. That scream was heard throughout the hotel. Izuku. Ha 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 ha. He was on the floor holding his stomach laughing. Nezu. Well, I think everyone is here he said to see if anyone was missing. Aizawa. And why doesn't he take attendance? Nezu. I have a better idea. Raise your hand those who are present, and so everyone raised their hands. Everyone as he said calmly before everyone's eyes. Well now who goes? MT lady. Me said to go and put a video. Inside the screen. Izuku could be seen with strange glasses in his hands heading to the living room. When he arrived at the living room Izuku saw all his brother, friends and girlfriends sitting doing things. Izuku. Guys look what I did he said to get everyone's attention. These glasses he said with excitement. Naruto. Bro no offense but they are glasses. Izuku. Of course not, they are glasses that send your consciousness to a computer made by me, which will allow you to enter the games, meaning they are virtual reality glasses 1000 times better he said and everyone was impressed by that. Off screen. May. What cute babies she said looking at the glasses taking notes. Nezu. That would be useful for teaching he said thinking. Aizawa. Let me see he said irritably. Inside the screen. Naruto. That's impossible. Tanjiro. Don't say that, Izuku does the impossible he said remembering things. Izuku. Well, do you want to try them on? Inosuke. That would be reckless, what do I say, let's go for it he said to put on his glasses. Now what do I do? Izuku. Press the side button. Inosuke. Okay said to pressure him and fall unconscious. Everyone. Inosuke said to go for him. Tanjiro. Wake up said slapping him but he didn't wake up. Izuku. Leave the poor guy's body, now he'll be playing the game he said calmly. Alex. And what is it? Izuku. Minecraft said so everyone suddenly has glasses. Everyone. Why didn't you say so before? They said to press the power button and fall unconscious. Izuku. Since he said to do the same. In-game. You could see everyone showing up. Alex. Wow I'm square said looking at his hands that were square. Tanjiro. Wow, there are no physics, he said, watching how he broke a tree cube and it didn't fall. Naruto, Eugen or Inosuke, Lorenzo, and the girls said, looking everywhere. Izuku. Inosuke came in earlier, so he must have done something, and the girls suddenly appeared somewhere else. He said as he started walking, followed by the others. After a few minutes of walking they would find a dirt house. Izuku. And this? Who dares to enter the house of the Emperor of the Earth? Someone said to leave his house. To-dos. It washes. Inosuke. Oh, guys said, riding a pig. How did it go? Izuku. We were looking for you, he said, with leather armor. Alex. When did you make that armor? Izuku. I don't know, he said without giving an explanation. Lorenzo. Well, let's go get the materials, and so everyone went to cut down, mine and farm. After a few minutes they returned to the same place only to see that Inosuke's house was bigger but still made of earth. Izuku. Well, each one makes their house, or do we make factions? All Izuku. Individual, they said, and so they each went to make their house. Time skip 5 minutes. Everyone made a normal house and were rating which was the best house, but when they wanted to go to Izuku's, they only saw a door next to a mountain. Everyone. Ha 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 laughed. Izuku. What are you laughing at? Naruto. Ha ha ha, how poor, they kept laughing. Izuku. But they haven't entered yet, he said, opening the door, and there were only 4 walls. Tanjiro. But there's nothing, he said, entering. Alex. 5 minutes for this, ha ha ha, he said, entering. Izuku. Wait, he said, pressing a button. Naruto. What are you going to do? He asked, but it seemed like they were starting to go down. Lorenzo. Wow, is this possible? Asked, confused. Izuku. Yes, it's a simple restone mechanism, he said simply. A few minutes passed where they were in the elevator made by Izuku that suddenly stopped. Naruto. What happened? Izuku. We arrived, he said, so the door would open and there they could see a city underground. There was everything necessary to live. In the center there was a statue of AM, and further in the background was a castle, and on top of it was Izuku's empire. Tanjiro. Did he really do this in 5 damn seconds? Said with his jaw on the floor. Naruto. Yes, Alex. But it's really impossible. I'd barely have enough for the statue or the elevator, he said, impressed. Inosuke. I'm staying with Stark Tower, he said as he ran towards the tower. Everyone. Hey, that's not fair. They said, chasing him. Asterisk. Izuku. They don't change, he said happily. The screen turns off. Everyone was impressed by Izuku's creativity and ingenuity, as they saw how he made the restone mechanism, and it was something impossible to remember or recreate. May. Wow, when Izuku comes I'll make babies with him, she said, imagining unholy things with him. XD. Power. He'll talk about his inventions, right? He said, looking at AM. Asterisk. A.M. I don't know, he said, a little disturbed. Nezu. Does anyone want to put something? Suyu. I want, she said, going to the computer and put something that interested her since it was published yesterday. Momo. What did you put, Suyu? Suyu. I said a statement, she said, so everyone would pay attention. The screen turns on. You could see a stage, and in the audience there were only the girls except Lorenzo's girlfriend for obvious reasons. Juvia. Juvia wonders what they're doing here. Thoru. Izuku-kun told me to come here, he said with clear confusion. Alulu. Amy too. Luku. And me, Rias. Why did Izuku put us here? Nezuko. It will be something important, she said, tilting her head in her biggest form and not lowly. Gwen. I guess, she said, somewhat disintegrated but a little confused. Suddenly on stage a light would point at an Izuku who was holding a guitar. All. Izuku. Izuku. Yes, well, I wanted to tell you something, he said, blushing and sighing. I'd better tell you with a song. Let's go. Somewhere far away. You know. Make a great escape. This room's getting crowded and I want to explore. Where we want to go, let's just fly, till we're miles and miles away. In love, happy by your side are the few words that I know. I'm in love, happy by your side are the few words that I know. I'm in love, ooh, in love, ooh. Ooh, in love, don't mind where we go from here. 'Cause you make the whole world disappear, you take me to places that I've never been, explore where we want to go. Let's just fly, till we're miles and miles away in love. Happy by your side are the few words that I know I'm in love. In love, happy by your side are the few words that I know. I'm in love, ooh, in love, ooh. Ooh, in love, these words that I say hope that they translate. Emotions that I can't conceal no matter the language. I'll know how to tell you, I need you to know how I feel. In love, happy by your side are the few words that I know. I'm in love, happy by your side are the few words that I know. I'm in love, ooh, in love, ooh. Ooh, in love, Izuku. And girls, would you like to be my girlfriends? He said, smiling and blushing. All. Yes, they said to go to the stage and jump on it. The screen turns off. Most of the girls were in tears as they thought they no longer had a chance with their secret love. Kirishima. Put something on quickly, he said, seeing that the girls were about to cry. Nezu. Quick, he said, so Tetsu could put something. The screen turns on. Naruto. Remind me why we're going to Tartarus. Izuku. I heard that the League of Villains is attempting an attack and you want to free the most dangerous villains, he said seriously. Tanjiro. But why don't the heroes go? Izuku. It would take a long time and they would make a mess. Today's heroes are not measured by their actions and they do not care about their surroundings, he said, to the hero's impression and reflecting on their actions. Izuku and his friends would be running until they reached Tartarus. Izuku. Well, we arrived, he said, and then heard a loud bang. We arrived late, said, to see how Muscular destroyed a wall. Muscular. Midoriya. Said, looking at Izuku, I want my revenge for the one you beat me on at camp, said, to surround himself with lots of fibers and go against Izuku. Off-screen, all kids fought against Macular Endeavor. Impossible, he said without believing it. Kota. Well, he saved me that day at camp, he said, remembering his most precious day. Aizawa. That's why he had both arms broken, he said, remembering. Shino. That's why you spent more time with Izuku, he said, connecting the dots. Kota. Yes, and it was his best fight, he said arrogantly. Eri. No, his best fight was against the bird, she said, contradicting Kota. Katsuma. I don't know what you're talking about, his best fight was against 9. Mahoro. I support my brother, and so a discussion began among the infants. Back to the screen, Izuku. I'm sorry, but I don't have time, he said, to surround his fist with darkness and make it grow and then shoot green rays. Muscular. But what the? I didn't finish because Izuku punched him in the face, slamming him against a wall and leaving him unconscious. Inosuke. I wanted to fight him, he said, putting away his swords. Izuku. There is no time. Me and the others will go in and stop those weaken so they don't escape, and Alex rebuilds that wall so they can escape through there, he said. So Alex hit the floor with his transformed arm so a wall comes out the same color as Alex's arm. Izuku. Okay. Alex is watching the perimeter, he said, touching an earphone he had in his ear since they were inside and Alex was outside. Alex. Okay, heard through Izuku's earphone. Izuku. Well, let's see who else came out. After that, they went all over Tartarus, returning the villains to their cells, and they also put anti-Quirk collars on them. After so much fighting they would stop to take a breath. Tanjiro. Why are we doing this? Said, sitting on the floor. Inosuke. Don't you remember that we now work for SHIELD as undercover agents? Naruto. I still remember how they took us. The worst thing is that they could have just talked to us, he said irritably, remembering what happened. Izuku. Already a lot of rest. To work, he said, to continue walking, but a bullet hit him in the shoulder. Huh? He said, watching as the darkness took out the bullet and healed his wound. Interesting, said a woman. Izuku. Who would have thought? Lady Nagant said, seeing a woman with purple and pink hair. Nagant. Apparently they know me, he said, blowing on the part where the bullet came from in his arm since he had turned him into a sniper. Izuku. You don't want to talk? Nagant. No, said, to shoot again, but the bullet would be repelled by a sword, huh? Izuku. Inosuke said, looking at the aforementioned. Inosuke. Don't look at me, I'm here, he said, behind him. Stain. It was me, he said, coming out of the shadows. Izuku. Wow, the hero killer, said surprised Stain. I won't let a true hero die, he said, to go attack Nagant. Izuku. I don't have time for this, he said, to activate the OFA and quickly knock out the two. Natsu opens a portal. Guests will go, he said, touching the microphone in his ear. Natsu threw the headset. Okay, he said, so that suddenly a green portal opened in front of Izuku and Izuku threw Nagant and Stain into the portal. Izuku. You can close it now, he told Natsu to close the portal. Well, let's continue, they said, to continue running, defeating villains. But when they followed, some spikes appeared from the ground. Izuku. I know this Quirk, he said, to look to the sides and see a woman touching the ground. Who are you? Don't you recognize me? Izuku. I don't know who you are, but you look familiar, he said, to stand up and put a finger on his chin. Overhaul. I'm Overhaul, said, as if it were the most obvious thing. Izuku. What? Said, surprised. But weren't you a man? Asked, confused. Overhaul. Of course, but because of an accident with my Quirk I became a man, said, embarrassed, and when Tamura cut off my arms, he made my Quirk deactivate, thus reversing the effect on my body, said, explaining what happened. Izuku. Oh, okay, he said, to knock her out. Well, Natsu opens a portal, followed by that Izuku threw Katia, Kai's female name, into the portal. Well, close it, and after that Natsu closed the portal. Well, let's continue, he said, to continue locking up villains until reaching the deepest. Inosuke. Here must be AFO, no? Naruto. I guess so. Tanjiro. Shall we go in? Izuku. Let's go. So they entered but saw an AFO with a straitjacket and his breathing things. Izuku. Guys, leave me with him for a moment, he said, for the boys to leave, but they would be at the door listening. Hello, AFO, he said, sitting on the floor. AFO. What do you want, hero? Izuku. Don't think I don't know you're a clone, he said calmly. AFO. And how do you know that? Izuku. Pokemon magic, he said, making everyone sweat for what he said. AFO. And what do you want to talk about, because you know I can make this clone explode, right? Izuku. Yes, but I want to ask you something. How is your sister? AFO. How do you know that? Damn, he said angrily. Izuku. I have investigated AFO, or should I say Hiyashi Moretti, he said, impressing everyone since he was the brother of Izuku's mother. AFO. How do you know that? Asked confused Izuku. A good researcher doesn't reveal his sources, he said, to stand up. Tell me, how did your sister die? AFO. No lose, said with his head down Izuku. He see you uncle, he said the last thing in a whisper that only AFO heard. AFO. Wait, what? But he couldn't say anything because a black mass crushed him, so that later the darkness spread and only mud remained. Izuku. Get out of there now, I know you heard, he said, and then the door opened, showing the boys who fell since they were leaning on the door. Naruto. Ouch, this really hurts. Tanjiro, could you take out your sword? It's between my butt, he said, a little annoyed. Tanjiro. It's not my sword, he said, blushing. Inosuke. What a bunch of faggots, he said mockingly. Izuku. Let's just go, he said, touching his forehead with his fingers so that a portal would swallow them later. The screen turns off. Endeavor. When is the video from? I ask, alerted. Nezu. It says here that it is from right now, he said excitedly. Mirko. How did we not notice that? Mount Lady. Hey, check your cell phone. There are calls from the Tartar asking for help. So all the heroes looked at their cell phones and went blank, since they had thousands of calls and messages asking for help, and they thanked Izuku for taking care of it because otherwise it would create chaos. Nezu. How lucky that young Midoriya took care of it, but he got serious. It seems that AFO was always a clone, he said, and everyone got serious. Well, go rest. That was too much information, so everyone went to their houses, bedrooms and office in Nezu's pot. Somewhere you could see a white room where 3 people were tied up in chairs, but they would begin to wake up. Stain. What happened? He said, looking around. Katia. Huh? Where am I? Nagant. Shut up. Let us sleep, she said sleepily, but suddenly a door opens and someone walks in. That 2 would know but 1. Nagant. Who are you? She asked, a little sleepy. Izuku. I am, but was interrupted. Stain. A true hero. Katia. A busybody, she said, remembering what happened with Eri. Izuku. Silence, he said, and the 2 fell silent. Well, I am Izuku Midoriya, aspiring hero. Deku, he said calmly. Nagant. And why are you saying this? You know we're villains, right? She said, confused. Izuku. I don't think so. Stain kills because he wants a fairer society, he said, to receive a nod from him. Kai, or what is your name since you are a woman? Katia. My name is Katia, she said, a little embarrassed. Izuku. Well, Katia wanted a society where there is equality, he said, to receive another nod but from Katia. And finally Nagant killed a president of the Hero Association, but he killed him because he was corrupt and mistreated everyone, but it was a mission made by the same association, thus incriminating you and for them killing heroes, he said to Nagant's impression. Nagant. How do you know that? Izuku. I investigated, he said simply. Katia. So why do you want us? Izuku. Well, I have a proposal for you, he said, drawing their attention. Stain. Which one? Izuku. Well, I have a proposal from Shield for you, he said, to impress the 3 asterisk. They want you as an agent for your abilities and Quirk. Do you accept? Stain. Do I have a choice? Izuku. Nope. Stain. Okay, accepto. Izuku. Okay. Well, in a while I'm going to take you to their facilities, he said, and then looked at Katia and Nagant. I propose you stay. Since Katia can rebuild a life, since you are now a woman and no one can recognize you, and Nagant, I propose you stay here with us since you have nothing left, he said simply. Katia. I don't find it suspicious, she said a little distrustfully. Nagant. Well, he couldn't do any harm while we were sleeping. Wait, did you say us? Izuku. Yes, my girlfriend's daughter, brother and friends live here, he said simply. Nagant. Wait, you have a daughter at that age? Izuku. Well, I have 2 sons, 3 daughters, they are adopted, he said smiling as he remembered those he considered his children and those who were legally. Nagant. Well, as long as I can sleep, he said sleepily. Izuku. You like to sleep, right? Nagant. Yes, said to fall asleep. Katia. Well, I don't know if I should accept, she said still distrustful. Well, since I have no choice, she said reciprocally. Izuku. So, be careful because I get up at night since I'm in my mating season, he said calmly. Nagant. Wait, what? He said suddenly waking up. Katia. So you can rape us, she said with a scared expression. Stain. I don't think so, he can't even harm a fly, but he fell asleep because a tranquilizer dart hit him in the neck. Izuku. They don't feel heat, said acting. Nagant. Wait, what are you doing? He said seeing Izuku approaching. Izuku. Just enjoy, he said to get closer. Nagant. Wait a minute, he said closing his eyes waiting for the worst. Izuku would get closer but he would untie her just like Katia. Izuku. Listo. Nagant. Wait, what? He said seeing that he didn't have the strings. Izuku. I really tricked them, he said to receive 2 punches to the stomach. I deserved it. Well, let's go, I'm going to take them to their room, he said to turn his back on them and go to the door. Katia. Aren't you afraid we'll attack you? She said confused. Izuku. I don't think they will, he said calmly opening the door. When Izuku opened the door, a girl saw him and jumped to hug him. Cana. Dad said happily hugging him. Izuku. Hello my little dragon, he said to carry her on his shoulders. Nagant. Is she your daughter? Izuku. Yes. Katia. Looks like Eri. Cana. Dad, are these new mommies? She asked innocently but still had her typical expression. Izuku would blush at that, just like the other 2 women. Izuku. No daughter, why don't you go play with Uncle Lorenzo? Cana. I never got tired of stealing money from him, beating him at everything, she said as if it were nothing. Izuku. Well, go to Saikawa's and take it so you can buy some candy, he said giving him money. Cana. Okay, Dad said to leave quickly. Nagant. Don't you care about her much? Izuku. No, she never had a normal family, so I try to make sure she has a good childhood, he said while walking. Katia. And how is Eri? Izuku. Why the question? Katia. Well, in Tartarus I reflected on what I did and I feel bad, she said looking to the side while touching her arm. Izuku. Well, since Sav can already relate, I also legally adopted her, he said calmly. Katia. How good, she said happily. Nagant. So where will we sleep? She asked sleepily. Izuku. Here, he said stopping at a door. I'm sorry, since there's only one bed, he said opening the door and a luxurious room was seen. Nagant. Isn't this much? Izuku. It's not the guest room, he said as if nothing happened. Katia. Well, let's take advantage, she said as she jumped onto the bed. Wow, this is soft, she said as she sank into the bed. Nagant. Well, Go to sleep, he said to lie down in another part of the bed. This is comfortable, he said, already falling asleep. Izuku. Don't do your dirty deeds, this room isn't soundproof. He said as he closed the door, and then a pillow was seen that was thrown at the door. Asterisk. You could see the cast of BNHA in the auditorium to continue seeing what Izuku Midoriya had in store. Nezu. Well, who wants to come in now? Kota. Chu said timidly to go and put a video, although he was very nervous because of everyone's attentive gaze. Kota put on a quick video as he wanted to get back to his seat. Sato. Hey Kota, what did you put? Kota. I don't know, he said nervously. Mineta. I hope it's something perverted, said the pig, but was knocked out by a punch from Mount Lady. UMT. Lady, how fucking disgusting, said with clear disgust for the pervert. Nezu. Shut up so we can see, he said, so you could go sit down, wanting to keep hitting Mineta. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen with his friends eating peacefully in a garden. Tanjiro. Hey, don't you think he's very calm? Inosuke. Why do you say that? Naruto. He says that because normally our lives are not normal. V. Izuku. It's true. Wait, and Alex. They said to look for Alex. Natsu. Has he gone? Lorenzo. I don't think knowing him he would warn us, he said, eating a hamburger. But suddenly everyone fell unconscious, but before that they could see someone. Targets found and neutralized, someone said with a finger in his ear. After that Izuku and company fell unconscious. Time skip. Now you could see Izuku and friends in cages. You could see Izuku waking up little by little. Izuku. Where am I? He said, touching his head. Naruto. You finally wake up, Broccoli said mockingly. Izuku. Shut up already, he said, to see where they were. Why are we in cages? Alex. I don't know. Izuku. Alex, it's good that you're here, he said happily for his friend. Alex. Yes, I went for a bit outside and a redhead in a black leather suit attacked me and she was very skilled in hand-to-hand combat, he said calmly. Tanjiro. And why didn't you use your quirk? Alex. He shot me with a bullet that disabled my quirk. Natsu. Oh, that explains a lot. Izuku. So where are they taking us? Inosuke. This won't break, he said, hitting his head on the metal bars. Izuku. This is not normal metal, he said analytically. Inosuke is capable of breaking metal with his head easily. Is this a variation or another type of metal, he said, confusing some. Inosuke. I didn't understand. Naruto. I'll explain it to you since even I understood, he said with confusion, that it's not metal in short. Inosuke. Aya said, now understanding. Natsu. What is that? He said, seeing a pink smoke. Tanjiro. What is what? But he fell asleep like the others. Another time skip. Izuku could be seen tied to a chair like his friends. Izuku. Again. Said, waking up. Naruto. Huh. Said, trying to move. I can't move. Tanjiro. Well, we're tied up. What did you expect? He said mockingly. Shut up already, a bald one-eyed man spoke. Are they really the threat? I'm here. Nick, why did you want me? Said a blonde who was flying in through a window. Nick. Well, Carol, Captain Marvel's name, wanted you as support for them, he said, pointing to our protagonists. Carol. Them. She said, confused. I don't see it as threats, she said calmly. Nick. Don't be too confident. Everyone is dangerous, but he said, pointing to Izuku, can destroy the planet if he wants, said, pointing to Izuku, that those who were there would look at him. Izuku. Hello, said with a chibi face. But it was very easy to capture them, she said, confused. Nick. Of course, Natasha. They are teenagers, they are never on alert, he said, as if it were the simplest thing. Izuku. Too much chatter. Why did they bring us? He said seriously. Here we ask the questions, not you, said someone older. Wow, calm down, Hulk, said a blonde. Hulk. Calm down, you bleached blonde, said, about to fight. Nick. Okay, Thor. Hulk, calm down, we don't want any fights, he said, stopping the two. Izuku. You still haven't answered. Amy asks, he said, still serious. Natasha. Why should we answer you? She asked confidently. Izuku. Why do I have you at my mercy? While you were arguing, you didn't notice the effect that deactivates the quirk, leaving me room to use my darkness and create blades behind everyone. He said, so everyone turns around and sees blades about to pierce them. Asterisk. Hulk. As if that could. Ah, screams as stakes of darkness pierced his leg like butter. Ah, but how? He said in pain and anger. Izuku. Easy, you can't do anything against me, he said, so that darkness will surround Hulk's leg and heal him. Hulk. Huh. Said to look at him. Izuku. Don't underestimate me, he said seriously, you've seen what I can do, so tell me, what do you want us for? Nick. Well, I want to recruit you as a SHIELD agent, he said calmly. Naruto. Really? Angry scream. Alex. Really, just for that? Inosuke. Damn you, wait until you let me go, he said, moving like crazy. Natsu didn't say anything since he had fallen asleep. Lorenzo. And me, I'm a player, I'm not going to change that just because I'm an agent. Nick. Well, if you don't want to. Lorenzo. I accept. Everyone thought. How bipolar. Nick. And you, Izuku. Okay, I accept, he said normally. The others. Me too. Nick. Well, show him the facilities, he said to leave with Hulk. Thor. Well, follow me, he said to take everyone except Izuku. Carol. Come, I'll show you the facilities. Natasha. I think I would be better. Carol. I don't think so, said looking at her. Izuku. It's going to be a long day, he said with a sigh. The screen turns off. Everyone was surprised since it was not normal for an aspiring hero to be part of one of the largest hero agencies in the world, if not number one. Shoji. I never imagined that from Midoriya, he said with his hands clasped. Monoma. How is it that a useless person from Class A is me? He didn't finish because he was knocked out by Kendo. Kendo. Sorry, he said, bowing and taking an unconscious Monoma. Nezu. Well, leaving aside the fact that our student is a SHIELD agent, he said, still leaving them thinking if they knew who Izuku was, who wants to put something. Momo. Me, said the big-breasted one XD. Nezu. Okay, come in, young Yaorazu, he said so Momo could play a song. The screen turns on. You could see a younger Izuku in front of a computer with headphones on and a microphone. Izuku pressed a button and a track played. Panison. All my friends are toxic, all ambitionless. So rude and always negative. I need new friends, but it's not that quick and easy. Oh, I'm drowning, let me breathe. I'm better off all by myself. Though I'm feelin' kinda empty without somebody else. Oh, I hear you crying out for help. But you never showed for me when I was ringing your cell phone. Oh, you don't know how it feels to be alone. Baby, oh, I'll make you know, I'll make you know, oh. I'm drowning, let me breathe. 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 But life is immaculate, backing it up a bit. Counting my hours and knocking on wood. Avoiding my opposites, chewing on chocolate. Had a bit limited time, but I should. Be good for a minute, don't want to admit it. I'm running on seconds, I'm rigid, I'm screwed. Don't know what to do, I'm thinking of you. I'm drinking up bottles and bottles of booze. I'm better off all by myself, though I'm feeling kinda empty without somebody else. Oh, I hear you crying out for help, but you never showed for me when I was ringing your cell phone. Oh, you don't know how it feels to be alone, baby. Oh, I'll make you know, I'll make you know, oh. I fell into your river, that's where you told me lies. You said that I'd feel better, but this is where good guys die. You took my pride away, but you cannot take my light. I'll find another way out, but now you're talking my life. Don't you see how I'm better off all by myself, though I'm feeling kinda empty without somebody else? Oh, I hear you crying out for help, but you never showed for me when I was ringing your cell phone. Oh, you don't know how it feels to be alone, baby. Oh, I'll make you know, I'll make you know, oh. I'm better off all by myself, though I'm feeling kinda empty without somebody else. Oh, I hear you crying out for help, but you never showed for me when I was ringing your cell phone. Oh, you don't know how it feels to be alone, baby. Oh, I'll make you know, I'll make you know, oh. I finish singing to save the song and turn off my computer. The screen turns off. Jiru. Good song but sad, said sadly. Mike. You're right, young listener. Aizawa. Finally you didn't scream, he said happily. M. Shonen, said the skeleton. Nezu. Well, go, it's late, said the rat. Somewhere. Izuku. How did I end up in this? He asked on a bed next to his girlfriend's. Nagant. No lose, said getting out of the sheets Izuku. Ahhhh, what are you doing here? He said with fear. Katia. Didn't you mean what are we doing here? Izuku. You too. He said, even more nervous. Thoru. Calm down, Izuku-kun. We allow it, she said, getting out of the sheets. Izuku. Ah, said to faint Juvia. Juvia thinks we overloaded him, said, looking at his girlfriend. Rias. No, it won't be okay, she said calmly. Gwen. I agree with the redhead, said under the sheets. Ilulu. Well, let's eat, said to go under the sheets XD asterisk. Nezuko. Share, she said under the sheets, fighting with Ilulu asterisk. Nezu. Well, another day to see other secrets that are in this pendrive. Well, who wants to come in? Shoto. I want, he said, raising his hand asterisk. Nezu. Okay, pass, young Todorokis, said, offending the Todorokis asterisk. Shoto. Yeah, but it's not meant to insult, he said, to go and put on a video, then return to his seat. Ray. What did you put, son? Shoto. He said. Trip, he said, already sitting. Fuyumi. Trip? She asked, confused. The screen turns on. I could see Izuku, his friends and brothers in the courtyard of the house. Izuku. Well, remember when Naruto told us his dream? Tanjiro. Yes, being on the moon, and we laughed at him, he said with grace. Naruto. Yes, said sadly Izuku. Well, Naruto, I tell you that you have a happy day, since today you can go to the moon, he said, to press a button and the ground of the nickname would open in two and a ship would come out. Alex. Is it the Millennium Falcon? He said, surprised. Izuku. Yes, Lorenzo. And this flies? Izuku. Of course, with this baby, he said, hugging a leg of the ship. We are going to go to the moon. All this is a birthday present for Naruto, his dream come true. Naruto. But yesterday was my birthday, said confused. Izuku. And what did I tell you yesterday? Naruto. You'll give me my gift tomorrow, he said, and then connected the pieces and hugged Izuku. Thanks, friend, he said, crying comically. Natsu. And he's armed, asked with doubt Izuku. No. Well, yes, he said, surprising everyone. What were you expecting? It's a perfect copy of the Millennium Falcon, he said, crossing his arms. Naruto. And when are we going to go, he said excitedly. Izuku. Right now, he said, to press another button and the door of the Millennium Falcon would open. Well, come in, he said, so that everyone would enter without waiting a second. The scene now changes to Izuku and his gang inside the Falcon, which was a detailed copy of the real one. Izuku. Well, in a while we're going to take off, so go sit down since you might fall. He said to remember something else, so also take this. Did he say to give you a sticker? Lorenzo. A sticker? Alex. What good will it do us? He said confusedly. Izuku. Stick it on the back of your neck, it will help you breathe in space, he said, putting one on. Tanjiro. Wow, I never imagined you would do something like that, he said, putting on the sticker. Inosuke. I'll finally be able to see how the earth is and confirm my theory that it was square, he said confidently. Natsu. You don't understand, said, looking at Inosuke asterisk. Inosuke. No, Izuku. Well, get ready to take off, he said, to pull a lever. Now the camera would focus on the Millennium Falcon, whose thrusters were activated, and it began to float. Once in the air, the supports it had were put inside. Then it would begin to ascend to the sky and then advance a little and disappear into a colorful portal. Now it focuses inside the ship, where everyone could be seen vomiting into paper bags except for Izuku, who was already prepared. Tanjiro. Why didn't you tell us? He asked dizzily. Izuku. Didn't I tell you? He asked nervously. Everyone. No, they said, annoyed Izuku. Well, we're here, he said, so the camera could turn towards a window and the planet Earth could be seen. Inosuke. No, my theory, said sadly Tanjiro. Yeah, said, patting him on the back. Alex. How did we get there so fast? Izuku. Exceeds the speed of light, said normally. Naruto. And now we can go down, he said excitedly. Izuku. The stickers have already been put on asterisk, he said, so everyone nods. Well, he said, to press a button and for everyone to see a blue shield so that it disappears later. Lorenzo. What was that? Izuku. It will help them breathe, he said, and then opened the Falcon's hatch. Everyone got off and was shocked by the view, as it looked just like something from the movies. Naruto. Wow, it's true, there is no gravity here, he said while floating. Inosuke. And the stones are softer, he said while hitting the ground with his head breaking it. Alex. Let's go to the dark side, he said looking at the dark part of the moon where a part of the light didn't reach. Izuku. Yes, but take these, he said giving them flashlights. Be careful, he said as he went in, being followed by his friends. They would be walking seeing everything normal until Izuku with his flashlight could see something. Izuku. Guys, a diamond, he said about to pick it up but a gray, cracked hand grabbed it first and went into the darkness. Lorenzo. You saw the same thing as me, didn't you? He said nervously. Everyone. Yes, they said to start running when they were about to arrive. That same hand grabbed Izuku's leg, dragging him into the darkness. But Natsu pointed his flashlight at where the hand was coming from and they saw the amorphous being. It seemed like he had no eyes. His mouth had too many teeth and they seemed to have no end. His head was bigger than his body, but what terrified them the most was his face since it looked like only flesh. In an act of reflex the creature released Izuku and hid in the shadows of the moon. Izuku and company quickly went to the ship to go back to Earth. After a few seconds they would arrive at the patio of Izuku's house where their friends were waiting for them. At that moment, the ship would begin to take out its supports and then fall carefully to the ground. Seconds passed and the hatch would open, lowering all the crew members with traumatized faces, something that upset the girls. Thoru. Izuku, what happened? Izuku. I wouldn't like to talk about that, he said to continue walking towards his house like the others. The screen turns off outside. Everyone was horrified. They didn't think that this hides the dark side of the moon. When they saw the diamond the millionaires thought about going to get more money, but when they saw the creature they decided to just stay. Nezu. Well, he said not knowing what to say because of the fear of remembering the grotesque being. Hawks. Okay, I'll put something, he said, gathering courage to move and put something, then returning to his seat. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen sitting on the grass while listening to music. Lorenzo approached behind him to ask what was wrong. Lorenzo. Brother, he said touching his shoulder, are you okay? Izuku. It just hurts to see the person you loved the most being unfaithful to you, he said, wrapping his arms around his knees while watching the sunset. Lorenzo. Lose, he said clenching his fists in helplessness. Calm down. I know it will pass, you are strong, he said sitting next to Izuku. Izuku. Yes, but it hurts a lot, he said with a few tears. Lorenzo. Come on, let's go downtown so you can meet girls, he said to take him. At the mall, Lorenzo could be seen arriving carrying an Izuku who seemed to have no desire to do anything. Izuku. And what are we going to do? He asked discouraged. Lorenzo. You'll see, he said to take him to different places. The two brothers had a good time. They went to watch movies, to play Izuku's favorite game which was Just Dance, and finally Lorenzo took him to those bars where strippers dance XD. Now the two were going to the exit of the mall, but they met someone they didn't want to see. Zoe. Izuku said to try to hug him. Izuku. What do you want? He said coldly. Zoe. Huh, why are you treating me like this? She said confused. Izuku. What do you think I don't know? You're cheating on me with Ezekiel. He said to Zoe's surprise. Zoe couldn't say anything since it was true that she was secretly seeing him. Zoe. But I love you, said trying to hug him. Izuku. You know something, I'm going to tell you this with a song, he said to start singing while people surrounded him. Izuku. I'm going to start by saying that at night I no longer feel desire for you. It cannot be explained nor can they lie to me. If I see it with my own eyes, I don't believe it. That other girls give me the cold shoulder. There are several who want to go for a walk, and they even let me record video. Because they see that you left, I'm not so sad anymore. The man you fell in love with no longer exists. I don't know what you gave me, or why you did it. But from that moment, mommy, you lost me. Another undresses you and others I undress. If you want, pretend I don't exist anymore. Baby, there's no crime, I don't need you. If that hurts you, may God forgive me. I managed to overcome my conflicts. I'm no longer addicted to your kisses. I spend time with several asses. I smoke and fuck really well. I am blessed among so many women. And if I look at you, I don't know who you are. Keep lying to the guy you have. And make him believe that you don't love me anymore. And neither all the love nor all the liquor. They will make you forget that serious pain. What the heart feels for a disappointment. You won't find anyone like me. And that I am a bastard is very true, my love. You did the right thing, please go. I love you, but far away is better. Honestly, I'm not complaining, I'm a good loser. And if I lost you or if you lost me, that doesn't matter anymore, it's no joke anymore. You already know the business, the wound you opened. That you failed me when you lied to me. For a betrayal is never forgiven. Luckily I came out of my coma. I'm not going back to you, girl, not even as a joke. I have several nice ones out there and also big butts. And you're going to cry like I cried. And you're going to go through what I go through. Nobody will love you like I loved you. I've already realized that you're not my wife. And you're going to cry like I cried. And you're going to go through what I go through. Nobody will love you like I loved you. I've already realized that you're not my wife. I'm really sorry the flame went out. It's been a while since I've needed something in my bed. Come on babe, stop the drama, it doesn't matter if you call me. If I am no longer your owner and you are no longer my lady. Fly, little dove, this man is no longer jealous of you. Helpful ends well, said my grandmother. Mommy, I can't stop this from hurting you. I'd better uncover another beer. And your memory drowned in liquor. But there is no such thing as wishing for the best. Just please understand that I don't believe in love anymore. I have endured more than one disappointment. You left this heart in pieces. But I glued it with a good glue. The wound, healed with bottles of alcohol. And the sun came out. And you're going to cry like I cried. And you're going to go through what I go through. Nobody will love you like I loved you. I've already realized that you're not my wife. And you're going to cry like I cried. And you're going to go through what I go through. Nobody will love you like I loved you. I've already realized that you're not my wife. That you are not my wife. I've already realized that you're not my wife. That you are not my wife. I've already realized that you're not my wife. That you are not my wife. I've already realized that you're not my wife. As the song ended, Zoe was about to say something, but someone started saying something. Extra. Get out shit, he said, and then clapped 3 times and repeated. That was followed by another person and then another until everyone started saying shit to Zoe, who left crying, and some carried Izuku as if he were a god. Lorenzo. I told you. The screen turns off. In the auditorium you could see the men showing respect to Izuku, and as they do it well, they made an altar for him XD, the women were blushing because of the song and the children were talking about their sister Cana. Nezu. Well, now who's next? Ray. I would like, she said, to stop in front of her children's gaze to put on a video and then return to her seat. Shoto. Mom, what did you put? Ray. That's where the previous house was, she said calmly. The screen turns on. Izuku was seen with his daughter, friends and girlfriends at that moment. Natsu. Hey Izuku, do you remind me why we moved house? Lorenzo. Have you moved? Izuku. Yes, and you don't remember the previous one. Natsu. No, Cana. Did you have another house, Dad? Izuku. Yes, but I moved and now we live here, he said smiling. Tanjiro. You didn't tell him what happened. Naruto. I didn't see it necessary, shrugging. Ilulu. But what happened for them to move? She said curiously. Lorenzo. If you count that Izuku would never do something without a reason. Izuku. Well. Flashback, you could see a rustic house that was in the central part of the city. You could see Izuku, Naruto and Tanjiro playing video games. Izuku. And the others? Naruto. They went to buy things. They will come back at 3 a.m. he said, since it was 1 a.m. Tanjiro. Why so late? Naruto. It's very late, few stores are open at this time, so they went to a 24/7 that is far away, he said without taking his eyes off. Izuku. Well, I'm going to sleep until they come, he said to go to his room. Naruto. Are we going to sleep too? Tanjiro. I don't want to beat you, he said, continuing to play. Now the scene changes to an Izuku sleeping in a somewhat large room. The camera had a time in the top right corner. The time was 1:10 and there was nothing strange. The camera would go to x2 speed and stop at 2:10. Nothing would happen until 3 minutes passed. The door to Izuku's room began to open, and when it opened completely there was no one. 10 seconds later the door closed forcefully, waking Izuku up. He would think it was a joke and would lie down again. The camera would fast forward again to 2:40. Everything was normal, but a black hand began to peek out from under Izuku's bed. Little by little the arm would be coming out. It was very long. The arm would begin to approach Izuku and a hand with claws was formed, but before doing anything the door was opened by Naruto and Tanjiro. The hand quickly went under the bed. Tanjiro. Izuku, wake up. The others are coming, he said, moving Izuku. Izuku. Okay, said to yawn and get out of bed to go down to the living room. Under the bed you would see two sharp red eyes. For 3 seconds later a grim smile would be seen shining. The camera would fall from its position, and a figure would come out of the bed and crush it, but the camera would work for a few seconds and was able to record how the figure hid again from under Izuku's bed. Fin flashback. Some were trembling with fear. Izuku was traumatized because if his friend hadn't arrived he wouldn't know what could have happened to him. Cana. I'm scared, she said, hugging Izuku. Izuku. Calm down, he said, hugging her. Lorenzo. And how did they recover the recording? Tanjiro. Well, all the cameras in the old house had a memory where everything was stored and we were able to get it since it hadn't been destroyed, he said, still terrified. Inosuke. It's good that we moved, he said calmly. Alex. Something doesn't add up, he said, still thinking. Naruto. What is that, Alex? Alex. When we went to buy things, on the way back all the stores were open, but when we went they were closed. That was what intrigued me the most, he said, thinking. Natsu. It's true, I didn't pay attention to it. I thought they got up early. Juvia. And what happened to that house, Izuku-sama? Izuku. Well, we'll leave it there since we don't want to sell it so that doesn't happen to someone, he said while having a coffee with Cana sitting on his right leg. Thoru. But that thing also came here. That question made Izuku spit the coffee all over Lorenzo's face. Lorenzo. Ah, it burns, screams on the ground, holding his face, being ignored by everyone. Izuku. I don't think so, he said nervously, but without anyone noticing. Izuku's shadow's eyes shone red and a smile formed. The screen turns off. Everyone was speechless. They didn't believe in spirits or any of that nonsense, but at that thought changed and a nun subtracted at the speed of light. Nezu. Well, it would be better if we went, he said to go quickly to his office to eat cheese to calm down. Somewhere Izuku would be seen eating normally until suddenly an explosion shakes the table. He would not take it seriously. He wanted to finish his food quietly. When he was going to take a bite another explosion shakes, causing him to throw the spoon along with part of his food. Izuku would stare at him for a few seconds until he would stand up and leave his house, and he could see his friends and girlfriend fighting against a titanoboa. If that is the animal that was thought to be extinct, and they wonder why there are no heroes or civilians or home. Well, Izuku was in his country house. Izuku. What's wrong? Said Naruto, who had fallen to his side all beaten up. Naruto. Well, he said to spit out some blood. This giant snake appeared from the water and started wanting to eat us, he said in pain. Izuku. Why didn't you use all your power? Naruto. Produced a toxin that left us tired and we don't know why, he said, and then fainted. Izuku. Well, it's my moment asterisk, he said to take out green rays asterisk. Guys, come here now. Asterisk, he shouted for everyone to quickly get to his side, and Izuku advanced a little asterisk. Hold on to something asterisk, he said to prepare a fist while more intense rays came out asterisk. Hellish smash. Asterisk, he shouted for a current of air along with green rays and black prayer to go to the titanoboa, who would receive the attack and would split his head and body in two. I don't know what the snake's body is called. XD. His body would begin to disintegrate by the black fire while the head groaned in pain and agony. The body had completely disintegrated and the head began to shrink until it was like that of a normal snake, but his body began to regenerate, so Izuku quickly put it in a vase to study it. Izuku. Are you okay? Nagant. Yes, but with pain, he said with a little blood coming down from his head. Katia. Her skin was impenetrable, she said, healing her wounds, meaning she disarmed and reassembled. Tanjiro. Not even my most powerful Tenbina scratched him, he said, lying on the ground. Inosuke. I want to continue, he said, full of blows, but he said it as if it didn't hurt him. Lorenzo. Wow, the truth is he was very fast, he said with a few scratches. Thoru. It was bigger than my dragon form, said with scratches. Ilulu. She was able to withstand my attack, she said tiredly. Juvia. Juvia is tired, she said, and fell to the ground, fainted. Rias. Same, she said, but sat on the floor. Luku. I don't know how she could withstand my power if I'm a goddess, she said, a little tired. Nezuko. Ah, my paw hurts, she said, rubbing her foot. Izuku. And Cana? He asked worriedly. Alex. They're with Natsu, he said, pointing to a fire knob. Izuku. Okay, said to go through the fire and get Cana out, who was scared. Are you okay, daughter? Cana. Did the giant snake leave? She asked with a little fear. Izuku. Yes, he said, so that the two could see a half-destroyed forest. Really, Tano destroyed, he said, pale. Cana. Dad, what will happen to my moms? She said, seeing that they were lying on the floor. Izuku. I'm going to take them inside just like you so they're safe, he said, to pick up all his girlfriends as if nothing had happened and take Cana by the hand inside the house. Naruto, who had woken up a moment ago. Naruto. And us? Said indignantly on the ground. Izuku. They are my girlfriends, he said without looking at them, to enter the house. Well, another day to see another secret of Izuku. You could see the auditorium full as usual since they didn't want to miss what Izuku was hiding. Nezu. Well, I think we're all set, so we can start. Who wants to put something on? Asked the failed experiment. Endeavor. Me said to pass before everyone's eyes. The screen turns on. You could see a place that looked like underground where there was what looked like a dog. Giant and with black fur with 3 yellow eyes that shone on each side, with teeth that were the same color as its fur, in front of an Izuku who didn't seem to flinch. Dog. Gruel, roared the dog, opening his shining mouth. Izuku. First it was those weird nudist runners, now I'm being attacked by a mysterious giant dog, he said while walking on destroyed rocks. Izuku. What did they feed you to make you grow like this? Leaving a dog that big out there is very dangerous. Izuku. I wonder if we'll find your owner in this underground facility, he said as he walked towards the dog while he opened his mouth wider so that it began to shine more. Izuku. Starts barking and biting the moment you make eye contact, he said to jump and dodge a beam of fire that came out of the dog's mouth. Stop it. Don't spit fire. Where are your manners? He said in the air to prepare a fist to hit the dog. Izuku. Sit down, he said, about to punch the dog with a scary face. Izuku, already close, would punch the dog, sending it flying towards a wall with holes where it seemed that people should be there. Upon impact, the dog would sink into the wall and the wall itself would be destroyed by Izuku's strength. Izuku would look where the dog crashed, but in front there was a huge hole in the ground where the camera focuses from above, where you could see something that shone brightly and then looked like tentacles that instead of having a tip had a head of what looked like snakes but with sharp and purple teeth. The heads would bite the floor and walls from different parts so that later something would come out of the hole. Rather, someone giant that fire came out of him. He had horns. Sharp teeth. Yellow eyes, only yellow, there was no iris or pupil. He had like 2 mouths on his shoulders and had sharp claws on his feet and hands. The figure that was giant would ascend with the help of its tentacles that came out of its back. When it completely ascended, its body would be covered by fire coming out of its mouth along with more fire coming out of its body. Izuku, before the figure, would not do anything in the slightest, he just stared at it. A couple of nudists and a dog. I wondered what was coming next. An inexplicable thing finally appeared. Why is something like that living under my house? I asked, looking at the figure with a bored face. I don't know how you got in, but you don't seem like useless garbage that can be ignored. He said with his mouth open while glowing orange. He didn't move his mouth to speak. The figure would stop making some of its tentacles cling to something to put them near it so that fire would come out of its mouths and eyes. Izuku. I'm someone who lives upstairs. Your noise really bothers me, he said while pointing up. Without warning, the creature attacked Izuku with one of its tentacles, hitting him hard and destroying the floor. Thought. The impact just now. I thought it was normal, he thought while looking at where it attacked, so I came. You're not even on the warning list. A threat to us. A greater and unexpected existence. If you're not destroyed here, it'll become very dangerous, he thought, so the camera could now show where the tentacle that was buried in rock debris hit. From that rubble, Izuku would emerge with dirt on his face and suit, while lifting the tentacle with one hand as if it were nothing. Izuku. Who are is? Mister, are you saying that there is a whole group of you living down here? He asked, standing up with one hand. Izuku. You talk about danger, threat, and stuff. he said as he stood up and still had the tentacle in his hand asterisk, but I'm the one being attacked right now, he said as his strength cracked the being's tentacles. All I do is counterattack, he claims to the being. The being would throw tentacles at him with its heads, but Izuku would hit many times in a short time, bursting them as if it were nothing, and then look seriously at the being. The being, faced with this, would have a look of terror, apparently, so that the camera focuses on Izuku below a tentacle with a fist ready. Izuku. Hey, you've been throwing these earthworm-looking things around for a while, haven't you? He said so the tentacle would burst. Izuku. Everything you're doing is very noisy, so I approached to complain, and now you're looking for a fight? He said while pointing his finger at him with an annoyed expression. Are you the boss? We'll turn off your lights with punches. At this the being had a look of fear but would not show it, but the camera now changes to the vision that the being has where you could see Izuku standing on the head of a gigantic Izuku. Thought. What is this? What emanates from this boy is a mysterious pressure. Suddenly the giant dog would wake up with a resounding bark, stopping and seeing that Izuku and the being were in front of him. He would realize that the dog stood up. You're still alive, Overon Rover said, seeing the dog that was in a hole that was going out. Kill this man. Izuku. Damn it. You burned it. Izuku complains. The now dog known as Rover would look at Izuku to see if he would attack. He would look him in the eyes, but Izuku would see him out of the corner of his right eye with a serious look. Rover would quickly jump up the walls, going through the hole in fear. What did you do to Rover? He asked, watching Rover speed off. Izuku. He was misbehaving, so I gave him a good beating, he said while looking at the being. Dogs and their owners really do act the same, he exclaimed with a fist at his side. Thought. It can't be. That tremendous impact from before. The impact just now. I thought it was normal, so I came. You're not even on the warning list. Now I get it, so it was this man? The mysterious entity that defeated the Elder Centipede in Guketsu. Surely the rumors that spread on the surface about the terror of the ghost town weren't actually about us, but about this boy instead. Nice to meet you, he said as his mouth opened a little wider and his eyes narrowed and cracks appeared on his eyelids. Thought. I can feel it from every monstrous cell inside me. Thought. This man. Izuku. What are you laughing at? He said with a vein in his head. Thought. It is the perfect sacrifice by resurrection. Then there is no need to hide my true face anymore, he said to remove what seemed to be his face, which was actually a mask that was peeling off his skin. Izuku. A mask? He asked as he watched the mask fall next to him. Asterisk. Is this like taking off your sunglasses and apologizing? I would like to have a few words with you privately, he said so that it could be seen that now it looked like just coiled tentacles with only two shining holes that would be the eyes. Without warning, the being attacked Izuku with its tentacles, destroying the wall behind him as Izuku jumped to dodge them. But not here. I'll take you inside, he said so that he began to move with his tentacles downwards while Izuku fell. They went down until they reached what looked like a Mayan temple where there was a river of lava. Izuku. Ow, it's hot, he exclaimed, landing as if nothing had happened. What is this place? He said, looking around. Welcome to the stage of my resurrection, he said while with his tentacles he stood on the lava. Izuku. So this is your bathroom, he said as he stood up to look at it. What insolence, it's an ancient sanctuary that I discovered, he said to look towards the top of the temple that seemed to have some drawings carved in stone. Not even my relatives know about this place. Izuku. Do you have relatives? Angrily complains. Call them down here, then. I'll beat them up and go home. Unfortunately I can't allow that, he said while looking at how they were facing each other and how the being's legs were now like the legs of a spider. It already had 8 and they were similar to the claws of a mantis, while what looked like horns came out of its torso, and it had many more tentacles. Narrator of unknown origin. King Orochi, under the control of Gyoro, was specially selected from the strongest to undergo extensive fusion experiments and battle tests, which led to his unconventional growth into a monster narrated as the size of a person was seen. Then Orochi, before experiencing that he was about 5 meters taller than a person, and then the Orochi now is seen that his size was abysmal. Through sacrifices, he became powerful. In a short time the sacrifices that Gyoro had to offer were not enough to satisfy Orochi, until one day he instinctively began to venture further into the depths of the earth, in an attempt to drain energy directly from the deepest parts of the earth. Now a smaller Orochi could be seen smashing a wall and then looking around. Orochi. What is this? Ancient ruins. Orochi would look around to see the temple and see something at the top. Orocho. Is that it? He said while looking at some drawings at the highest part of the temple. Narrator. The monster depicted in the ancient mural looked exactly like Orochi. Even more mysteriously, he thought the ancient text should have been indecipherable to him, but somehow he was able to read it, crossing the vast expanse of time. Our God will rise again on this earth, and when the time comes, a worthy sacrifice will be offered. Orochi. I awakened the will of heaven. I, who had become a monster through experiments. In reality, I was destined to become a god, he said while looking at the mural. Since then I have put on a mask. And I began to obey Gyoro, while making more sacrifices. Continuing the search for this so-called worthy sacrifice. He thought while looking at himself with the mask. This was until today. He said to return to the present. Izuku. Seriously, he said with a serious face and sweating a little. Orochi. Wahahaha. Fate brought you here to be that sacrifice. Now, fight me like all the other battle trials, and offer me your flesh. Exclaimed while a shining mouth formed asterisk. Now I will begin the evil god's resurrection ceremony. Izuku. No way. He said with a terrified face and sweating profusely asterisk ah. The camera would move away from Izuku's face so that now it could be seen that he was naked on the lava while shaking a little asterisk ah. Orochi. What are you doing? He asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku. Ah. Said to see how he buried himself deeper in the lava until it reached his neck while clenching his teeth. Off-screen at first everyone was terrified by the dog, but then they were surprised by how Izuku easily defeated him. Afterwards, they were afraid when they saw Orocho, but they were surprised to see Izuku who was unfazed. Then they were impressed by Izuku's strength. Then some were afraid when they saw Izuku's face, but when they saw that you were naked they laughed, and then they were surprised that you were on top of the lava. When they saw that the lava reached his chest, they feared for Izuku. Inside the screen Izuku. Ah, it was tight, he said with a face of relief and tranquility as if nothing had happened. I thought that if I managed to give you a bath, it would probably be quite good for me to have one too. And I was right, it is, he said calmly. Off-screen some were surprised by this, because they thought Izuku was melting, but when they saw this they were shocked. Inside the screen Orochi thought. What? Izuku. Do you have soap or something? Non-flammable, I hope. Orochi thought. What the hell? He said so that now an Izuku could be seen playing in the lava as if it were water asterisk. Is this guy? Izuku. So, what are we talking about? He said to see Orochi asterisk. Is it something about how amazing this jacuzzi is? He said, and then the camera focuses on an impressed Orochi, although it won't be noticeable. Orochi. I wouldn't expect memos from you, he said while his mouth formed to show sharp teeth. Orocho thought. I will use all my power from the beginning. I will extract energy directly from the earth and hit him with it, he thought, so that his tail would go under the lava. By doing that you would see how Orochi would shine more. Then the camera would focus on the city that was shaking. Then change to the interior of the planet and see how energy from the Earth's core went to where Izuku and Orochi were. Then go back to the city and see different heroes who saw how everything was shaking. Then the camera would focus on some mountains that would suddenly become erupting volcanoes. Now it would look like Orochi is in front of Izuku who is still in the lava, but his chest would shine more. Orochi. Bathe in this, he said to launch a ray at full speed so that later the camera in which Izuku. Izuku. I can't even take a bath in peace, huh? He said watching the attack. Serious movement, series of blows. Water gun it would be, he said while putting pressure on his hand so that the lava comes out and shoots colliding with Orochi's attack. The attacks would collide, with Izuku's attack surprisingly winning, and then it was seen how Izuku's attack had pierced Orochi. Orochi. This can't be. Said surprised, so that later it was seen how Izuku was positioning himself to hit him, which he did, causing his body to explode and his head to fly off. Izuku. But the water was very good, so thank you, he said while turning his back on her as he walked and raised a hand as a farewell. I feel much better now, thanks to you, he said to leave. Orochi with what was left would see how everything collapsed, and then with his tentacles on his head he would climb to the highest part of his altar. Orochi. My altar is crumbling. Wow, he said as he went up and saw his altar. Orochi would climb up to stand in front of his altar while everything collapsed, but he would see that on the mural something was above him, a much larger being that looked like pure muscle, if it is marked, if not muscle, or skin, meaning it has no skin. Narrator. The prophetic mural. Its image remains invisible to anyone, said the narrator as the camera focused on the face of the being that looked like spirals and once again returned to the depths of the earth. Now Izuku would be seen heading to his house that was still standing. Why? I have no idea, but his house in the forest had been destroyed, but he sent his friends to that house to recover his studies and experiments. Izuku would enter his house seeing his girlfriends and daughter and Shota since he was with Luku. Izuku. Well, I'll take care of it, he said, still naked. Thoru. Izuku, your clothes, she said, blushing while covering Cana's eyes and Luku to Shota. Izuku. Huh, he said, looking down to blush and quickly go for another hero clothes to come back. It had melted in the hot water even though it was orange, he said, confused. Nagant. Naranja. Izuku. Su, and it was hot, it was below the ground, he said to the shock of his girlfriends. Katia. Izuku was lava, she said so that Izuku would remain silent. Izuku. Yeah, not even lava burns me, he said proudly, but suddenly everything would shake. It can't be. Let's recap a bit. I'm a Class B hero from the Hero Association on the other side of Japan, a student to a hero from UA on the other side of Japan, and I'm a SHIELD agent. My life is a mess, he said, leaving the house, but first he would say something to his girlfriend. Stay away from here, and if the others come, get out of here or get as far away as possible, he said to leave the house while his girlfriends packed the important things and left. Izuku would head where a fight was happening, where what looked like a person in black armor was attacking the heroes who were called S-Class. They were badly injured, others were more dead than alive. Izuku would see how what looked like a vomit was going to attack a hero, so he approached without anyone noticing since they were watching Garo, but with one blow he made the vomit burst. Izuku. What are you supposed to be? He said to the creature that turned to look at Izuku, who was smoking from his fist. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Thought. What? A monster that surpasses the demon level just died in an instant. What the hell? He thought, looking at what was left of the vomit known as evil natural water. It doesn't matter who it is, he thought, looking at Izuku. Izuku. Who are you? He said, and then dodged a fist. Are you trying to drag me into your little fight? Little one. Are you making fun of me? Are you making fun of me before I die? You're not Class A, are you? Class C. I bet after all your hard work, you're nothing more than Class B. If you're Class B, then your attitude is typical of a Class B. Izuku. Class has nothing to do with it. Guys like you are nothing to me anymore. Leaving you alive or dead won't affect me in the slightest. Once I finish with Class A and S, the Hero Association will collapse like the fragile beings they are. No one can kill me. In other words, I have no interest in some simpleton who plays hero as a hobby, said without taking Izuku's attention. Izuku. This is a hobby for you too, right? Are you trying to say that since I play the monster, then that is the reason for our inevitable fight? Izuku. No, that's not what I meant, don't be stupid. Izuku. Regardless of whether you have interest in any hero doing his job, or if I have interest in some parts of his monster job, I have a complaint to give you, he said to put on an intimidating face. Be silent at night. What the hell are you talking about? Said to see Izuku. Izuku. I came here because I live in this neighborhood, and I came as a neighbor to file a complaint. Even if it's a weird hobby, you have to moderate the noise, so shut up or I'll kill you, he said to cross his arms. I see. I don't know if you're desperate or unexpectedly calm, but this is too much. If there's any human still in your heart, let my words reach you. Is what you're thinking right? He said so that with his two hands he could make fists and put them at his sides. Izuku thought. What the hell are you saying? Izuku. What's wrong? Does something hurt? Me, I'm Garo the human monster. I've also been called the hero hunter. Izuku. Huh, Erase Garo. Now that you know who I am, will you do it? You can't say this isn't your business, she said, pointing at him. How should a hero act at this moment? Izuku thought. So this guy, Garo. Consider this revenge for your mockery a moment ago. I'm going to leave you with a trauma. There's a child over there. I'm going to go kill him, he said, pointing in a direction. If you don't stop me, that child will die. Due to your impotence, a boy will die. Izuku. There's no kid over there. Did you get your directions mixed up? He said. pointing to the other side of where Garo was pointing. Are you talking about the ugly kid hiding on the right side? Izuku, you act so badly like a monster that I can't consider you as a Garo. I'll ask you again. What's wrong with you? Garo thought. This guy. Can he see well in this darkness? What kind of vision does he have? Izuku, forget what I asked you. For now I'm going to kick your ass, he said to start walking towards Garo and squeeze his fist. Garo. Kick my ass? Really? Did I hear right? You walk towards me without fear. Do you want to die? Said, seeing an Izuku who was almost face to face. You are clenching your fist, as if it were. Izuku. Are you a chicken? He said, already close to this. Garo. Don't make me laugh, he said, looking at Izuku. Garo would quickly deliver a devastating punch that would create a giant cloud of dust and steam. Garo. It only took me 1 second asterisk, he said with a raised leg in his eyes, fists at waist level, flexing his arms asterisk. That's what happens when powerless people praise justice. How stupid, his body disintegrated and only his boiled ribs will remain. Asterisk, he said while looking at the cloud of dust and steam asterisk. He would never have worked as a hero. Aga. Asterisk, he didn't finish since he saw an Izuku coming out of the cloud of dust and steam as if nothing. Asterisk wa. Asterisk, he didn't finish either since Izuku punched him in the face, causing him to bounce off the floor far away until the upper half of his body was buried in the ground. Izuku. Even with great power, those who praise evil usually end up like this, he said with his fist extended. By that attack you know how strong I am. I could say that I am very strong, but I am not sure, he said, looking at the path left by Garo's body. Someone I would see hiding. He was black, his face was white and the top of his head seemed to have an antenna. Huh. This is a joke. Right? What was that? He did what? Thought while sweating. Izuku would walk towards Garo's buried body, but with his strength he would destroy the rocks that covered it. Izuku. Said, watching him get up. Garo would quickly run to position himself behind Izuku and then try to hit him, but Izuku would grab his arm to force his body forward and make Garo feel the cold of the ground, destroying what was happening. Garo thought. What the hell is this guy? His strength is insane. Thought on the ground. I thought this was already over. Why did he appear until the end? What the hell is going on? Shit. He thought, and then quickly with momentum of his arms he would get up from the ground. It doesn't matter anymore. It's too late to regret, he thought, looking down. Izuku thought. He can still go on, he thought happily. Garo would suddenly start breathing heavily. Izuku. Huh. What's wrong? Don't push yourself too hard if you have heart problems, he said worriedly. Asterisk. Garo. This breathing technique is the result of learning several styles in martial arts. I have not yet used all my full strength of this body. I am preparing to do so, he said, still using his breathing technique. Garo would get into an attack position by separating his legs and bending them slightly, then also flexing his arms and placing 2 fingers on his hands while closing the others. Izuku thought. That posture reminds me of someone, but I don't know who. Garo quickly tried to hit Izuku in the eyes with his 2 fingers, but Izuku grabbed his hand to get him to let go and tried to hit him, but Izuku deflected or dodged. Garo thought. Bastard, he said without ceasing in his attack. Izuku would make a fist to hit him, but Garo would dodge it to hit Izuku in the face. Garo thought. His strength is abysmal, but his technique is that of a rookie. God Slayer. Instant ATTCK. Instant attack. He thought to give a tremendous burst of blows that were from fists, the open hand, 2 fingers, etc. Izuku before this would only cover himself with his 2 hands all the blows, but would recoil from the impacts, but would stop by putting force on his feet that would crack the ground. Izuku would quickly launch himself to throw a punch, but Garo would step aside dodging it. Garo tried to kick him in the jaw, but Izuku would do the same, almost hitting him, but Garo would change to hit him with his elbow, making him fly in the sky. Izuku, falling quickly again, would get in front of Garo to throw a punch, being dodged by him, counterattacked with a punch to his face. Izuku would continue attacking and being counterattacked until they would stop for a moment. Garo. Your power and speed make you a beast when fighting. You could even be better than me in that sense. But you don't have experience in techniques like I do. I am a prodigy, he said while pointing to himself. I can read your movements even from a simple amateur like you. What if I left you paralyzed with fear? Izuku. Haha, I'm impressed, that's all, but in the end. You're still not serious, right Garo? Even an amateur like me could tell that you really are very sweet. Do you mind if I get serious? He asked while his cape fluttered through the air. Garo. Huh? Are you saying that you weren't fighting seriously until now? Izuku. This place. Said standing won't work, said to move to another place, maybe this way. Said to stop. Garo. Hey, what are you doing? He said, confused. Izuku. This way you're going to give everything you've got in combat. I'm going to show you a little of how serious I can be, he said, to squat down and bury his hands in the ground. Serious. Garo thought. Something is happening. He thought, confused. If he hesitates, he's going to cause me some problems, he thought, looking at Izuku. Izuku. Colliding skies. Garo thought. I just want to see a little more, but it's better to put F. I didn't finish because Izuku with his strength threw giant blocks of earth into the sky. Narrator. Zombie Man is a witness. A black wall appeared before the unknown B-class hero. Now you would see Garo, who was falling but would grab onto a pillar of earth and would climb up, moving on floating rocks until he was in the middle of all the rocks that surrounded him. Garo would look around him, seeing all the rocks. Garo thought. The base that Tatsumaki unearthed, did he raise it again? Exclamation mark, question mark. What a spectacle, he thought, seeing everything. Does he think he can attack me from the blind spots of this scattered garbage? It's not going to work. He thought to throw punches and destroy touches with the waves. Wait a minute, I feel something very strange. I feel like I'm floating. How long have I been in the air? Exclaimed, looking down. I can't see the ground. What a monster, how high could he throw me? He thought, but he didn't know he would realize that a headlong Izuku would appear behind him. Izuku. Consecutive normal hits, said to give thousands of hits in a second. Garo thought. Shit, he didn't finish and Izuku hit him all the times. Too late, he thought, receiving the tremendous blast. Garo would be sent flying until he collided with a floating rock. Garo. Ga, exclaims from the pain of the blows while holding his stomach. Garo thought. If I stop moving, I'll be his prey, he thought as he started jumping from rock to rock, moving quickly. Garo would stop on a rock to see Izuku. Garo. Come on, I will eliminate you tonight in full flight. Izuku would just throw giant rock pillars at him. Faced with this, Garo would only get into position and began to deflect all the pillars, until they surrounded him and he broke them. Then he saw how a pillar approached. With his strength he destroyed it, but he didn't expect Izuku to appear from that pillar headfirst, making two fists with his hands. Izuku. You can do better, right? He asked in the air. Garo. I'm going to break all your bones, exclaimed, annoyed, seeing Izuku instant attack of the killer god. He said to start giving a rain of blows to Izuku. Before the blows arrive, Izuku, with his speed, would deliver many blows, exchanging blows. Garo thought. I'm being overwhelmed in an exchange of blows, exclaimed in surprise. Garo would receive a punch that sent him so that he began to move on rocks, wanting to create an opening, but as he moved he collided with a rock, causing his head to be buried. Garo thought. The earth is in the sky. Thinking that, the camera would turn, seeing Garo's body upside down, but his head buried in the ground. Izuku would land on the ground calmly. Izuku, hey up, Well, if the game continues like this, said to check his fist with his open Panama. This will end with the defeat of the monster, he said, so the camera can see that Garo's eyes shone more intensely. Garo would rise from the rocks, destroying them. Garo would quickly try to punch Izuku, but he would grab him, but Garo would be on safari and would try to put a lock on Izuku's arm. Garo thought. I'm going to start with your arm, he thought, trying to break Izuku's arm. Izuku. You are really stubborn, he said, moving his arm to get rid of Garo until he was going to hit him against the ground, but Garo are no longer in his arm. He left, he said, and then saw Queen Garo, who was on a floating rock. Garo thought. Am I an idiot? Of course it wasn't going to work. More, to hunt this guy the first need more, he said to himself, looking at Izuku more, he thought, while jumping from rock to rock at high speed, being like a black and red trail before Izuku's gaze. Garo would stand behind Izuku. With his eyes closed he would look back, but Garo quickly stood in front of him. Garo thought. More, he thought to give a shower of tremendous blows to Izuku, but he would only give one blow that made Garo bury himself very deep in the ground. More, he thought, while he lifted all the rocks that were on top of him and rose with a jump. Garo would throw the rocks towards Izuku, who would just look at him, but he would quickly punch Garo in the face through the rocks. Garo thought. More than. Receiving Izuku's fist in the face more. ... Technique no. Attack no. Planning no. Speed no. Power no. ... What is it? He wondered in his thoughts. How can I beat this guy? He said while flying to the sky by Izuku's fist. His strength is meaningless, it's not fair, he is formed by the injustice of this world, as if he were the personification of justice, he said to himself while looking at Izuku. Of course, how did I not suppose it before? This world is unfair. To defeat the abusive beings known as heroes, I have to become an unfair being too, he said to himself as he began to shine. Izuku. But what? He said, seeing the light, the wind. Something is coming, he said, looking at the sky. Suddenly, what appeared to be a Garo would fall behind Izuku, but he was evolved. He had horns on his back and looked more muscular, with sharp teeth that extended past his mouth. Garo. Is this me? He wondered while looking at his hands. Finally, thank you, he said, looking at Izuku while blood came out of the eyes of Garo's armor. Izuku. Garo, you, why the sudden change in your suit? He asked, looking at Garo. Garo. I have finally become what I always wanted to be, I must be grateful to you, he said, looking at Izuku. Izuku. What is your goal? Garo. Esser un monstruo. Izuku. I mean, after that, he said, leaving a Garo silent. Garo. Absolute evil, said to give a punch to the ground that would destroy it and said to pounce on Izuku, about to hit him on the head. It will be fulfilled with your death, said, landing the blow on Izuku's head. But this one would only hit him in the stomach, burying his fist a little in his stomach. Izuku. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. At that, Garo would spit out a lot of blood from his mouth. Garo. I still can't reach you, he said while his eyes shone more incredible, just a little more, he said while opening his mouth to change the world, he said, so that his body becomes bigger. Garo would try to hit Izuku in the face. Izuku. Head smash, he said to headbutt Garo's fist that would make his entire arm burst upon impact, change the world with absolute evil. He said with his head down. What does that mean? He asked, looking at Garo. Garo. That means, he said while giant wings formed and his arm regenerated, your death, he said in front of Izuku in a position like a gorilla with his wings spread. Izuku would just punch him, causing him to crash to the ground and return to his original form. Garo. One more step and I would change. Izuku. No, that's enough, you can't win, he said, looking at a Garo who could barely stand. Haven't you noticed? He said, pointing at Garo, you are weaker than you were before. Garo. 4. Izuku. This is the end, going any further is pointless. Garo. Not yet, this has a great meaning for me, he said, barely standing. Finish what you started, coward, you call yourself a hero, he said, seeing an Izuku walking towards him. Izuku. Look, he said, hitting Garo on the head. You can't even respond, he said, looking at a Garo who was doing nothing. You don't function properly anymore. Garo would try to punch Izuku, but he would block it and punch Garo, which made his head crack so that he fell to the ground, seeing that his head had a hole where only darkness could be seen. Garo. Oh, I'm losing power, he said as smoke came out of the hole where his face should be. My power is leaking. My monster calamity, God Slayer fiat, he said as he tried to cover the hole with his hands. Damn, don't leave. Izuku. I think you should check those injuries, come on, he said, looking at Garo. Garo would stop to try and attack Izuku. Garo. Not yet, not until. Said, standing to attack Izuku. I am the great monster Garo. I didn't finish since Izuku punched him and was fed up with everything. Izuku. Shut your damn mouth. Exclaimed, already fed up. Garo would be thrown several meters by the impact. Garo. Why? You appear until the end, he said while heroes appeared on the ground all dotted. He was only one step away from winning, he said, clenching his fists. He was about to create world peace, he said, but Izuku gave him a karate blow that shattered his head. Izuku. I understand, he said, understanding you don't want to be a monster, you just want peace, but you took the path of a monster since it was the easy way, since one's job is to instill fear. At this inside, Garo would be in shock, realizing something would come out of the Garo armor where the head was, and the Garo head came out, his human head without the armor facing the ground. Izuku. I remember you You're the one who left the restaurant without paying, he said, remembering that day asterisk. Garo. And now what should I do? Asked Izuku. Izuku. First go pay what you owe and then do what you want, he said calmly. Garo. Whatever you want. He asked with his head down. Izuku. If you pay, I won't have a reason to catch you, said looking at him. But someone would come closer, but he would hold his face as it was deformed. Mask. We have to kill him, he's a demon, he said pointing at him with one hand while holding the other to his face. We have to execute him since he's weak, he said approaching Izuku. Izuku. I'm not going to do that, he's human, said looking at Mask. Mask. If you don't want to get your hands dirty, I will do it, he said, but an ugly kid XD ran and grabbed him by the leg. Child. Don't do anything to him, he saved me twice, said crying Sir Run, said seeing Garo. Mask. Calm down kid, we won't do anything to you, he said while taking it off. Child. I heard them, you want to kill him, said crying Mr. Run, said still holding onto Sweet Mosque's door so he would go against Garo. Elsewhere, you could see two people, a woman and a man, watching everything from the rocks. A hand over here, someone said about big rocks. King. Huh, he said seeing a huge rock and would try to carry it but he couldn't do it. Fubuki, a hand, he said to the woman. Fubuki. Okay, she said, so that a dark green aura comes out in the stone and it will fly through the skies. Thank you, King, said an old man standing up. Well, I'm leaving, there are other things to do, he said to leave. Again with the Garo thing. Mask. You've already tired me out, kid, he said about to attack him but someone would hold his shoulder. I'll take care of it, said to Mask. Mask. Okay, take care of it, Silver Fang, he said to see how Fang approached Garo before Izuku's gaze. Garo. I don't need a sermon, he said still looking at the ground. Silver Fang wouldn't say anything and would just punch him in the back of the head, making Garo crash against the ground, cracking it. Then Silver Fang would lift him up, grabbing his hair, and with his other hand he would punch him in the head, making Garo step back so that later Silver Fang would hit him many times in different parts of his body. Garo thought. These blows, it's not his technique, he said while resisting the blows. It's like when he threw me out of the dojo, he said to himself in his thoughts. Fang would continue until he stopped to see that the Garo monster armor was no longer there. Mask. What are you doing? He asked looking but wouldn't receive an answer. If you don't want to get your hands dirty, I will, he said, but Garo would disappear. He escaped, he said seeing where Garo was before. Child Emperor. He's gone, he said in pain. Narrator. And that's how the night ended, he said, so that later Izuku can be seen walking towards many rocks. Izuku. My house disappeared, he said looking at the set of rocks on the ground. The screen turns off. Everyone was surprised by the power of the student, offspring, companion, etc., but others wondered when that happened. Nezu, when did that happen, said seriously. Nezu. Let's see, he said to see when it was. Aizawa. Why are you quiet? What happened? He said worriedly. Nezu. We saw it live, said shocked just like everyone else. Shoto. But as if the news doesn't say anything, he said to check his cell phone. Guys, this is being talked about on the news just now, he said looking at his cell phone like everyone else. There they could see that they were talking about everything that had happened, about how they dismantled the Monster Association and how the heroes beat the Hero Hunter, but no one was talking about Izuku when he was the one who did most of it. Nezu. Well, we have to go, he said leaving, thinking about what they saw like everyone else. 2 days had passed since what was seen in the previous chapter. You could see the BNHA cast processing what they had seen, that a student in the process of becoming a hero defeats someone of that caliber or who has that power as something impressive. Nezu. Well, who wants to put something, he said, still thinking about Izuku Midoriya. Sato. Me said to put something, but I would see that only one had a date so I would put it. Koda. What did you put? He asked his friend nervously. Sato. No, I only had one date and it was today, he said calmly. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen walking calmly through the rubble with bags. Izuku. Oh, my state-of-the-art microwave, said seeing a microwave that no one had ever seen. I hope it still works, said taking out the microwave. Well to go, said, but I would see a small black doggo, said looking at it for a few seconds, and the dog would see it too. Izuku would pick him up and watch him and then put him down and leave, but the black dog would chase him. Izuku. I don't have time for pets, he said, but would continue walking, being chased by the dog. Uffs defeated, continuing walking to what looked like a fortress. Inside this, a meeting was taking place where they were talking with rich people, where Momo was able to see her parents. Well, they were talking about whether the place was safe. The representative of the association talked about there being A and S rank heroes, thus being a fortress, but they also talked about robots that could surpass the entire class. Returning to Izuku, he was already at the entrance and the dog was still following him. Door. Monster detected, setting up. Level 1 asterisk said, and a large robot with a gun appeared. Izuku would see this and just destroy the robot since it was going to attack him. Door. Configuring. Level 4 asterisk was heard, and robots that had robotic tentacles like those of Dr. Octopus, next to only a cube of methane that had a machine gun. Izuku would only give a punch that would destroy all the robots. Izuku. What a pain, he said, annoyed. A few minutes would pass in which Izuku would stop breaking the association's robots until he reached level 10, but over all the noise, executives from the Hero Association would arrive. Extra. What happened here? He asked, watching the smoke screen as it dissipated, revealing Izuku with all the destroyed robots. Extra 2. Hey, what happened here? I asked Izuku. Izuku. Well, suddenly they exploded, he said nervously. Extra. These robots cost $9 billion, said something that made Izuku sweat. Extra 3. Tell us what happened, he said angrily. King. I also saw how they exploded, he said, coming out of nowhere. Extra. It's King said, looking at him. Extra 2. What a failure, we'll tell Metal Knight what happened, he said, for them to leave. Izuku. Thank you, King, he said, making a lot of bows. King. It's nothing, and take care of your pet, he said, to leave. Izuku. Well, it's time to go, and this little one is still chasing me, he said, petting the dog that seemed familiar. Well, Izuku would continue walking until he reached a big house. The truth is that it was given to him by the association to live in. Izuku. I'm here and I have a surprise, he said, entering the house. Thoru. Izuku said, running to kiss him. How are you, said, hugging him. Izuku. Okay, and the girls? Thoru. Sleeping, just like the boys, said, making circles with his fingers on Izuku's chest. Izuku. And Cana said, but a white blur would hug Izuku. Cana. Dad, you're back, she said, looking at him, but she would see something black behind him. What is that? Pointing at what was behind him. Izuku. That's the surprise. Call everyone, he said, to leave his bags on the table and go to the living room. A few minutes would pass and Thoru would wake everyone up. The girls would wake up, go down to the living room and see Izuku. They quickly went to him and kissed him. They wanted to have a morning kiss, but the boys and Cana came along with Shota, who was staying with them since her father left her. Izuku. Well, do you feel like I'm going to tell them something? He said in front of everyone. Everyone sat down and wondered what Izuku was going to say. Naruto. What happened? Tanjiro. I hope it's important. I was asleep, yawning. Lorenzo. Thank you, he whispered under his breath why his girlfriend was going to rape him. Delphina. I hope it's important, she said angrily. Izuku. Well, I present to you the newest member of the family, he said, to take his hands out of his back and they would see what looked like a dog, but it was all black, sharp teeth and 6 shining eyes. All. Juvia. Juvia thinks Izuku-sama didn't notice something, said seriously. Izuku. Realize what? Alex. Well, he has 6 eyes instead of 2 asterisk, he said, so that Izuku would turn the dog around to see him. Izuku. You seem familiar, he said, bringing his face closer to the dog's, but would receive a lick. Narrows his eyes, opens his mouth, he said, so the dog does what he said. It can't be, I remember now, he said, looking at the dog. Lorenzo. Where did you see it? Izuku. Well, this dog was bigger, it was like the size of the house, he said, so that his friends would open their eyes. It was the dog of the king of the monsters, he said, so that his friends would get nervous. I think his name was Rover, he said, so that the dog would pay full attention. Cana. We can't keep it, she said, excited for a pet. Izuku. I don't know, he said hesitantly. Cana. Okay then, Dad, she said, pretending to cry. Izuku. My biggest weakness, he said, touching his heart. Well, okay, he said, putting Rover on the floor. Cana. Rover come here she said, and Rover in a blur of speed would go and stop in front of Cana. Luku. It's safe, Izuku said, hugging him from behind. Izuku. If it doesn't seem dangerous, he said calmly, but remembered something. Wait, and the Titanoboa, he said, a little uneasy. Inosuke. The giant snake is there, he said, pointing to what looked like an empty aquarium with a mini tree, and there was a snake. It got complicated first since it had grown a little, he said irritably. Izuku. Well, let's get to work, he said, about to leave, but his girlfriends would carry him. Rias. You're not going to do anything today. Alulu. As a hero we are going to give you your reward, he said with a perverted smile. Izuku. Hey mom, he said while being carried to his room. Lorenzo. Well, let's go to a hotel, he said, but he would be dragged by his girlfriend. Delphina. You'll save yourself, she said, dragging him into a room. Alex. Well, let's take the kids and Rover to buy them things, he said, to leave with the kids, children and dog. Turn off the screen. The women would be jealous. The boys wanted the dog as a pet. Why? Well, they're really stupid. XD. The heroes wanted to visit the facilities to test the robots, and Nezu was eating cheese. Without them noticing, the children would pass by without them noticing. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen in a security room looking at the camera. Izuku. Well, today I'm in a new video, for those who see this, well, for those who don't mind. Well, you'll wonder where I am. Well, I'm using my advanced virtual reality glasses to play, he said while awesome music played. Five Nights at Freddy's. Izuku. Well, for those who know the game. Well, for those who do. Well, let me explain. It's about surviving 5 nights in a pizzeria. Now there would be a cut so that now you could see what Izuku saw, which was a tablet with 2 doors that had 2 buttons, each one on one side. Izuku. Well, let's see, you fucking assholes, he said. To see through the tablet through the cameras, let's see how you see here are the fucking starving dead. He said, showing the animatronics. This is a girl, although it is a chicken, he said, pointing to a yellow chicken. This is Bunny, as its own name says. It is a rabbit, only purple, he said, pointing to an animatronic like a rabbit. And this is Freddy the little bear, he said while looking at a bear that turned to look at the camera. As you can see, the pig does not move, he said without realizing that he turned around and gave him the middle finger and returned to his position. Izuku. Well, let's see what happens, he said, looking at the cameras for minutes while you could see a clock that reached 6 a.m. and the screen went black and you could hear children saying yay. Now it changes to Izuku taking off his VR glasses. Izuku. Well, it didn't go as expected. I thought something unexpected was going to happen, but nothing. He said, but he didn't realize that a Naruto in a Nightmare Freddy costume was approaching from behind him and would touch his shoulder. Izuku. Wait, dude, toy in a video asterisk, he said, removing his finger, but Naruto would insist again asterisk. What, dude, wait for him asterisk, he said again, removing his finger, already irritated, but Naruto would insist again asterisk. Let's see, whoever is screwing with me is going to regret it, he said, to turn around and see Naruto in this costume asterisk. Ah asterisk, he screamed, and by reflex he punched Naruto, who sent him flying, breaking the roof of the house asterisk. Dick asterisk, he said, leaving the place. The screen turns off. Some laughed at what he saw. Others held it in, and some were sorry for Naruto. Nezu. Well, now a song would be good, said to put on some random song. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen in a study that was in his house. Izuku. Alex, ready. He said, seeing Alex, who was in the area where everything was controlled. Alex. Yes, said to press a button. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I'd change, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, hey oh. I get drunk, wake up, I'm wasted still. I realize the time that I wasted here. I feel like you can't feel the way I feel. Oh, I'll be fucked up if you can't be right here. Oh 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 whoa, oh oh whoa, oh oh whoa. Oh 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 whoa, oh oh whoa, oh oh whoa. Oh 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 whoa, oh oh whoa, oh oh whoa. Oh. I'll be fucked up if you can't be right here. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I'd change, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, hey. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I'd change even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, hey. When I'm away from you, I miss your touch, ooh ooh. You're the reason I believe in love. It's been difficult for me to trust, ooh ooh. And I'm afraid that I'ma fuck it up. Ain't no way that I can leave you stranded. 'Cause you ain't ever left me empty-handed. And you know that I can't live without you. So, baby, stay. Oh 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 whoa oh oh whoa oh oh whoa. Oh 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 whoa oh oh whoa oh oh whoa. Oh 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 whoa oh oh whoa oh oh whoa. I'll be fucked up if you can't be right here. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I'd change, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, hey. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I'd change even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, hey. Oh oh oh, I need you to stay, hey. Izuku finished and extended a thumbs up to Alex, who pressed a button to save everything. The screen turns off. The women were blushing from the song. Nezu. Well, go take a break and in 30 minutes we will be here, he said, and so some went to the dining room and others stayed talking. Somewhere, Izuku could be seen going to an abandoned warehouse. Before entering he would check if no one was following him, then enter with some bags. Izuku. Hello, he said, looking at a shadow. What are you doing here, said in fighting stance. Izuku. I only brought you this, he said with bags in his hands. Why are you doing this? Izuku. Why are you human, right? Garo. He said, looking at the shadow that would walk and then looking at Garo. Garo. I don't know why you're helping me, said sadly. Izuku. Why are you human, right? And anyone makes a mistake, he said calmly. Well, I'm leaving, he said to leave. Garo. Wait, he said for Izuku to stop, even though what he did is wrong, he said with his gaze downcast. Can I be a hero? He asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku. That doesn't depend on me, it depends on you, he said smiling. But yes, you can be a hero, he said to leave, leaving a Garo kneeling on the ground. Garo. Wow, it's been a long time since I shed a tear, he said while touching his face to see what was tearing up. After the awesome break that the BNHA members took, they had retired to the dining room or to do something. They returned to the auditorium to continue seeing what Izuku was hiding. Nezu. Well, since we're all more relaxed, who wants to come in? He said for Setsuna to raise her hand. Well, come in, Miss Tokage. He said for the aforementioned to come in and put on a video that caught her attention, then returned to his seat. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen with his friends with party decorations. For whom? Well, for no one, he just wanted to have a party XD. Izuku. Well, the guests are almost here, he said at the grill that was in the patio of his new house. Izuku would be at the grill cooking ribs, burgers, etc. Izuku. And the hamburger buns? He asked since Naruto was taking a while. Alex. Suddenly he got caught up in something, said normally. Izuku. I just had to go to the kitchen and get it, he said touching his head. Suddenly a sweaty Naruto falls from the sky. Naruto. I already arrived with the bee bread, he said tiredly because he had to go to another city because there was no bread. Lorenzo. And why are you so sweaty? He asked confused. Naruto. There was no bread, he said on the floor with the bag. Inosuke. And why didn't you go to the supplies? He asked confused. Naruto started to cry at what Inosuke said. Izuku. Well, at least you brought the bread, he said to open the bag and see that they were hot dog buns. You know something, I'm not going to scream, he said to grab Naruto with both hands from the jacket and give him the bread. Naruto. Huh, said confused. Izuku. Good old man, let's get the bread, he said to spin around and throw it far away until it was lost in the sky. What a good day, he said calmly. Natsu. Don't you think you went too far? He said seeing where Izuku threw Naruto. Izuku. I don't think so, he said calmly. But before they could continue talking, the doorbell rang. Izuku went to see since his guests were coming. Izuku would go open the door to see Suiryu, Genos, King, Fubuki, Tatsumaki, the unlicensed cyclist XD, and Kami. Off-screen, Bakugo. Why he invited her, blushing whisper since he liked her. Shoto. He invites him to Shiketsu's but not his best friends, he said indignantly. Kirishima. That's not manly, he said indignantly, since his friend didn't invite him. Mineta. Damn Midori. I didn't finish because he fell asleep because of Midnight's quirk, and then he was wrapped in Aizawa's bandages, so I threw him out the window. Inside the screen. Cana. Dad, how long until lunch? She said, going to the door since her father was there. Dad, who is the girl? She asked, pointing at Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki. I'm not a damn brat, she said angrily with a vain wait. Did Dad tell you? She asked, confused. Izuku. Yes, she's my adopted daughter, he said, carrying her. Cana says hello, she said. What's she doing? And said hello with her little hand. Geno's. My sensei's daughter, said, looking at Cana. Swear you. Wait, sensei. He told me no, he said indignantly and depressed. Fubuki. Hello, Izuku said, hugging him. Kami. Hello, Izuku said the same as Fubuki. Tatsumaki. I want to hug him too, she said in a whisper with her arms crossed. Izuku. Well, come in, he said for everyone to come in. Fubuki and Kami wouldn't stop hugging him. See, can you stop hugging me? He asked nervously. Kami, Fubuki. Nope, they said, advancing with an Izuku who had Cana on his shoulders. Same. ZZHH. Dad, if my moms find out you'll be dead, he whispered in her ear so the other two wouldn't hear. Izuku felt a chill at this and begged them to let him go, but they didn't listen, so when they got to the courtyard, everyone saw Izuku with two girls hugging each other and Cana on his shoulders. Lorenzo. That's my brother. He doesn't waste time, he said with his hands around his hands, making like a megaphone, but received a blow from Gwen that buried him in the ground. Juvia. Izuku-sama. Who are they? She asked with a purple aura like the others. Thoru. Izuku-kun, who are they? He asked with a kind smile that terrified Izuku. Izuku. They are friends, love, he said nervously. Kami, Fubuku. Did you call them love? They said sadly. Izuku. Yes, they are, he said, pointing to the girls. They are my girlfriends, he said nervously, so that the girls stop hugging him and are sad. Alulu. Do you think we should talk to them about it? She said, seeing Fubuki, Kami, and Tatsumaki who were sad. Rias. I don't know, she said with a little distrust. I mean, we still don't know her, she said, looking at them. Thoru. You don't have to be so harsh, she said, looking at them. Nagant. And if we talk to them after the party, he said, so that some would agree with them. Apart from that way we would get to know them better and give them our approval, he said, so that everyone would agree. The party was over with Izuku's friends, along with King, Suiryu and the cyclist. Suiryu was getting into a fight with Geno's, exclaiming why her and not him. XD. The cyclist and King were hugging each other while singing at the top of their lungs. Baby girls. XD and Izuku's friends were on the ground. Izuku's girlfriends were watching the three of them and decided to talk to him. Nezuko. Well, said, looking at the girls. Fubuki. What do you want? Said sadly. Gwen. We want to talk, she said, looking at them. Tatsumaki. What? She said, pretending to be as usual, but she was sad. Alulu. Well, we want to talk about Izuku, said, looking at them. Kami. What are your girlfriends? She said with a few tears. Rias. Well, about something else, she said, looking away. Nagant. Tell him, it's not that difficult, he said, looking at them. Juvia. Juvia thinks that if it's so easy, why don't you say it? She said, looking at her. Nagant. EHHH. Why don't you do it, he said, looking at Katia. Katia would sigh to speak. Katia. Well, what we wanted to tell you is that if you also want to be Izuku's girlfriends, she said directly. The three. Yes, they said with emotion and without thinking. Tatsumaki would realize what she did. Tatsumaki. Cough cough, I say I'll see, she said, looking away, blushing with her arms crossed. Then they would look for Izuku to talk to him, and they would see him sitting there watching the disaster. Izuku. What, I'll have to clean tomorrow, he said, depressed, but he didn't know he would notice the girls approaching from behind. Alulu. Izuku said, so that the aforementioned jumps in fright that his head would go through the ceiling. Izuku. Help me, he said while moving his hand so they would pull it. Thank you, he said while moving his head, removing the pieces of the roof. Well, what did you want to tell me? Nezuko. Not as, she said. Everyone take a step and make way for Kami, Fubuku and Tatsumaki. Izuku. Fubuki. Well, we wanted to tell you. Tatsumaki. Yes, she said, blushing and embarrassed. Came here. You wanted to be our girlfriend, she said nervously and breaking Katsuki's heart off screen. Izuku. I don't know what to say, he said discouraged to the girls, but then he sighed. Well, but we can try, he said, giving her one of his best smiles. The three of them didn't wait long and rushed over to hug him and give him a kiss. Izuku. Wait, what about Cana? He asked so everyone could see from the sides. Same. He could be seen touching Suiryu with Genos's unarmed arm. Cana. Are you still alive? She said, pecking him with her arm. Suiryu. 5 more minutes, he said, lying down on the grass in the yard. Cana. If he's still alive, she said, to throw away the arm that accidentally caused an incineration that burned Alex's face. I'm leaving, she said, to quickly go to her room. The screen turns off. You could see some people laughing, the women sad because 3 others were beating them, and a Bakugo devastated because his crush, who they had barely met twice, saw him as an acquaintance. XD, that's right, not even as a friend, just an acquaintance. Nezu. Well, does anyone want to put something? He asked the pony to just stand up and play a song and then return to his seat. The screen turns on. You could see Izuku in a singing booth giving Alex a thumbs up to play the track. I'm not going to put lyrics. XD. When he finished, Alex applauded him. XD. The screen turns off. Some still didn't believe that Izuku could sing like that, although they were surprised by the lyrics. They still loved them. Nezu. Okay, young people, that's all for today. You can leave now, he said for everyone to leave. Somewhere on the planet, you could see a small island that you could walk around in about 50 steps, and after a few minutes you could see a yellow blur in the sky descending at an incredible speed. Naruto. Ah screamed as he was falling towards the island while it caught fire. Naruto after a few seconds fell against the sand that turned to glass from the heat. Naruto. Ouch, my head, said, rubbing his head. I think Izuku exaggerated, he said, and then looked around and only saw a few palm trees and kilometers of sea. EHHHHHH. Said confused Izui screamed with all his strength he had. At Izuku's house, Izuku could be seen lying on his very large bed next to all his girlfriends. He suddenly sat down because he thought he had heard something. Izuku. Did you hear that? He asked confused. Nagant. What are you talking about? She said sleepily. Izuku. I think I hear my name, he said, relaxing a little. Fubuki *. Calm down, Izuku, it will be nothing, said to hug him from behind. Kami. Yes, and go back to bed, she said to pull him to lie down again. You could see the BNHA cast in the auditorium, the same as always in all the chapters. XD. Nezu. Well, who's coming up now? He said, so May would raise her hand. Well, let the mad scientist come in. He said, to the laughter of some and May's indignation, that she would stand up and say something. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen sitting in his living room of his second house, not the one at the association, looking at his cell phone, bored with his friends who were equally bored, until a portal would open in front of them. Before this they would be on guard. Izuku. Pay attention to everything, he said seriously. But a beaten Shoto would come out of the portal, and Izuku would go and help him. Izuku. Shoto, what happened to you? And why do you look bigger? He said to a Shoto on the ground that he would see him and throw a flame at him. Shoto. Move away, says Izuku. Izuku dodges the attack by covering himself with his darkness. Izuku. Shoto, what's wrong with you and why aren't you at Ua? He asked a little curiously. Shoto would realize that he was not where he was since he was in a place he had not been before. Shoto. It worked, said to see Izuku. Tell me, what day is it? Izuku. I don't know, really, he said confused. Shoto. Where am I? He asked, a little shocked by this. Izuku. Izuku. You're in my house, he said calmly. Shoto thought. This isn't my world, this Izuku is different, he's more carefree. What was that darkness? He wondered. Izuku. So, who are you? He said with his arms crossed. Shoto. I'm from the future, he said, standing up. Everyone would be shocked by this. Izuku. And what are you doing here? Shoto. I came to stop you, he said seriously, wanting to attack. Izuku would just dodge it and catch him with his black whips. Izuku. Expect to stop me from what? Asked confused. Shoto. You killed everyone, said, trying to get away. Ruler everything, said sadly. That's why I came to stop you, said angrily. Izuku. Wait, what am I? He said, shocked. Naruto. I don't think Izuku will do that, he said, looking at Izuku. Shoto. And who are you? Izuku. He and them are my friends and brother, he calmly said, something that made Shoto calm down. Shoto. This is not my line. Now I'm supposed to be in the UA in the war, or was that your change? At this everyone would be in shock. Izuku. Expect war. Shoto. Yes, the war of heroes and villains, where you lost your sanity and ended up killing Tamura, he said something seriously that shocked everyone. Then you killed all the villains, you didn't leave any, and after that you made your dictatorship. First it was Japan, then the world, he said seriously. Izuku. No, he said in terror at that. Shoto. Well, it seems like it wouldn't end, because two hands would come out of the portal that was closing and begin to open it, so that another bigger Izuku would appear, with a red cape and his hero suit, only it was red and black. Izuku too. Shoto said, smiling. Who would have thought that you're hiding here, he said, smiling maniacally. But your life ends here, he said, to launch into the attack. Before he does anything to Shoto Izuku, he would send him away with a punch that would send him flying. Izuku. Who was that? He asked, confused. Shoto. It's you, he said with fear, since no one had done that to the Izuku in his world. Before answering anything, Izuku too would fly back through the walls to take Izuku to the sky while hitting him. Izuku. So this is me, he said as if nothing had happened, taking the blows without flinching. Izuku too. How does it not hurt you? He said, seeing how it did not cause anything to his other self. Izuku. Why am I the strongest, he said, to hit his other self that would break his arm. Izuku too. Ah, screamed, stopping hitting to hold his arm. This is not possible, he said without believing it. Izuku. Well, believe it, he said, to give Izuku to a karate blow to his head that would make him quickly fall to the ground. Izuku would just easily descend to the ground to grab Izuku by his cloak and drag him to his house. Time skip. Izuku. Hello, I'm back, he said, entering through a hole in the wall, dragging another Izuku covered in blood. Shoto. How, he said with fear. Izuku. I am the strongest, he said while an aura of death surrounded him. Shoto. Well, thanks, he said to inject something into Izuku's world. Tanjiro. What did you inject him with? He asked doubtfully. Shoto. I injected him with a quirk eraser created by Melissa Shieldsty, said to shit on Izuku. Well, I'm leaving and thank you very much, said to take his Izuku to his world. Alex. Are you telling me there's a multiverse? He said, looking at Lorenzo. Lorenzo. Apparently so, said to see a Naruto who was on the ground. Why, a piece of wall fell on him when Izuku too went through it. The screen turns off. Shoto. It can't be, he said, shocked to see himself in the future. Without anyone noticing, a portal opens from which a hand comes out and touches Mei's forehead before she speaks, and after that hand returns to the portal. Mei. What did we see? She asked, not remembering. At this, everyone would shed a drop because they thought he wasn't paying attention to the screen. Nezu. Well, who wants to come in now? He asked, so Snipe could stand up and put something on. The screen turns on. The boys could be seen standing in a circle with Izuku's girlfriends in the house given to them by the Hero Association. Izuku. Well, why did you want us, Naruto? He asked with a little laughter when he saw him with a coconut as a helmet. Naruto. Apart from hitting you, he said to smack him, I wanted to tell you that something strange happened, he said while interlacing their fingers. Alex. What are you talking about, Naruto? Naruto. Well, I came back last night. You know something better, I'll show you, he said to stand up and connect his cell phone to the TV. On TV, Naruto's cell phone camera could be seen pointing at the door of his house. Naruto. Well, I'm back from a little trip I made, he said while pointing to make it look all wet, and then pointing to the door again. Well, as revenge I'm going to play a joke on Izuku, he said to open the door and enter as quietly as possible. Naruto would walk while commenting on what he planned to do, but suddenly he heard something. Naruto. Did you hear that? He said to make silence, but nothing was heard. It sounds like a basement, he said walking towards a door that was next to the kitchen. Naruto was going to open it, but he would see how a yellow light began to shine, so he opened it and there was nothing, no light, nothing. Naruto. Was it my imagination? He said to stop the recording and see if he had recorded it. Outside of TV, Izuku. I'm going to check, he said to go to the basement and come back. There was nothing, he said, a little nervous. Naruto. Keep watching, he said, a little traumatized. On TV. Now you could see a Naruto sitting down while the camera was pointed at him. Naruto. Well, I was watching the recording and it wasn't my imagination. Literally something was there, he said with a little fear, but I would see a window and I would grab the camera and point it so that you could see a black silhouette walking through there. See that? He said to the camera in a whisper so that whatever it was wouldn't hear him. Naruto would be recording until he felt a tap on his shoulder. Tanjiro. Naruto said so that the aforementioned gets scared and sees his friend. Naruto. Tanjiro, do you see that? He asked fearfully, pointing to the window. Tanjiro. See what? He said confused. Naruto. You know nothing about my imagination, he said without taking it seriously. Outside of TV, Tanjiro. I was asleep, he said with fear. Naruto. Keep watching, he said terrified. Inside TV. Now Naruto and Tanjiro started walking towards the rooms while talking, until they reached the rooms and saw the basement open. Naruto. You opened the basement, but when you wanted to see Tanjiro you wouldn't see him. Tanjiro. Naruto would ask the air, but the basement door would close loudly, so Naruto would run to his room quickly, but before entering he would record the passage with his camera, but he wouldn't realize that a shadow would be watching him standing there without doing anything. So Naruto would come in and close his door blindly and put a table he had there and then get into his bed and hide in his quilts. Finish recording. Naruto. That's what I recorded, he said with fear. Izuku. Well, I think I'm going to call an old friend, he said to grab his cell phone. Strange. Yes, it's me, Izuku. If I need a favor. No, wait, remember you owe me a lot. Okay, come quickly, it's important, he said to hang up. Alulu. And who was Izu-kun? Izuku. A friend from the United States, he said, but a yellow portal would open where a man would come out who had a red cape, blue and black clothing and a necklace on one eye. Asterisk. Izuku. Strange, friend said, but would be stopped by this. Strange. Quick, Izuku had things to do, said Arto. Izuku. Well, look at this, he said to put the recording. Strange. A ghost, said a little irritated. Just for this. You could call a priest to bless the house. He said angrily. Izuku. Well, I don't think it will work, he said scratching his neck. Strange. Why, Izuku? Because I think this has been following us for 2 houses, he said nervously. Strange. Okay, said to pull out a hair and start moving his hands, making a portal, making everyone see a doll. Get rid of that and you can be at peace, said to leave. Izuku. Damn, but whose doll is it? He asked so Gwen could whistle. Gwen. He asked since his strongest girlfriend has something like that. Gwen. Yes. Izuku. Is it yours? And everyone stared at her. Gwen. As she said to run to her room, but Katia made a wall using her quirk that prevented her from passing. Don't do anything to him, she said desperately. Izuku. I'm sorry, but it's for our own good, he said to break the wall and enter Gwen's room and grab the doll, to leave and return with the others. Here it is, he said, showing one of those porcelain dolls that if they fell they would break. Alex. Yes, she is ugly, but when she says that the doll frowns. Natsu. I can't take it anymore, he said to take the doll to the patio, being followed by everyone, and burned the doll. That's nice now, he said calmly. Tanjiro. Wait, he said, so the scene changes and everyone is seen in diving suits underwater leaving a box, so Tanjiro can give a thumb. Time skip. Tanjiro. Now it's a pleasure, he said sitting on the couch. Alulu. Don't you feel more calm? She asked and everyone nodded. Izuku. If you feel calmer, said Ruth. Lorenzo. If it's true, I no longer feel that feeling of being watched. Izuku. Yes, but Gwen feels bad, he said looking at a Gwen in a corner. Izuku would get closer but he would just push him away. Thoru. I have the solution, he said to get closer and whisper something in her ear. Upon hearing what was said, he would stand up and become happy. Izuku. Thoru, what did you say? Said Winds to the aforementioned who was approaching. Thoru. Nothing, just come with us, he said to pick him up and take him to the room followed by his girlfriends. Alex. Well, I'm going to a hotel, he said to leave. Naruto. I'm going to the dumpster, he said, crying while grabbing a sheet and a pillow. Lorenzo. Me said to see his girlfriend. I'm going with my girlfriend, said defeated to go to a room. The screen turns off. The room was impressed by the strange events that happened to Izuku. Somewhere, Izuku could be seen in the abandoned warehouse, wearing a hat and a poncho. Izuku. Garo, are you here? He asked, and the aforementioned appeared. Garo. And now what do you want? He asked suspiciously. Izuku. Well, take this and this, he said, giving him the hat and poncho. Garo. And this? Izuku. Well, it's so you go unnoticed, so you can change your hair, he said normally. Garo. What? He asked, puzzled. Izuku. Yes, hurry up, there's no time, he said while checking if any heroes were coming. Garo. Okay, said to get things done ready. Izuku. Okay, let's go, he said, and the two left. They walked down the street as normal as possible. Garo. Do you think it'll work? He said to a calm Izuku. Izuku. If you look, they said, to pass by a hero and he wouldn't realize it was Garo, you see. Garo. It's okay, he said, already relieved since no one will notice. They continued like this until they reached the barber shop, where Garo only got a haircut and dyed his hair. Izuku. Well, this is where my path ends for now, he said, to leave like that, and don't give too many clues that it's you, he said, to leave in a burst of speed. Garo. How annoying, he said with a smile. The cast of BNHA could be seen in the auditorium. They were about to put something on, but suddenly it played. It is it. Everyone turns to look at Bakugo. Bakugo. It's my ringtone, he said as if nothing happened. Hello. Izuku phone. Hello Muslim, I was wondering if you found a flash drive there, he said, so everyone gets nervous. Bakugo. Yes, and we're watching it, he said without thinking. Izuku phone. Wait, what? Now I'm going to Aya, said to hang up. Bakugo. Oops, he said, but would be beaten by everyone. Nezu. Well, let's enjoy what's left, he said to put on any video. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen walking down the street while walking Rover. While he saw everything as if it were something new, Izuku would continue walking until a portal opened below him and Rover. Izuku. Why me? He said with a sigh as he fell. The camera would also fall into the portal, but only the screen went black, so that minutes later Izuku and Rover were seen lying on the floor. After a few more minutes they would wake up. Izuku. What happened? He said to see Rover. Rover, are you okay? And he would nod. The two would turn to look at their surroundings and see. Izuku. Where are we? He said, seeing a kind of labyrinth. Izuku would see Rover running down a hallway. Izuku. Wait, exclaimed to chase. Izuku would be chasing Rover down a hallway that seemed to have more hallways than when you looked at them they seemed endless. After running so much, Izuku would catch Rover. Izuku. There's Rover 4. He didn't finish because he heard the sound of a natal crashing. Izuku carried Rover, and stealthily peeked down a hallway where the sound was coming from. When Izuku peeked, he would see a very thin being. His body looked like wood, but it was completely black, and what looked like his eyes were completely white. Izuku would quickly stop looking around to stealthily leave high. Rover. Gal, Rover barked, which alerted that bug. Izuku without waiting would give a punch with all his power. His chest not even flinched. This only made Izuku run carrying Rover. Izuku would go through corridors that all seemed the same, until he reached a different one where he would lose the bug. He would just continue and see a wall with millions of corridors. Izuku would just turn around and see a door. He would open it and see a slope. Izuku would just look back and see the bug that would try to grab him, but it would just go backwards down the slope since it was like a ramp. The camera would go black for a few seconds and then focus on Izuku and Rover falling down with their eyes closed, implying that they were unconscious. Izuku. Why is there so much air asterisk? He said to open his eyes and see how he fell asterisk asterisk, he said without taking it seriously asterisk wait. I'm falling asterisk, he shouted to look to the sides and see Rover. He would quickly grab him and wrap himself in his black whips and then make a dome of darkness to cushion the fall. After a few minutes in the air, they would crash to the ground, just like the camera, but it would continue recording as if nothing had happened. Izuku. It was close, he said with a sigh while deactivating his quirks. Are you okay? he said, seeing Rover, who would just lick his face. He laughed a little and then looked at the camera while the commercial wasn't lying when he said it was more resistant than a Nokia. He said to grab the camera and turn it off. The screen turns off. Everyone couldn't believe what they saw, wondering what it was. What happened? Where were they? Things like that. They would only be in shock except for Bakugo, who wasn't there since he had remembered that his crush left with his best friend. Nezu. Well, now who? I didn't finish because something or someone went through the roof, making a crater in the auditorium, raising a cloud of smoke. Let's see, what were you going to say, rat? Said a voice that sounded annoyed. Aizawa. Who are you? He said with his quirk active like everyone else. Wow, how cold, not even a hug for your favorite student. He said so the smoke would dissipate, showing Izuku. Everyone. Izuku, Midoriya, Shonen, favorite offspring for the last one. Everyone would stare at Aizawa. Aizawa. That's the truth, he said, breaking the hearts of Class A*. After saying that, he threw himself at him as he cared for Izuku like a father and son. Izuku. How is Mom Caterpillar? He said, ruining the moment and receiving a bad look from Aizawa. It was a joke, he said, raising his hands. And how are you doing? He said, looking at the others who went to hug them. Nezu. Young Midoriya said so everyone could see. We have to talk about what we saw, said seriously so Izuku would get serious. Izuku. I have nothing to say, director, he said, staring at him to make him nervous. Nezu. It's my school and I do what I want, he said so some people would look at him badly. Izuku. Like that, he said repeatedly. Nezu. Yes, he said, a little nervous. Izuku. Okay, he said to make his hands like a megaphone. *OOHHH Rover, here is your dinner, he said so that loud footsteps could be heard, which became louder, and then things could be heard breaking until a rover that was in his large form would go through a wall and fence next to Izuku to become small. Nezu. What are you going to do? He asked fearfully. Izuku. Nothing, he said, looking at his nails. He's just going to eat you, he said to show Rover, who was drooling from his mouth while looking at Nezu. Nezu. I wouldn't dare, he said with fear. Izuku. No, he said, looking at him so he could sit down. Well, Rover, let's eat, he said so Rover could walk towards Nezu while opening his mouth. Nezu. It's okay, we won't ask, he said with fear. Izuku. Well, Rover, come on, don't eat it anymore, he said to make Rover sad. Come take this, he said, giving him a big piece of meat that I don't even know where he got it from. Rover would just get happy and walk happily up to the meat and start eating it while everyone watched. Izuku. Well, I'm going and I'm taking this, he said, grabbing the pendrive. Everyone. Wait, they said to try to take it off, but Izuku would only use his darkness to keep them from moving. Izuku. Why should I give them this? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Endeavor. Why, we want to see, said, trying to take it away. Izuku. It's mine, so I'll do whatever comes out of my saints with it, he said as if it were nothing. Momo. Please, Izuku said, trying to beg him. Izuku. No, besides, they didn't ask me for permission and you saw, so bye, he said to make a portal of darkness and go in it. Shoto. Damn my soba, he said, looking at his soba that was on the floor but was ignored. Denki. How sad. Now what we entertain ourselves with, said sadly. Mineta. With this, he said while taking out no poor magazines, but he would receive a beating from the women. May. Okay, let's go, she said for everyone to leave. Elsewhere, Izuku could be seen coming out of a doorway at his association house. Izuku. TCH shit, what have they seen, he said to the heir to sit on his couch, but was heard by Fubuki. Fubuki. What's up, love, said, jumping on him. Izuku. They only saw my videos, said, showing the pendrive. Fubuki. Videos? She asked in surprise. Izuku. Yes, it contains almost everything I make, he said, covering his eyes. Fubuki. Can we see? She said, looking at him. Izuku. I don't know, he said hesitantly. Fubuki. Please, made puppy eyes. Izuku. My weakness, said to give a sigh and put the pendrive to the TV and put a song. Inside the screen, Izuku could be seen with a ukulele. Izuku. Hello, I composed this song for my daughters and sons. This song is called I Learned From Them. I was going to start singing and paused. Izuku. Off screen. Fubuki. Why did you do that? She asked intrigued. Izuku. Wait, I'm going to bring my children, he said, to go into a portal and bring Eri, Kota, Katsuma and Mahoro *. Cana come, he said, and a Cana came running. Cana. Yes, Dad asked to see the children. Izuku. Well, they are your little brothers, he said, so Cana could see them with stars. Come on kids, say hello, he said, so the kids could start getting to know each other. Fubuki. Izuku, why are you crying? She asked worriedly. Izuku. Look how they grow, he said, watching them talking, making hero poses. Fubuki would just smile at this. Izuku. Okay kids, pay attention, he said, wiping his tears while the kids paid attention to him. Well, I would like you to pay attention to the television, he said, and the kids sat on the floor and looked at the screen. Izuku would sit on the couch with Fubuki next to him. Izuku would unpause the video. Inside the screen, Izuku. Today I'm going to talk to you about my heroes. Who saw me grow up. From the lion who became king. Even the princess who broke the law. If you ask me, I learned from them that there are people worth melting for. Everything is possible, even the impossible. Virtues are sometimes beneath the surface. Beauty is on the inside. Remember me even if I say goodbye, goodbye. I must stop being something I am not. Crying calms me down from life's problems. Eliminate from your life if it eliminates your smile. There is a tear for every laugh. You are braver than you think. Why do we have to grow? The second star to the right. Straight ahead until dawn. Hold on to what makes you different. If you wait for the right moment, that was it. Ohana means family. Family is being together always. May your soul be free. And it's never too late to be young. Boo. Keep swimming. Keep swimming. I want to be like you. Hakuna Matata. Live and let live. Babidi babidi boo. There is a friend in me. So soft that I want to die. I learned from them. Every rainy day has its rainbow. The right path is not the easiest. Mirror, mirror, eternally grateful. Don't focus on what you leave behind. Look for the most vital. Listen to your heart and you will understand. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I think so, you're completely crazy. But I'll tell you a secret between us. The best people are, if you do not want to please when you speak, you'd better keep quiet. To infinity and beyond. Life is not perfect to be wonderful. I am a beautiful butterfly. Your identity is your most valuable possession. Protect the entire coast. Always remember who you are and that's it. Boo. Keep swimming. Keep swimming. I want to be like you. Hakuna Matata. Live and let live. Babidi babidi boo. There is a friend in me. So soft that I want to die. I learned from them. Pull the lever. Dishonor on your cow. That we must explore the unexplored. Let no one move. I have a dragon and I'm not afraid to use it. Really, really good. Boo. Keep swimming. Keep swimming. I want to be like you. Hakuna Matata. Live and let live. Babidi babidi boo. There is a friend in me. So soft that I want to die. I learned from them. Now that you know who they are, you'll believe me. If I tell you that animals know how to talk, that one day I will know how to fly. That magic is real. I learned from them. No matter how far I fly from here, they will always be with me. Izuku. Well, this is for my 5 children. I hope you liked it. I don't know when you hear it, but I will always be with you, he said, smiling. The screen turns off. The children could be seen crying and went to hug Izuku, who also reciprocated the hug. Children. Dad, they said, crying. Izuku. Did you like it? He said while hugging them. Eri. Yes, she said with tears. Cana. We really liked it. Fubuki. Hee, how pretty, she said while looking at it. Izuku. Come here too, he said to bring Fubuki closer and also join the hug. Counting on the previous chapter, you could see the 7 hugging. Eri. Dad, she said as she separated from her father's arms and wiped her tears. Izuku. That different. Eri. Can I borrow your USB? I want to see it for a second, she said tenderly. Izuku. It's okay, he said to give it to him since he couldn't resist. Without anyone noticing, I changed the USBs, same design, different content. Eri. Thanks, Dad said, giving him the fake one. Izuku. Okay, he said, receiving it. Well, it's time for you to go back since you can't be here now, he said, to open a portal and take them through it and come back. Well, let's go, Cana and Fubuki, let's go with the others. And so the three left the room. In the Eri could be seen wearing dark glasses like the other children in the principal's room, and in front of him was Principal Nezu. Nezu. What happened, kids, said the rat, looking at them. Mahoro. Well, we came to do business, he said while giving him a paper. Nezu. And this? He said to read it and open his eyes wide. What? After shouting that, he cleared his throat. And what do they have that we give them this? He said, thinking it was nothing. Eri. Just this, showing the USB in her hand. Nezu would try to catch him, but Kota would throw a jet of water at him. Katsuma. You can look at it but you can't touch it, he said, seeing everything. Nezu. Give me that, he said, but again he was greeted by another jet of water, but this one was very hot. It burns. He screamed as it burned his face. Mahoro. And he accepts the deal. He said, looking at him. Nezu. Yeah, take it, he said, still holding his face while giving them a premium platinum gold card. The children grabbed the credit card, then ran away, of course without first leaving the USB on the table. After a few minutes, Nezu's pain would go away and he would open his eyes, seeing the USB on the table. Nezu. These kids said to grab the USB and press a button that was next to a microphone. Everyone is summoned to the auditorium, please. It was heard throughout UA, and Nezu then summoned heroes to the auditorium as well. Time skip. We can see the UA auditorium with the usual people XD. They were wondering what was happening. Those questions and more ceased when a mouse entered Aizawa's shoulder. Nezu. Hello, he said, raising his paw as he walked forward. Well, my sources got this, he said as he took out the pendrive. Bakugo. And where did you get that? He asked a little more animatedly. Nezu. That's not said, he said to Bakugo. Well, Miss May, could you do us the honor, he said, putting the USB in front. May. It would be a pleasure, said to put the USB and put something. The screen turns on. Izuku. I can't believe I'm going to the United States, said an Izuku on a plane heading to New York. During the trip everything seemed normal, but when the plane was about to arrive it began to experience turbulence. Izuku quickly realized that he was going to crash, so he quickly went to get all the passengers and pulled them out with the OFA. Izuku. I was close, he said, in the water. What happened? He said, to see the city and see a bunch of black things with monstrous mouths, sharp teeth and tongues. But what happened here? He said while looking at the city, but in the distance he could see how people were fighting against those costs. Izuku didn't wait long and activated the OFA to quickly swim towards the city, but he was greeted by many of those costs, so he began to fight against them since there were many. When he was about to be defeated, someone grabbed his hand while he was swinging. Hey, what are you doing here? Asked the masked woman who was wearing a white and black suit, with a white mask and a hood. Izuku. Who are you? He said, confused. I'm Spider Ghost, he said without looking at him. Izuku. And what happened here? He asked, intrigued by what happened. Spider Ghost. It all started with a red ray that appeared and headed into the sky. Then what we thought were meteors fell and hit the ground. Then we discovered something. They weren't meteorites, they were symbionts, but they are clipters. They are an alien race that needs to make symbiosis to live since they can't do it alone. He said all that while swinging. Then they started with animals, then humans, until they made all of New York theirs. Izuku. And do you have any way to beat them? He asked worriedly. Spider. No, we don't know yet. The most powerful heroes fell before them. Some heroes and vigilantes still haven't fallen for that, including me, he said, but suddenly a ray of blue energy cut the web. It can't be, he said, falling, but Izuku using a boost grabbed Spider Ghost in a bridal way and began to jump on the walls. Izuku. No, Iron Man, why you? He said while seeing an Iron Man with a symbiote in the air. Spider Ghost. Attentive said to grab Izuku by the waist and throw a spider web towards a wall to be able to dodge a hammer. Izuku. Wow, Thor 2 said, seeing a Thor with a symbiote. Spider Ghost. Time to go, said to swing through the buildings to escape the symbiote heroes, then enter an abandoned place. Izuku. Where are we? He said to fall to the ground since Spider Ghost would throw him to the ground. Ouch. Spider. Harry, open up, said to a wall that suddenly opened. Harry. You took a long time, Gwen said now to the one known as Gwen. Gwen. Yes, it was because of him, she said, pointing at Izuku. Harry. And who is he? He asked, looking at him. Izuku. So I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Izuku Midoriya, an aspiring hero. He said normally. Asterisk. Harry. Applicant said, looking at him. Come, he said, to enter and see a laboratory with many test tubes and in the center a capsule with something white that moved like crazy. Gwen. Did you do it? She said, looking at the mass. Harry. Yes, he said, to open the capsule to grab him, but he would go to Izuku. Izuku. He exclaimed, a little scared, but the mass would surround him little by little. Help. He exclaimed, scared. Gwen was going to help him, but Harry stopped her. Harry. Look, he said, so Gwen could see how the mass surrounds Izuku. Izuku was already being surrounded completely. Izuku. Gur screams while looking at the ceiling and then looks at the two. We are anti-venom. Screams and then breaks the ceiling, and with his own mass he makes cobwebs, thus swinging. Gwen. Are we going for him? She said, looking at Harry. Harry. No, and look at this, he said, to point to a screen that looked like anti-venom. Izuku was swinging. Anti-venom would be swinging while smelling the air. Then he went to an exact direction where several symbiotes could be seen trying to infect more people, but anti-venom would go against them, thus hitting each one of them, which were disintegrating, leaving only people who were in the symbiote suits. Anti-venom would only go to look for more symbiotes. After an hour, Venom had exterminated many symbiotes, but it was still too many. But elsewhere, a ship descended from the sky, and a small tree could be seen, along with a raccoon walking on two legs. Rocket. Groot, let's go, we have to go with those brats. They supposedly did it, he said, so that the little tree now known as Groot would climb onto his back. Groot. I am Groot, he said, for the two to go to the laboratory. Already in the laboratory, Harry and Gwen would be seen watching everything that anti-venom did, but they were interrupted by a raccoon and a small tree. Gwen. Who are they? She asked, on guard. Rocket. We are the Guardians of the Galaxy, he said proudly. Harry. You, he said, holding back his laughter. Rocket. Yes, he said, so he could take out a gun and shoot it through the roof, and in the distance a huge explosion was heard that left Harry speechless. Gwen. And the others? Rocket. Well, they were infected, said sadly, but you said you had the cure, right? Harry. If you look at the screen. So Rocket directed his gaze to the screen and saw how Izuku with anti-venom pulverized the venoms. Rocket. Wow, it's effective, he said, impressed. Big. Yo soy big. Harry. Yes, good ones, go for him, he said, and Rocket, Gwen and Groot went for Izuku, who had anti-venom. The three would be looking for him until they found him. He was destroying venoms. When he finished them off, they would approach from behind. Gwen. Hey broccoli, she said, and anti-venom turned to see her. Anti-venom. No more Izuku, but anti-venom. Screams, but Gwen grabs his head. Gwen. Are you sure? Said, looking into her eyes. Anti-venom. Sure, he said in a frightening voice. Gwen. Are you sure? Asked closer. Izuku. Why, your verse is very close, he said, with anti-venom already leaving his body. Gwen taking out a vase would make the anti-venom come in. Gwen. We have him, said, with anti-venom wanting to leave and enter Izuku again. Izuku. Don't bring that near me, he said, getting behind Rocket, although he had to get on his knees to hide. Rocket. Well, give that to Groot, and quickly, he said, pushing Izuku and using a sonic weapon to push the symbiotes away. Gwen would quickly grab Groot and put him in the jar since he was ending up in it. There the two of them worked out in. Groot. I am anti-venom, he said, and then made particles come out of his hands and throw them into the sky. I am Groot. The particles exploded and spread like rain throughout New York and nearby cities. When they hit the symbiotes, they would disintegrate. Rocket. He did it, said, looking at Groot. Groot. I am anti-venom, said, jumping happily. Rocket. Well, we have to go, he said, carrying Groot. We have a universe to save, he said, to go to his ship. Izuku. Well, I think I've reached this point, he said, fainting. Gwen. Hee hee, how cute, said, looking at him to slap herself. What do you think? Gwen said, to take him where he can rest. The screen turns off. Everyone was surprised because an alien invasion and a student experiencing it, that's another level of life, but well, everyone came out of the shock and some realized that it was before he had all the power he has today, but there was always someone who asked the date. Director Nezu, when was that? He asked, intrigued, since there was never any talk of an invasion. Nezu, well, it says here, that it was after the robbery of the Yakuzas, he said calmly. Okay, he said more calmly, since that had happened a long time ago. Note. Here they are in 3Y. Why wouldn't I make them have 5 years to study XD? Nezu. Well, does anyone want to come in? He said to the pony, who didn't say anything, just come in and put something and return to his seat in silence. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen with his friends in a forest at night. Izuku. Well, today we are here because this application said, showing his cell phone to the camera, brought us here. The application called Randonata. This application sends us with specifications that we give. I put a forest where paranormal things happen, and it sent me to this forest, said while looking at the location. Naruto. Is it much longer? He said tiredly. Izuku. Yes, right here, he said to stop walking next to the others, and in front of him you could see an abandoned house. Lorenzo. Wow, it's scary, he said looking at the house. Tanjiro. Hey, did you see that? He said, pointing to a window. Alex. See what? Tanjiro. They know something. Nothing, he said without taking it seriously. Izuku. I know how to test if there is someone, he said calmly. Natsu. How? He asked with some curiosity. Izuku would just put his hands over his mouth to make like a megaphone. Izuku. Lola died. Screams and everyone breaks into a sweat. Inosuke. Do you really think it will work? He asked, but a distorted voice was heard. Who? Lola. Izuku. Lola. Mento. Who lied? Izuku. Mento. Late. Who beats? Izuku. Late. Coco. Who? Coco. Izuku. Coco 7. Who is it? Izuku. Set meat. Some people laughed at that. Who's a jerk? But it sounded angry. Izuku. Meet Oro. Who prayed? Izuku. Oro Puro. Who pure? Izuku. Puro Pan. Who is bread? Izuku. Pan Puro. Who but? Izuku. Puro Lito. Who killed? Izuku. Your Kulito. As he said that, a distorted heartbreaking scream was heard. Let's go, dude, he said, and everyone started running back the way they came. They would keep running until they reached a car. Everyone got in. Izuku. Quick, Lorenzo. Start it, he told him to get Lorenzo to start the car, but before he could move forward, a large figure of what looked like an animated cat, but with bulging teeth, stood in front of him and approached, while suddenly claws grew instead of fingers. Naruto. Run over, he said, and Lorenzo just ran him over without any remorse, and they drove away at full speed. Izuku. PFFFF sighed. How lucky we were, said relieved. Tanjito. Yes, Izuku. Now where are we going? He asked, but Alex just snatched his cell phone and threw it out the window. Hey, he said sadly. Izuku thought. Luckily I have the spare one under my sleeve, hehehe, he thought to himself. The screen turns off. Some laughed at what Izuku did but were terrified by the cat-like being. Nezu. Well, let's see something else, he said, and then made a metal note to protect that area of the forest. Reiki. Me said timidly to go to the front and put on a video. The screen turns on. Izuku could be seen lying on a bed in his house. Izuku. After the battle against 9 I realized something, he said to himself. I'm still very weak, he said looking at his hand while making a fist. I must train more, he said, and then looked at his ceiling. Apparently the OFA has 2 phases, he said, and some were confused. Why did they say it was OFA? And those who knew got nervous, but well, I must master this power, he said, to go to a laboratory that was underground. Note. I think the OFA has 2 phases. Why? Well, AM never used lightning like Izuku, right? He always went to his badass form. P.S. In the battle against AFO, he used yellow lightning from his arm, so I told myself that maybe he has 2 or 3 phases, since his 100% against overhaul is different from when he used it with 9. That's what I think, and if it's not true in my story, it is. Izuku just grabs a watch and would put a date on the watch, then he pressed a button that was on the side of the watch and disappeared. About 30 minutes later he walked back through the door, and left the watch where it was. Izuku. Well, the training worked, he said, to leave and go up to the living room and sit down. I control 1,000,000% of my first form and 1,000% of my second, he said calmly, but outside everyone was impressed by the amount, but even more a great Torino and AM since it was too much. The screen turns off. Everyone was in shock at what they saw and heard because it was too much power. Nezu. Who wants to put something? He said, a little uneasy. Kanoko. Me, said the mushroom girl, to put something. The screen turns on. Izuku and his friends could be seen in a car at night passing through a street where there was almost no one, but they saw a group of boys and girls, and Izuku stuck his head out the window. Izuku. React well, yells at them. Boy. Come here, CTM said to run, but the car was faster. Naruto. Ha 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 ha. Now the scene changes and you could see Izuku and Naruto on a plane. Naruto. Izuku, if the plane crashes, where do we leave? He said, pointing at the window with the camera. What could be seen as the plane's propeller and a city. Izuku. On TV, he said, so Naruto could start dancing afterwards, since he always wanted to be on TV, but some of the passengers were holding back their laughter. The screen turns off. Some were laughing and others were on the floor laughing, while crying and asking for it to be enough because they couldn't stand the laughter. Nezu. Well, changing the subject, your graduation to be heroes is coming up, he said, and A and B stopped laughing to pay attention. Well, your graduation is coming up and that's why we're not going to see anything these days, so you guys can get ready while we all get ready. If saying this, go to your rooms, said the rat, so everyone could go to their classrooms, house, or wherever they live. XD. The days would pass where there were no classes because classes 3A and B were going to graduate. The expected day was already arriving, but they wondered if their classmate Izuku Midoriya was going to be there. The big day had arrived. Rooms 3A and B were summoned to the auditorium for the celebration, but of course they were well dressed, the women in dresses and the men in suits. Everyone would enter the auditorium to celebrate. They had a good time. Everything was calm until Nezu got up on a stage and started to speak. Nezu. Well, today you are here to celebrate your rise to heroes. For that we have a special number, he said, to step aside, and Izuku appears with a microphone. Izuku. Well, today I am here for my graduation. First of all, thanks to our senseis for the teachings that they gave us throughout our course, and thanks to you, Aizawa sensei, who cared about everyone, he said, happily receiving a few tears from Aizawa, although they were not noticeable because of the bandages. Well, guys, come, he said, so that your friends come with instruments. Well, sing, he said, so that his friends start playing their instruments. Izuku. Life is pure passion. You have to fill the cup of love. To live, you have to fight. A heart to win. Like Cain and Abel, it is a cruel match. You have to fight for a star. Obtain the cup of love with honor. To survive and fight for it. Fight for it. Fight for it. You and me. Come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. Up it goes. The world is standing up. Go, 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 go. Life is competition. You have to sound, be a champion. The cup is the blessing. You'll win it. Go, go, go. Your natural instinct is to beat your opponent. You have to fight for a star. Obtain the cup of love with honor. To survive and fight for it. Fight for it. Fight for it. You and me. Come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. Up it goes. The world is standing up. Go, 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 go. Like Cain and Abel is a cruel match. You have to fight for a star. Obtain the cup of love with honor. To survive and fight for it. Fight for it. Fight for it. Fight for it. You and me. Come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. Up it goes. The world is standing up. Go, 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 go. You and me. Come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. Up it goes. The world is standing up. Go, 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 go. They would stop playing and the boys left while Izuku went down with his promotion or graduation. Izuku. Hey guys, said to receive a group hug Bakugo. I thought you weren't coming, nerd, he said, smiling. Izuku. Oh Muslim, how lucky you didn't blow up your suit, he said, laughing. Bakugo. Damn shiny. Screamed Shoto. Izuku said, smiling. Izuku. Zuku said, trying to hug him to receive a torrent of ice that was destroyed upon contact with his skin. How cold, not even a hug, said sarcastically. Shoto. Tisk, good to see you friend, said a little angry. Izuku. Well, let's celebrate, he said, and everyone started enjoying his farewell to the UA. The celebration went by like any other. It went well and at the same time badly. XD. Good because everyone had fun, and badly. The truth is everyone was good, except that Mineta was castrated. After having a good time, the director had called to deliver their diplomas to the best students who achieved their goals. It had already ended and everyone went home. Izuku was about to leave, but suddenly his cell phone started to vibrate. Izuku. Who could it be? He asked himself to answer. Hello. Naruto phone. Izuku said seriously. Go quickly to Shigaraki is attacking, and go quickly. We can't, he said, so Naruto and the others in the USA can be seen. Izuku. Okay, said to hang up and run quickly to his locker. Upon arriving, Izuku would check if there was no one there, and press a button to bring up his locker and show his hero suit. He quickly grabbed it to put it on. After putting on his suit, Izuku, without waiting a second, would run at maximum speed to the direction his friend had sent him. When he arrived, he would only see land. Where he was supposed to see a city, there was nothing, just land, and in the center, a Tamura who laughed like a maniac. Tamura. Ha 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 ha, laughed out loud but realized that someone was watching him but couldn't see because there was dust. Who are you? Asterisk. The figure would approach slowly while his eyes shone under his mask and gave him an intimidating appearance. Izuku. I am your downfall, he said to give a devastating punch that Tamura barely dodged, but the blow created a burst of wind that literally split the sky in two. Tamura would realize this and knew that he shouldn't be confident, so without further ado he set out to use 100% AFO. Tamura would make AX5 compressed air tank, X3 spring, X2 increase in deterioration. The attack was going to hit Izuku, but he would use the maximum of his first transformation since he knew that if it touched him it could do severe damage. Izuku threw a fist that countered his attack. Tamura. How lucky I was to absorb these quirks, he said as a bunch of muscle fibers grew that suddenly became like natal, along with a purple aura coming out of them that Izuku assumed was his deterioration. But what impressed him was that suddenly his arms with metallic fibers were covered by what looked like blue snakes, one of Nine's quirks. Izuku thought. I can't contain myself, he said, so that lightning bolts came out and he went to 100% of his second transformation, which was only 10% of his maximum. He also covered his fists with the black whips. Tamura. Die. Screams to throw a devastating punch that Izuku managed to dodge, but the punch created a shock wave that swept away everything in its path. Izuku would just quickly get in front of him and start throwing thousands of punches in a second that made Tamura fly backwards. Tamura would get up while spitting a little blood. Without waiting he launched himself again, but now stone spikes came out of his body. Izuku of course dodged his attacks with a little difficulty, but nothing he couldn't handle. Tamura. Stay still, he shouts angrily, punching like crazy, making it easier for Izuku to dodge. Izuku. Here you end Tamura. Shigaraki, he said to give a punch that went through Tamura, making him fall to the ground kneeling while he touched the hole made by Izuku's arm. Tamura. How, he said with blood coming out of his mouth. Izuku. You don't have things to fight for, he said looking at him without any feeling because he knew he had no salvation and that he had taken many lives. Tamura. And it's not possible, he said as he fell to the ground. Damn you hero, he said as he fell to the ground dead while his body began to disintegrate, but as it disintegrated only a ball of light with many lights remained. This would rise to the sky and explode so that many rays of light would spread. Izuku would just sit on the ground in front of what was left of the Tamura, while he took off his mask. Izuku. I arrived late, he said to sigh and look around where there was nothing. Behind him came several heroes, who upon seeing him would run to find out what was happening. Young Midoriya, what happened here? He asked worriedly. Izuku. It was Tamura, he said to everyone's terror, but he's already dead, he said while he watched what was left of Tamura being carried away by the wind. Aizawa. What? He asked, shocked that his student killed someone. Izuku. It was the only way, he said with a sigh. Okay, let's go. Young Midoriya, he said for him to stand up and for everyone to leave, but of course it didn't take long for the reporters to arrive. but of course the heroes and students would keep them away from the area. Everyone would arrive at Ua so that Izuku could give a report of what happened, but of course those who didn't know about Izuku were impressed that a student had beaten someone as powerful as Tamura. It would be revealed that the League of Villains had been defeated, since its members had been killed by Tamura since he had gone crazy with power. Of course it was not revealed that Izuku defeated and killed him since the civilians could react badly. Well, after Class A graduated, some would continue to meet, but they were not so close since they were busy being heroes. Izuku after years of work became the #1 hero. Why lie to you? After 6 months of being a hero he became #1 in the world. A few years later Izuku would marry his girlfriends. He had some criticisms since they said that polygamy was wrong, but people understood. He managed to start a family and lived happily ever after. Or Y. Or C. The end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.